Good morning, paddlers. Welcome to the 2022 Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Good morning also to all spectators, sponsors, and everyone else that's out here to enjoy the entertainment and the food, the sights, the sounds, right here on beautiful downtown Vancouver on Falls Creek. I would like to read this pronouncement, of course, for you. As we all know, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival primarily takes place here on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded lands and waters of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We are about to get underway. It is day number 2 here, so we are into our semifinals and final races. It is going to start with race number 42, and we have some junior teams here. We have in lane number 3 is the Richmond High School Flying Colts, the Eternal Dragon in lane number 4, the Ouroboros Platinum in 5, and Raging Rebels in 6. And a great even start by all teams, as you can see if you're watching the big screen at home or here on the site. And the early lead goes to the Eternal Dragon, but maybe only by possibly one bench being the 2 front paddlers. The distance, it's very tight, it's very close. They are starting to break out a little bit right now. The Eternal Dragons in lane 2. Great aerial shot here. We can see the Raging Rebels out there in lane number 6. And catching water, yes, everyone's having a blast out there. You can see it. And yes, unfortunately, we do get wet sometimes. It is a water sport. So again, right now, it is those Eternal Dragons doing extremely well right now, holding off all contenders at the moment. They're doing their best to keep moving forward, propelling that boat, keeping their timing. Timing is everything in these races, and very exciting race. It's interesting. We have 2 on-water umpires following them down the race course, and of course over there is the Flying Colts, as you saw. Eternal Dragons in lane 4. Those Ouroboros Platinum, again, doing extremely well here. But look at those Raging Rebels. They're increasing the rate now too. Great shot of the drummer leaning in there, making the command. And the lead stroke there just grabbed an extra breath of air there. That was kind of interesting. And there they go. Everybody's digging hard and deep. And who's it going to be? This is going to be a hotly contested finish here. We're coming up to almost the 400-meter mark. And so far, it looks like our well, actually, it is looking right now still like the Ouroboros. Is that them over there? Yes, looking very strong here. Over there in lane number 5 too. But the lead is increasing right now for the Eternal Dragon against the Ouroboros, and the Raging Rebels over there in lane number 6. So it's exciting first race of the day here. You can't believe the energy as they slam through the finish line here. And again, they're going to give everything they got. Here comes a couple more teams, but it's going to be a very exciting finish here. It's still, well, it's almost a half boat length lead. And let's see how they're going to end up. Always going to be interested to see how that works out. Yes, and we're having a great finish here. And it does look like well, actually it is the Flying Colts over there in lane 2 or 3. The Eternal Dragon crossed the line first, unofficially, of course. Here comes lane number 3. And last but not least, we're going to see on the outside, it looks like the Raging Rebels. Still keeping their form. As someone said here yesterday, sitting beside me, they said, hey, you gotta look good. So there's nothing wrong with looking good when you're out there in the boat, right? So again, the first race of the day, there's some tired junior paddlers there. Hopefully they weren't out too late watching the BC Lions game last night. So good on them. Beautiful aerial shot. Our drone work is actually spectacular. Congratulations to the 2 gentlemen that are operating those drones. It's just awesome, the photo and the clean pictures they're able to send us here. It's just great. And the fellows from Peak Technologies upstairs manning everything. It's just going to be another great day here. Whether you're watching online at home or you're actually on site watching on the big screen or you're in the VIP booth here, hey, it's going to be a spectacular day. Don't forget the sunscreen. It is a hot one, going to be a hot one. All right, looking good here. And let's take a look at last night, what happened here last night in that 2-kilometer women's and open premier women, the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office Open Division Guts and Glory. That was a 2-kilometer race, as you remember. So what we did here, we're going to show the results with the women, and then we'll show the results with the open teams, and we'll speak to that. So the first place finisher was the Dragon Zone Juice Truck, and their time was 11 minutes even, and a few, of course, microseconds. Second position went to the Falls Creek Senior C Women. Again, great, exciting racing. The VIP from actually from Victoria, visiting from Victoria. The VIP Gorging Dragons Red came in 3rd position. Falls Creek Masters in 4th. From Edmonton, Tsunami in 5th position. The VIP Gorging Dragons White, also from Victoria, came in 6th position. Wasabi Force came in 7th position. The Wham Women came in the 8th, and the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2 finished in 9th position. So again, we were just looking at the women that were in that Guts and Glory 2K race and how they finished. And all right, and then let's go quickly now through the second half of the race from last night. So as you can see, Juice won in the Open in 1st place, and again 9 minutes and 54 seconds, great time. San Diego Dragon Boat in 2nd, Edmonton in 3rd. So it looks like we have on the water. We're lining up for our next race, but I'll just quickly take a look here. I don't have an official grid in front of me right now, so I'm kind of working things out as we go. So we have in lane 2 from the Youth Manta Rays, Hastings Hydras in lane 3, the Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat. And I got to learn more about those guys. They were awesome in their races leading up to this one. And the Clarny Torpedo Turtles and the Lotus Juniors over there in lane 6. And they are marshaling into the start, keeping everything on time here. It's a Junior Grand B semifinal race, number 43 on your race grid. And I'm sure there's a few nerves out there this early in the morning, but it's a very important race here. They're going to, of course, seed into some medal races after this. And a great start by all accounts here. A great shot here. We can see a little bit of white water, not unexpected at the starts. Those initial 6 or so strokes are getting your boat up and planing, and then you can increase the rate to get it moving fast. And then, of course, you'll lengthen your rate out to ensure that you're going to keep moving. And again, right now it is the Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat in that middle lane 4, and boy, great start for them. But on their side, on the left side there, are the Hastings Hydras looking strong, and of course the Clarny, the Torpedo Turtles, you gotta love their name, in lane 5, Lotus Juniors in 6. And there's a nice view here again, and it looks like who is that? The Manta are having a little bit of struggles there on lane number 2. Lane 3, the Hydra's doing okay, but Abraham Lincoln, holy smokes, are those guys cruising. Looking good. Look at their drummer leaning in, giving some good solid commands. There is some challenge now from the Torpedoes out there in lane number, is that lane number 5? And Lotus Juniors falling a little bit behind, but hey, we still have a great race happening here. Abe Lincoln Dragon Boat in 4, and the Clarny Torpedo Turtles not out of it by any means. They're coming up. They're about at the, what are we at here? About 350 meters right now. Got to keep those heads up, guys. That's it. You got to breathe, reach, and rotate. There's the steers person giving some encouragement. He's, we're almost there. Get ready to finish. And finish it. They will start a finish here when they hit about that 400-meter mark, which is roughly where the second set of buoys are, as you guys probably remember from yesterday from the 100-meter races. Very nice shot here of Abe Lincoln. Keeping their form. Their rate's not super crazy, so that's good. It's manageable. They are definitely reaching and pulling water with every stroke, so that's awesome. Great junior team here. And here they come, last few meters of the race, and they definitely pulled ahead with their finishing length stroke, and definitely going to cross that finish line, and unofficially in first position, of course. And let's see, here it comes. Yeah, there's a great shot of them crossing the line. Again, they should not let up until they're well through the line. As you can see, still going, didn't let up until they're through the line. And it looks like, is that over there? It looks like the Hydras are going to pull through in second position in lane 5. And there's lane number 3, and that looks like Torpedo, right? Yes, the Hydras are in 3, pardon me. Yeah, so, and here comes our friends in lane number 2, and yeah, they're giving it their all. I love their drummer. She's just giving them heck and said, come on, we can do this. Yes, you can. All right, excellent. Wow, yep, the Youth Manta Rays. We're in lane 2. And I believe it's the Lotus Juniors over there. Yeah, here come the Manta Rays now. Wow. I like the fact that they all color coordinated too. Again, I don't see colors as well as some people, but I can certainly see that their uniforms are bright. So yeah, here's our juniors again in our semifinal race. And yeah, great race. So let's take a look at some other race results. Yes, already from race number 42, the first position, it went to those Eternal Dragon, about 2:18, not a bad time. Second position went to the Ouroboros Platinum pardon me, they were in lane 5. And the third position went to those Richmond High School Flying Colts. So again, it looks like these teams will be advancing into another race and well placed based on their times and first, second, and third finishing.
So I think what makes Criterium Racing really special is that there's always a fun family festival attached to it. So there's going to be food trucks, and you get to really see some of the best racers in North America light up. And I'm super excited to race in front of a home crowd.
We're serving authentic Japanese food, sushi rolls, sushi bowls, and Irish sushi, and fried chickens.
Hi, my name is Michael Bailey, and my ancestral name is Stawalkin. And at Canoe Cultures, we renovate and build canoes, and we are excited to share and display our culture with you.
And on deck we have race number 44. You can see some of the boats already marshalling. All right, let's take a look at our race results from race number 43 and the Junior Grand B semifinals. Indeed, it was Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat Team in a very impressive time of 2 minutes 13 seconds in first position. Second went to those Killarney Torpedo Turtles, pretty fast for Torpedo Turtles, 2:21. And third position went to Hastings Hydras. And appropriately, lane 3 came in third position. And of course, we do have in fourth position Lotus Juniors, and on the lane closest to us, it was the MHK Youth Manta Rays. And here we go, some of the Women Grand B and C semifinals, race 44 on your grid. It is from the False Creek Racing Canoe Club, the Sagging Dragons in lane 2, Wasabi Force in 3, Dragon Zone Juice Truck in 4. In lane 5, the False Creek Racing Canoe Club Senior C Women. And lane number 6, the UC Irvine Elements, and the Dragon Max in lane number 7. Of course, many of these teams, if not all of them, participated in one form or the other in the 2K Guts and Glory race last evening. So hopefully they've had a good rest. I'm sure they are out there milling around. Looks like we have some water taxi traffic this morning, which is always common here on Falls Creek. Beautiful day. Lots of sights and sounds happening, of course, as usual. We're going to have a full day of racing today. It's going to be pretty spectacular because we're looking at our semifinals and finals today, and the day will be capped off by a 2-kilometer, again, a 2K Guts and Glory with the Premier Mixed teams, which of course will be super impressive. So make sure you stay around for that if you're down on the site. There's lots of things to keep you occupied on and off the water, so please do come down, enjoy the sights and sounds. As I said, today again we have the semifinals for the Junior Mixed, the Breast Cancer, the Premier Women, as well as the Premier Mixed. And we're going to have, in one of the finals will be the Breast Cancer Flower Ceremony today. The Junior Mixed, of course, we already mentioned there in the finals. So it's going to be a lot of exciting races. And this is all teams that have, of course, been seeded from yesterday as to how they place in the lanes today. It's a very exacting, let's call it a science, I guess. Yeah, we can call it a science. And it just makes everything fair for all the teams to place you according to how you finish. And again, because throughout the day, the tides do have an effect, but of course it's all even out as you progress through the day as how you finish your particular race. So it's based on advancements, first, second, and third, and then also on the times. Entertainment starts today at 11:30 a.m. on the 102.7, the Peak main stage. That's at the Creekside Park North. And there's going to be lots of live entertainment there. Again, get out there, check out the cultural displays, the Chinese Cultural Pavilion. Lots to see and do there, as well as the Indigenous Cultural Pavilion. And the Expo 86 teak boat is actually a cool display. I've actually sat in one of those and raced in those things in the past. So it's really kind of cool to see some of the old boats. Here they're marshalling already, being moved up. That was very rapid. These are very experienced teams. Looks like we're all in our starting gates. And let's see. They're under the starters' orders. Looking good. Just a few more movements being made. You can see lane number 6, the UCI Irvine Elements. There we're off. They're off. Oh. 1, 2, 3. All right. It looks like the Falls Creek Senior Women had a bit of a slow start there, but again, right away in lane number 4, it's the Dragon Zone Juice Truck. They jumped right on the gun, so they're definitely holding the early lead. And let's see if they can sustain that throughout this race. It should be an interesting one for sure. So no doubt right now, just coming out of, not even quite out of our opening strokes, the 16, first 100 meters. It is those Dragon Zone Juice Truck in lane 4, but those Falls Creek Senior C women are not to be outdone. They are very experienced paddlers, and they're already gaining. So it's going to be very interesting, very exciting race here. We have the Wasabi Force. Is that Wasabi Force? Yes, in lane number 3. They're also looking very strong. So there's a great shot of our Dragon Zone Juice Truck. Great form. Heads up, breathing, reaching, rotating, catch. Yeah, looking good, looking good. But again, right beside them in lane number 6 lane number 5 is the Falls Creek Senior C Women. They're battling off a challenge from the UC Irvine Elements. So this is going to be a spectacular race. One way or the other, we're going to see some spectacular racing all day today. But this one in particular, it seemed at first that the Dragon Zone Juice Truck jumped out for quite a substantial lead. But again, none of these teams are not experienced. They all know what to do when they're on the water. So it's going to be an excellent, excellent race. I'm looking to see over there, another great shot here, the Dragon Zone Juice Truck with the Falls Creek Senior C Women. Again, look at the reach and catch. The technique is picture perfect. Let's call it that, drone picture perfect. Looking good. All right, so we're in the last 100 meters here. And look at them reach and breathe. Oh yeah, great shape. The A shape too, when you're leaning forward, catching the water, pull back to your knee basically and recover. Wow, we're going to have a good finish here. So it's not quite, how would you say, well, maybe 5-6 boat, or pardon me, bench lead at this point from that side shot. But Falls Creek Sagan Dragons, again, they're in lane number 2, and the Dragon Max out there in number 7. And unofficially, it is lane 4, Dragon Zone Juice Truck, followed by those Falls Creek Senior C Women. And lane number 6, UC Irvine Elements. Lane number 3, Wasabi Force. And let's see, the Sagan Dragons. We're going to see the Sagan Dragons. No, it looks like it's going to be the Dragon Max next over there. And no, it is the, pardon me, the Sagan Dragons in lane 2. And over there in lane 7, it's the Dragon Max. All right, sorry for that drop-off, folks. I am back. It is Lane 2, the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons. Lane 3, the Wham Women from Edmonton, Tsunami in 4, Falls Creek Masters in 5, Orca Women in 6, and Sisters in Sync in lane number 7. And what a race we have here again. Beautiful shot here, watching the form, not getting much white water. That's excellent. Of course, the wake of the boat's a little bit different, but when you're catching and pulling water, you don't want to pull it back too far. That prevents that white water, of course. And here we go. Beautiful shot. Some very tight race over here. It is looking like lane 3, Wham Women, and lane 4, the Tsunami from Edmonton. Wow, it's almost dragon nose to dragon nose. Here we can see the drummer actually giving some encouragement, beating the drum, those reaching out, grabbing the water, pulling the water, coming up to the point where they're going to call a finish. Who's going to call it first? There's a little bit of strategy here. How is this going to turn out? Here we have definitely lanes 4 and 5. Tsunami from Edmonton, Falls Creek Masters in 5. This is going to be a really, really great finish here. Who's it going to be? The angle could be deceiving here, but look at the form. When you're that close together, you can feel, you can hear the heartbeat of that dragon boat next to you. You just have to concentrate on grabbing water and pulling it as best you can. And unofficially, it looks like it's going to be Tsunami from Edmonton. And then lane 5, the Falls Creek Masters. Lane number 3, the Wham Women. And here comes... a few more boats. It does look like it's going to be in lane 6. Is that the Orca Women? Yes. Followed by lane number 2, the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons, and lane number 7, the Sisters in Sync. Now that was pretty darned exciting if you ask me. So again, just so you know, we are in the Premier Women Division semifinals at this point on your race grids. It was race number 45. There's definitely some exhausted ladies out there in those boats. That was very exciting. It was so close, the first and second place finishers in that race. And your adrenaline, you've got to concentrate when the boat's beside you like that. It's not as if you can see it. You can more likely you're feeling it as opposed to, because you're never going to look outside your boat. The only one that can do that would be your steersperson or your drummer. When you're paddling, you're focused usually as far forward on the opposite side of the boat as possible. You're not looking to the side outside of your boat. So very, very tight and exciting race that was. A great finish. And here we have the results from race 44, the Women Grand BC semifinal. And indeed, it was Dragon's Own Juice Truck with a time of 2:15 in first position. From Falls Creek, the Senior C Women, not far behind by about 4 seconds in second. And the UC Irvine Elements came in third position. Fourth went to the Wasabi fourth. And the Falls Creek Sagan Dragons came in fifth. And it was Dragon Max on the outside lane 7, finishing in 6th place. Here we go. You always have to look good going back into the dock too, right? Keep the shape, keep the form. You never want to let go of that. That's so crucial. Oh, and a great design on this boat. I haven't seen this one yet close up. It looks really nice. Yeah, beautiful. See how they're all catching water even in the slow, easy rate. Timing is everything. Actually, technically it's technique and timing, but hey, timing is everything is a great catchphrase, so. Looking good. Yep, got to look good when you're going by the dock. You still have a lot of supporters up there cheering you on. Great shot as they head into the Dragon Zone. The volunteers and the G2G staff ready to greet them, direct them into the correct dock positions and berths. Makes things run very smoothly. Yeah, great shot of the docks at over at Dragon Zone. You can see the ramp on the left side of your screen where teams are marshalling down, coming down to load up. So very organized. Meticulous is probably the wrong word for it, but it's definitely well rehearsed. They listen to the volunteers and the GTD staff on the docks. You can see the unloading of one, and here we are on our way out. After marshalling and loading up, we're on our way out to the start line. And again, let's see, most of these teams right now, they're just doing an easy light paddle. I haven't seen anybody stop and practice a start yet this morning, but some teams do that. There we go. Yeah, great shot of those new BUK boats. As I said, half of the fleet, half of the 18 brand new boats have been painted by local artists. The other half are still in their delivery colors. I think it's a super cool thing to see these boats. I saw the old fleet actually on the way down this morning, sitting in dry dock area. But it's really exciting for these paddlers to realize that they have brand spanking new Dragon boats, the BUKs. 2.5 generation, or a lot of people call it the 3rd generation, made in Germany, these particular BUKs. I like to call them the buck boats, but you got to be careful how you say that when you're speaking too fast. So some encouraging words from the drummer. So say, take her away. I think that's probably, it looks like the Wasabi Impact there in boat number 6. And another view is how they're circling in when they head out past the start line. They're circling in so they can, and that's, you can see the oar, the steers person, just, it's basically sideways paddling, if you want to call it that. That's what they're doing. They're turning the whole boat. Lift the oar up and give it a bit of a side paddle. In the Guts and Gory race, it's a different setup altogether, though. When you're turning your corner, right, you still have half your boat probably paddling on the left or right side, and the steers person's going to definitely hang on to that oar to make sure you make a sharp turn. So here we go, the women's Grand BC semifinals, race 46 on your grids. It is Saints Preserve Us in lane number 1, the Club Sake women in 2. And 2 teams, of course, from Victoria going neck to neck, if you want to call that, Dragon Nose to Dragon Nose. The VIP Gorging Dragons White in 3, and in lane 4, the VIP Gorging Dragons Red. From San Diego, the Dragon Boat Team 2 and 5. As I mentioned earlier, Wasabi Impact in 6, and Nothing Dragon Women in lane number 7. You can see the tide mark, if you want to call it that, on the north shore of the Falls Creek there, just based on the color of the rocks. The tides go up and down, as well as the pillars on the support pillars on the Cambry Street Bridge. And here the on-water umpire is moving them forward. One of the Falls Creek ferries had already made a delivery. They're moving on. Moving up to the starting gate. Starter will take over the race from the umpires. I'm sure they're under starter's orders about now, I'm suspecting. Club Sake looks like they want to get to the line first, eh? And yeah, well rehearsed, all moving into position. They're in the hold boat. When you see them just holding still like that, that's the hold boat holding their boat. No movement. I did hear some chatter actually yesterday. It was interesting. A couple paddlers were talking about trying to get any advantage at the start, and they were talking about something which actually is against the race rules. I reminded them of that fact, is feathering. So when you're sitting in the boat and you're in the hold position, they're off. I'll come back to that after. All right, so it does look like right now the first initial jump was the Gorging Dragons Red in lane 4. But lane 3, their sister team, the VIP Gorging Dragons White, are right in the thick of things. Everybody got off to a fairly good start. It looks like we're going a little bit of a steering issue there, perhaps oddly enough from the Gorging Dragons Red. But they're back. They've corrected. They're back in the center of their lane. It was actually lane 3. I was talking about the Gorging Dragons White. They were steering to the outside of the lane, but as long as you're staying in your lane, that's what's important. You got to start and finish in your own lane, which is always a good thing. And yeah, some good clean water here as we're getting a good shot of lane number 5, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2. And look at the drummer on lane 4, the Dragons, Gorging Dragons Red. And again, our typical of what we've seen the past couple of days, the arrow shape as we're getting the aerial view from our drones. Yeah, looking really good here. It's going to, again, this is expected because of the seating, the way the races are seating. So it is expected that the outside lanes may be, technically may be a little bit slower than the center lanes because they were placed based on where they finished in the previous races. As you get closer and you get into the finals, that's a different story, right? Everybody's going to be pretty darn equal. Interesting how it's lane number 5, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2. They're actually using the drum beat, which is kind of cool. Lane number 4 is using a voice. That's kind of cool too, Dragon Red. So they're trying to push their calls all the way down the boat. Likely they don't have somebody repeating in that case. Maybe the steers person. It depends on what your team has decided to do. But there you can see the clapping of the hands to make sure the commands go all the way down the boat. But hey, we're going to have another spectacular finish here as they come up to the 400-meter mark. And it does look like right now it is lane number 4. It is still number 4, the VIP Gorging Dragons Red. And look at them go. Good shape, good reach, catch, and pulling the water. They're looking very strong. I suspect they're going to finish unofficially first. And the battle will be for second place. And it looks like lane number 5 might, yeah, it is number 4, the VIP Gorging Dragons Red, and unofficially first, and lane number 5, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2, and then followed by lane 3, the VIP Gorging Dragon White. That takes the first 3 positions unofficially. Lane number 6 from the Wasabi Impact, and lane number 2, the Club Saki Women. And I think we're waiting here. Yeah, here comes lanes number 1, Saints Preserve Us, and Nothing Dragon Women over there in lane number 7. It looks like unofficially one did just take it away from lane 7, Nothing Dragon Women. Another well-raced race this morning. Yeah, they look a little tired. There's still some camaraderie there. Yeah, congratulations there. I can see, what is that, bench number 8 there. Giving a pat on the back to the paddlers in front and behind her. Awesome. Yeah, I know on some teams I paddle on, if you were able to talk at the end of the race, it wasn't a good thing to say it anyhow because the coach would have something to say to you. So if you shouldn't have any energy left at the end of the race, but hey, there's always adrenaline, right? So what I was talking about a little bit earlier here, actually we have the race results from 45. All right, so for the race results were in first position, it was Edmonton Tsunami. It was second position by the False Creek Masters. Very interesting. And the third place went to the WAM Women. Fourth position did go to Orca Women. And fifth, one of my favorite team names, of course, the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons came in 5th. And in 6th, it was the Sisters in Sync. There they are, crossing, heading back to the Dragon Zone. Looks like lane number 4 there, the Dragon Zone. Was that the Dragon Zone juice truck? I might have lost something here on my, I don't have the race grid, so I'm following along as best I can with my my high-intensity trifocal super thick glasses, trying to look online here, but it's not easy for me, I have to be honest. I'll do my best for you. Yeah, here they are, lane number 4, and that would have been the lane number 4, the VIP Gorging Dragons Red, if I remember correctly. Yes, not red with anger. I guess they just selected that color, maybe because their life vests are red. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, that's different than calling 1, 2, 3, 4. Just using a color, that works. Great shot of these teams heading into the Dragon Zone. Beautiful facility here for dragon boat racing, right? Those docks and slips are just perfect. A little bit of a sailboat kind of in the way, but we can work around that. Looks like they're growing plants on that boat. Or is that just weeds coming up from the bottom of Falls Creek through the boat because it's been there so long? That I don't know. It looks like up above in the upper right corner you can see a red tent, and I believe that's the registrar's tent. They're in the shade this morning. I'm sure they're enjoying that. All right, and let's take a look. Race 46 results. And very exciting race it was. It is the VIP Gorging Dragons Red. We saw a moment ago in first position. In second position went to the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2. And third also went to one of the Gorging Dragon teams, the Dragons White, also from Victoria. And fourth went to the Wasabi Impact. 5, the Club Sake Women. 6 went to Saints Preserve Us. And then just behind them by a few seconds, the Nothing Dragon Women. So another exciting race. That was race 46 on your race grid. So again, I'll jump back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier for those that are interested, the technique of feathering. So at the start, of course, the umpires are watching, and so too, of course, is the starter. When they have you hold your boat and go into race ready, there should be absolutely zero movement. Your top hand should not be moving from left to right, and that's referred to as feathering. So at one point, a lot of teams, especially the competitive teams, trying to get any edge, they would start feathering their paddles. So they would use their top hand and twist a little bit just to get some water movement ahead of time. And yeah, sure, it makes a difference, right? So for fairness for all teams, they basically it's not permitted, and if you get caught, hey man, it could be a DQ right off the bat. So it's not worth trying to get that little edge. You have to stick within the rules, and 99.9% of our teams are really accomplished at doing that. Plus, we have great eyes of the starter and the on-water umpires. And again, one of those things that makes the races very fair and enjoyable for everyone. All right, it is race number 47 on deck, and it looks like this is a breast cancer survivor race, and it is the ABC division semifinals. So interesting. We're going to have in lane number 2, once they move up, it is the Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning. In lane 3, it's the East-West 2 abreast. And this one, I know we had some trouble, and I haven't got a correct pronunciation yet, but I think it's a Senior Curau, or Senior Crew, just spelled en français perhaps. And lane number 5, the Survivorship. Lane 6, the Dragons Abreast Toronto. And lane 7, the Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder. So we have the Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder, Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning on the outside lanes, 2 and 7. And from your screen, as I recall, lane 2 is closest to the right-hand side of the screen. Moving up to the start line now. The on-water umpires may or may not have already handed over to the starter. I'm quite sure they have. And again, her job is to line them up and have everybody hold as close to the official line as possible before she's going to sound the horn or the buzzer. Some people are calling it a buzzer. Indeed, we are in the Paddlers Breast Cancer Survivor semifinals, the first of 3. And they're underway. Lane number 4, Senior Owl, Crew Owl, looks very strong on the start. Hey, they're looking very good actually at this angle too. Some good timing. Yeah, not too much white water. Survivorship over there, right beside him in lane number 5. And lane number 3 is the east-west 2 abreast. It's a good shot of lane number 6, the Dragons abreast Toronto. But it is lane number 4, the Senior Crow, looking really good right now. Not quite a boat length lead, but very close to it. And let's see if they can hold that throughout the race. Very tight race over there in lanes 5 and 6, Survivorship and Dragons abreast Toronto. Looking good. I love the coordinated life vest colors. That's pretty cool. And wow, it hasn't changed much. The positioning, it looks like it's going to definitely be a battle here for 2nd and 3rd, and then for the final 3 positions. But right now, it is our friends in lane number 4, holding off all challengers at this point, and looking good doing it. You can see their blades and their paddles catching water and buried as they're pulling back to keep their boat moving. Lane 5, Survivorship, looking strong now too, giving it a bit of a run. Yeah, you can see them giving it their all. You can hear out on the water, you can actually hear this. Actually, you can hear the steersman calling something up there. So we're going to have a great finish here. Awesome. Here they come. I love her hat. Look at that. Lane number 4, the Senior Crew. Great hat on that drummer. She's encouraging them as they're coming up to the last 100 meters of the race. They're still holding their own. Maybe they've lost one bench against the Survivorship in lane number 5. But here's another great angle at it. Can they keep it up? Whoa, look at the call. She's calling an early finish. Lane number 5, Survivorship. She's encouraging them too. She said, let's go. Let's go. Encourage them. If you're on the shore, give them a hand. We want them to get out here and have a lot of fun out there, but we got to cheer them on. Here they come, looking very exciting here. It's going to be a really exciting finish. Cheer them on if you're on the shore. Survivorship in lane 5, whereas the Senior Crew in lane 4. Unofficially it is, but here comes lane number 6, the Dragons abreast Toronto. They held off the challenge for the 3rd position unofficially. And lane number 3, the east-west 2 abreast. Here comes lane number 2, Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning. And over there in lane 7, the Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder. Well raced, ladies. Well raced. Oh, there's that's that same boat. I like that boat. I love that design. Got to find out more about that one. Yeah, the ladies are definitely tired after that, but again, a very spectacular race for our first one here in the Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor semifinals. 2 more on deck. So that what they are doing is seeding themselves for their final races, which are the ones for the, how do we say it, the hardware, the medals. So every race is important. And it's a lot of strategy out there. It depends. As I said, the rosters normally have 26 on the roster. So you have 24 paddlers, 1 steersman and drummer in most cases. Of course, you can only have 20 paddlers in the boat at one particular time, of course, and a steersman and a drummer. They're looking good. They look happy. The drummer's looking happy. She's encouraging them to look good as they go by the drone, a beautiful view. Checking out that hat. I wonder if it's called a hat. It looks like a bird of some sort, I'm thinking, but I'll have to take a walk in the Racers Village to see if I can find her and get a little more detail on that. You see how the steers person has to actually hold really tight there as they're going around the corner? He's steering, but he's a good steers person because he's not buried his blade of his oar too. You can actually see it still, even though it's under the water line. So again, when you're racing too, a couple of times, you know, depending on the divisions you're in, you might even see a few of them lifted up just above the water line, but still making sure they're steering that boat straight, because 1 inch difference, you know, can actually make a big difference to how you're going down that race course. You want to go as straight as an arrow, right? All right, we're going to show results from race 47. Again, in first position, indeed it was the Senior Crew. And again, if somebody knows a better pronunciation, please share it with me. Lane number 1, or actually, pardon me, first place went to lane number 4, Senior Crew. Lane number 5, the Survivorship, came in second position. Dragons Abreast Toronto came in third. So they're going to be advancing, of course, according to their placement here into the finals. So that's a very exciting finish for them. We also had in fourth place the East-West 2 Abreast. I love that, East-West 2 Abreast. I could say that all day. And they came in fourth. The fifth position went to the Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning, and the sixth position went to the Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder. So congratulations, well raced everyone. That was an awesome race. And here we have marshalling and heading out to the starting gates. It's race number 48 on your grid. It's the Dragons of Hope out there. We have a number of, again, the Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor semifinals. Race number 48 coming up. We just have a little bit of delay. I guess there's a Falls Creek Ferry, but here we have the lineup. It is lane number 2, the Dragons of Hope. The Wonder Broads BCS Windsor Essex. Wow, that's an interesting one. Wonder Broads BCS Windsor Essex. Very cool. The North Shore Dragon Busters in lane number 4. Breast Friends Edmonton in lane 5. The West Island Dragons in 6. And the Waves of Hope in 7. And that's the, actually I see a kayaker out there too. Very cool. Just cutting across the creek. I think the umpire asked him to switch sides now. And the ladies are out there just, if you excuse the expression, we call it milling around, or paddling around, some people refer to it. In fact, they're not paddling, they're just allowing their boats to rest and drift with the current. In some cases, if we got a little closer, I could probably tell you some of them are actually holding boat, or they might already be taking instructions now from the Ottawa umpire. I can see a few of the boats facing into the gate. That's what they want to be. But yeah, this is going to be another exciting race here. As I said, there's 3 semifinals in this division, all seeded from yesterday, and this is their placement race now to go into the finals. So it's a very important race for them. As all races are today as we keep progressing through the race grids. Beautiful view here from our drone. And wow, you know, if you want a postcard, there it is. Look at that. But we don't want to show too many pictures like this of Vancouver, because then everyone's going to want to come and visit. Well, that's a good thing, right? Keep the economy going. So I can see, of course, we have teams from Edmonton there. We've had teams from Victoria. Of course, from California, we've had several different teams from California. It's looking good. Here we are moving on water. Umpires probably moving as the ferry's going to pass them. Those ferries don't, you know, put out too much wake. They're always very friendly and able captains of those water taxis and Falls Creek ferries. Very accommodating. And let's see here as they move into their starting positions. Again, from right to left, lane 2 is the Dragons of Hope. Lane 7 on your left-hand side of the screen, the Waves of Hope. And I don't know if that has anything to do with Hope as in Hope BC. I don't believe so. I think it's just the actual word. And let's see here. So what's going on here? I see another. Don't know if that's an on-water umpire boat or not. I suspect it must be. Seems a little bit larger than the ones I'm used to seeing. Yeah, well lined up. Very well lined up. It's nice and calm out there this morning. You can see lane number 7, Waves of Hope. Yep, just the steersman was correcting a little bit. That's good that he or she finished that before they jumped out to the start. So, wow, it's going to be interesting. Lane number 5, the Breast Friends Edmonton seems to have the jump, probably by a dragon nose at this point. But the Wonder Broads BCS West Windsor Essex are right in the thick of it in lane 3. They might even be pulling ahead by a whisker. So the battle right now appears to be lanes 4 and 5, the North Shore Dragon Busters and the Breast Friends Edmonton. The West Island Dragons on the outside. Ah, yeah, so here we're starting to, the field is starting to spread out a little bit. It is the North Shore Dragon Busters in lane number 4 with a bit of a lead over lane number 5, which is the Best Friends Edmonton. So this is going to be interesting. See, the drummer is checking out, said, who do I have to pay attention to? She's looking on both sides, and she has a challenge from both sides. So is it going to be those Wonder Broads, BCS, Windsor Essex over there in lane 3 that's going to challenge the Breast Friends Edmonton in lane 5? It's going to be interesting. Lane number 7, the Waves of Hope, and of course we had an earlier view of the Dragons of Hope over there in lane 2. Lane number 5, again, the Breast Friends Edmonton. And lane number 4, the North Shore Dragon Busters. She's encouraging this drummer. Look at her lean in. She's going with the movement of the boat too, and that's always an important thing. If you're, you don't just want to sit on your laurels, so to speak. You want to help your teammates. And lane number 3, the Wonder Broads BCS Windsor Essex might have got a little bit of wind, perhaps, or something off of the BC Pavilion there. It does happen sometimes. They weren't quite steering dead straight, but they're correcting now. Hopefully they don't cross over. North Shore Dragon Busters are ahead enough. They're not going to be affected by this, I don't believe. Lane 6, the West End Islands, are also hanging in there. So, yeah, there's another correction being made by lane number 4, the North Shore Dragon Busters, going straight as an arrow. Here they are. Great shot from the side, reaching and catching. Yeah, getting good encouragement from their drummer. Yeah, she's barking out now. She's saying, hey, this is it. You got to give it all you got. We're in the finish. It is definitely the North Shore Dragon Busters holding off all challengers at this point. The Breast Friends Edmonton over there in 5, just behind a bit. So the battle's going to be for 2nd and 3rd, because it was the North Shore Dragon Busters in unofficial 1st. In 2nd was the Breast Friends Edmonton. Lane number 3, the Wonder Broads BCS Windsor Essex, and lane number 6, West Island Dragons next across the line. Keep going right through the line, and here is lane number 2, the Dragons of Hope, and not far behind, the Waves of Hope. So again, well raced. There they are, just, yep, exactly. Never let up until you go through the line. You can see a lot of tired ladies out there. Very good race this morning. It's still pretty early out here on the False Creek. Yeah, and taking a breather here, holding the boat. You can see that they're just given the command. The oarsman or the steersperson is starting to move the boat in the right direction. Give the ladies, the paddlers, a break. All right, folks, let's run through the list of our sponsors, because without our sponsors, we, of course, would not have the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. And I have a special guest here that's going to help with that, and I'll allow him to introduce himself.
Well, good morning, Vancouver. My name is Stuart McKinnon. It's my honor and pleasure to be the chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. It's 22 degrees out there. It's going to be a high of 29, so slip on a hat, slap on some sunscreen, and don't forget to sip some water and put on a happy face, because it doesn't get much better in Vancouver than this. Some of our sponsors today for the Dragon Boat Festival in Vancouver, our title festival founding partner is Concord Pacific. This is where we are. We wouldn't be here without Concord Pacific. Our major public partners, Government of Canada and the Government of British Columbia. Let's have a cheer for our government public partners. We've got Peak Technologies, 102.7 The Peak. Go and listen to them. Great music all the time. And Global BC, that's your TV sponsor. Big Steel Box, Mark Anthony. Dilawri Group, Legacy Liquor Stores, Oddball, Park Vancouver, Red Truck Beer, and Sun Given Foods. Those are our supporting partners. Public partners include the City of Vancouver, my own dear Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, the British Columbia Arts Council, Factor, and Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office. We work across Canada. Some of our media partners, 93.7 JR Country, 980 CKNW AM 1320 CHMB, Daily Hive, the Georgia Strait, that's been a sponsor for a while. In fact, it's been a sponsor in my life since I was a little kid. And Tsingtao Daily. And what a beautiful day out there. I'm going to pass the mic back.
All right, sounds great. Thank you for that. That was awesome. I can see that you're very experienced at working with the mic, and I hear you were a paddler for a few years or more.
So I started paddling when I was 50 years old. I decided I wanted to be 50 and fit, not 50 and fat. And I started to paddle. I paddled with Gung Haggis Fat Choi.
Oh, great team,
Excellent team, lots of team spirit there. I paddled 3 times and I realized this is such an incredible sport. I went back to my school. I was a teacher at Killarney and said, I want to start a youth team at my school. And so we did. And Coach Todd Wong, Stephen Wong, a whole bunch of really great people helped me out. And the Cougar Dragons, as we were called in those days, came along. These days, I paddle with Conquering Waves, another terrific team, a team that helps us conquer the stigma around mental health, a team for folks with mental health issues, their family, friends, and allies. The amazing thing is there is a team for everybody.
Exactly.
Anybody can dragon boat, whether you're a professional athlete, you're really out there and you want to go to the World's Champions, or you just want to paddle out in the water. It's a terrific sport. Everybody can do it, and I encourage anyone who's out there who has never tried it, come on down to the Dragon Zone. It's right at Creekside Community Center. Go in and check in and try it.
Absolutely, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head there. It's an absolutely spectacular sport for anybody, all ages, all conditions. It's the perfect sport. As a matter of fact, I recall a few years back being at the False Creek Community Center, and they were opening a new wing, and they had Chief Dan George's great grandnephew there, and he came down to the docks. He hadn't seen a dragon boat before, and he looked at me and he said, this is marvelous. He said, every color under the rainbow, everybody has to work together. It's a unification thing, and I think that's an absolutely spectacular thing about this sport.
It's a wonderful thing. You know, as I said, I was 50 when I started. I'd never played a team sport before, and it's working together. That's what makes our society work, our community work, and it works on a dragon boat.
Absolutely. Stuart, would you do the honor in listing off the lineup for race number 49?
Absolutely. Race 49 in lane 1, Busting with Energy. Number 2, Chestmates. Number 3, Abreast in a Boat. In lane 4, Warriors of Hope. Lane 5, VIP Island Breaststrokers. In lane 6, the Pink Crusaders. And in lane 7, Women Alike Abreast a River. All right, so here we are, underway again in our semi-final heat here for the
breast cancer survivors. And right off the bat, we have, again, lane number 4. In the center, it's the Warriors of Hope. And they have about a half boat lead as they were crossing that first set of boys, being the 100-meter mark, roughly. So they're looking good. The VIP, here we go. So lane number 6, it is the Pink Crusaders that we just saw. And again, we're getting into that familiar shape, but as we're moving up through the semifinals more and more, we're finding out that we're actually getting more even racing, if you want to call it that, maybe just a technical term. So here we go.
So you can watch these folks when they're paddling. You can see the ones that paddle together are the ones that are moving forward. It's a team sport. You gotta paddle together. Look at these. They're all heroes out there today. Whether you come first or not first, you're a hero. You're out there. You're paddling your heart out. You're getting your cardio going, and you're working with other folks. Look at these. This is magnificent, beautiful paddling out there.
Yes, absolutely. You can just see very little white water, which means you're catching water and you're pulling the water, and that's definitely what you want to do. There's a great view of the Warriors of Hope in lane number 4. Beautifully painted boat too, I have to admit, but hey, this is awesome. And we do have, looks like we're going to have a real battle for second and third position. Right now it is looking like lane number 4, the Warriors of Hope, do have a good boat length lead, or if not a little bit more, over their closest competitor, lane 6, the Pink Crusaders. But hey, it's going to be second, third in place is what's going to happen here. So they're coming up here to the 400-meter mark, roughly, that last set of boys, and jump in there, go for it.
And what a beautiful sight it is as they're coming up to the finish line. It's just paddling together. Wow. And let's do a little shout out to the steers people who keep us on course and encourage the back of the boat, and of course the caller in the front drumming away.
Absolutely. It's an all-round team sport. Everybody has to play their role. And it does look like, unofficially, it does look like lane number 4, Warriors of Hope, will cross first unofficially. And who's it going to be in second? It's hard to say there, right?
It's very, very close. And here they come.
Yeah, lane number 5, the VIP Island Breathstrokers. The lane number 3, the Breast in a Boat. Lane number 6, Pink Crusaders. And here comes lane number 2, the Chestmates. And here comes lane number 7, Women Alike Abreast a River.
And everyone's a winner who crosses that line. I can't tell you, you're out in that water and you're paddling your heart out. You're doing it for your team. You're doing it for your cause. These are all great paddlers. Thank you so much for showing us heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a beautiful race watching these paddlers out there giving it their all. And happy people. That's what we're seeing, right? just happy people. They might be out of breath right now, but they're very happy.
Absolutely. It takes fortitude, it takes strength, but anybody can paddle. You know, it took me a while to get used to the rhythm and the way you use your paddle. I was a canoeist. You know, canoeing and dragon boating are quite different strokes.
Yeah, totally different strokes.
And so it takes you a little bit of practice to do that, but everybody can do it. It doesn't matter whether you're 18 or 88. We've got some incredible senior paddlers out there as well.
Right on. Here we have some results from race 48, if you'd be so kind.
All right. Race 48. In first place, the North Shore Dragon Busters with a time of 2:33.162. Second place, Breast Friends Edmonton. Wow, Edmonton, well done. Come on down here. And with a time of 2:37.717. In third place, Wonder Broads BCS Windsor, Essex. Oh my gosh, thank you. At a time of 2:41.504. In our fourth place, the West Island Dragons at 2:47.176. You see how close these times are. Amazing. In fifth place, Dragons of Hope, 2:52.832. And in sixth place, we've got Waves of Hope at 2:55.868. See that? The first place at 2:33, second place at 2:37. This is a matter of seconds here. Amazing.
It is. It's so exciting to watch. I know it's just as exciting when you're in the boats, but it's a heck of a sport, and that's what you have to be. You have to be enthusiastic for the paddlers if you're not actually in the boat. You had mentioned that everybody's a winner, and I know throughout the years, paddling with various teams, recreational teams, coaching similar to your good self, and being on some competitive teams. And of course, the goal is to win. Yeah, our coach, one of many that I've had over the years, he said, yeah, okay, it's about winning and losing, but no, what's a winner though? That's what really makes a difference here. When all these teams, they all know each other, it's camaraderie is great. When they're on the water, they want to win, yes, but how are they winning? By giving the best that they can do against their competition. It doesn't necessarily mean coming across the line first.
Absolutely. I remember when I was coaching my high school team, sometimes at the end of a race they would be heartbroken, and I'd always tell them, look at the time that we did yesterday, look at the time that we've done today, look how what you've accomplished since we started this. It doesn't matter where we finished across the line. Have you done your best? If you have,
Exactly.
You go home a winner. You can be proud.
Absolutely, 100% concur with that fact, yes.
Yep, dragon boating, as they say, it's wet, it's wild, it's the time of your life.
Yep.
You'll never have a better time, at least in my opinion, never have a better time in a team sport than paddling with your friends and buddies on the water. And isn't Falls Creek gorgeous today?
Oh, yes, exactly. And this festival, the dragon boats, everything about the situation here in Falls Creek, we're known around the world. We're definitely one of the top 3 destinations for dragon boat racing. There's no doubt about that.
And it's not just about the paddlers and the people on the water. There's lots of people coming out to watch. Don't forget to visit the marketplace. There's lots of great things you can have down at the marketplace. And of course, there's food, delicious food throughout this. It's one of the best times you can have in Vancouver, and it's the start of summer.
Exactly.
Look at this.
It is summer indeed. And yes, you're absolutely right. There's so much to do. I took a walk around the site yesterday in between food trucks, food vendors, going to the Racers Village, the Indigenous Pavilion, the Chinese Cultural Pavilion, looking at the teak boats from Expo 86. I know you're very young and you don't remember this, but we actually paddled in those boats back in 86, those teak boats. Heavy, beautiful boats that were brought in from Hong Kong. So
I remember doing the Taiwanese racing too, and those were really heavy boats with very high sides.
Yes.
And the flag catching, always lots of fun in those days. Yes, and don't forget the main stage. There's lots of musical entertainment for folks. Do get around. Do walk through the market. If you've got a few coins in your pocket or a debit card, find something nice. There's some great clothing there. If you're a paddler, there's lots of paddles and shirts
accessories.
and accessories, absolutely. Take a souvenir, and don't forget, take a souvenir home for your tummy. Go and visit one of the food trucks. Have something to eat. There's some delicious food out there.
Absolutely. There's sights and sounds. It's not just on the water. There's sights and sounds everywhere here down at Falls Creek at the 2022 Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Lots to see, lots to do. So if you're not down here yet, you have plenty of time. Get down here and enjoy the day. It's spectacular racing, spectacular food, spectacular entertainment, spectacular cultural events. And it all wrapped up, it's going to make a spectacular day. So do come on down.
So we're getting ready for Race 50. This is a mixed rec EF semifinals. In lane 1 will be Insinkable. In lane 2, Vision Impossible. Number 3, Nothing Dragon Masters Black. That's one of our senior team. Number 44, one of my favorite names for a team, is Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks. In lane 5, we've got Dragon Cult. In lane 6, this is one of my favorite teams. Not only did I graduate from this college, but I also taught at it. This is the Columbia College CC Riders. In lane 7, the Otters, and in lane 8, my current team, Conquering Waves.
Awesome, yeah. I think Conquering Waves have more than one team this year.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We generally have 2 teams.
Okay.
We'll see what happens
Yeah,
here.
we'll watch for sure. And I think Patrick Cooling has some connection there, right?
Absolutely. Patrick is our sponsor. He comes out and coaches. He also has another team that he coaches often here. O2P, I think it's called.
Right, O2P. Right.
But he's one of these folks who has been around for a long time, mentoring, coaching, bringing teams along. Always has a good word to say for everyone. It's people like Patrick, and there's so many who are out here, who are mentoring our youth, who are coaching non-paddlers and non-sports folks that brings this to everybody in the community.
Absolutely. All right, we're underway in this mixed recreational EF semifinal race. So let's see. Hey, we have a great start so far, Stuart. It looks like all the boats are pretty well even. As you know, and you probably appreciate, the first 16, roughly first 16 strokes is what gets that dragon boat up out of the water and cruising, so you can start your real race pace. It's a little bit faster after the first initial 6 strokes. And a great view here, just getting an idea of how their timing's doing. There's a little bit of timing issues on a couple of teams there, perhaps, and how can you see that? It looks pretty obvious. The sun's shining off the paddles. They should all be shining off together. But no worries. It's that type of race.
It looks like a pretty even team out there. There's lots of people. It's very, very close.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like maybe lane 4 right now, the Metro Vancouver, the 44 Cheeks. Let's count them. 20 paddlers times 2. Okay, that's 44. I see where they get that one from now. Right on. But it is... Right now, they hold a little bit of the lead, but over there, right beside them, the Dragon Cult in lane number 5. They're looking pretty strong, too. It's hard to tell from our particular angle.
It is,
Yeah.
but I can now see them out in the water, and it's what a beautiful sight of them all paddling. Look at that. Wow. I hope everyone out there is cheering these folks on. This is heart. This is sweat.
Yes.
This is working together.
Yeah, and there's some great view of the teams doing exactly what Stuart's talking about all together. There's the drummer leaning in from lane number 3, the Nothing Dragon Masters Black, leaning in, encouraging, shouting down the boat, down the center of the boat, so all the paddlers are tuned into her. They're not looking outside of the boat. They're focused on their task. Every stroke, reach, catch, drive. See, the drummer is allowed to look around, and she is there. Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks checking out where everybody is as they come up to almost the 400-meter mark. Will she call an early finish, Stuart, or is she just going to follow the race plan? It's all up in the air right now.
It's all up in the air. It's very, very close out there. Different angles, you see different things. From your angle, you might see someone ahead. Another angle, you might see them all together. But let's wait for the finish. It looks like someone's getting ahead here.
Yeah. Is that the Dragon Cult is in lane number 5.
Dragon Cult.
Yeah,
Looks
and
like they're pulling. They're
Yeah.
good.
It's very, very interesting here. But it does look like those Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks are still holding a lead, yeah, almost a boat length
Almost
from
a
our
boat length.
angle.
They've pulled
Yep.
ahead right at the end. They've
Yep.
saved some of that energy for the end of the
Yep.
race.
And here comes, this
this
is,
is so
is it
close.
6-4-3 maybe. 6 was the Columbia College CC Riders. There you
Wow.
go. 4, of course, was the Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks. 3 was the Nothing Dragon Masters Black. So what a finish.
What
Everybody
a
was so
finish.
tightly packed. So it's going to be really interesting to see those times when they come in.
That was a tremendous race. Wow, in the Rec EF division.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all the paddlers. Wow, they must be huffing and puffing out there now.
Absolutely. As the coach used to tell us, you should just be trying to grab air at the end of the race. You shouldn't have energy to talk. A great view, actually, of the finish line. It's interesting because I always remind folks that aren't overly familiar that those buoys are anchored, but in fact, above the position where Stuart and I are sitting calling these races is the official finish line. It's actually laser sighted. So the steersperson and drummer are well aware that, unfortunately with the tides, those buoys do move a little bit, so you always finish, you blow right through the line. You never want to stop when you hit the line. You want to go right through it. And upstairs, of course, everything is photographed and digital. So it's really cool. This
The wonderful
fairness.
thing about this sport is that everybody can do it. Everybody can come out and have a good time. Everybody can participate in this race.
Yep.
Some of us will finish really, really fast. Some of us will not be so fast because we're new paddlers. We're not experienced paddlers. But if you cross that line, it
Yes.
doesn't matter whether you're in 1st or 6th position. If you cross that line, you can be so proud of what you've done and your team.
Absolutely.
And everybody should be cheering for all the teams as they come across.
Absolutely. Here's some results, Stuart. Feel free.
All right, let's have a look here for race 49. In first place were the Warriors of Hope at a time of 2:27.098. In second place, the VIP Island Breaststrokers with a time of 2:37.959. Third place, Abreast in a Boat at 2:40.195. In fourth place, those Pink Crusaders at 2:41.529. Fifth place, the Chestmates, 2:46.551. In sixth place, Women Alike Abreast a River, 2:52.023. And in seventh place, Busting with Energy at 3:09.123. Congratulations to the ABC semifinals of the PAC BCS. That was race 49. first place again, the Warriors of Hope. Now, it doesn't matter where you are walking along the seawall, there's always a good view. If you're on the north side, you get a beautiful view of all of the Olympic Village, and you can see the boats coming in. If you're on the south side, well, you're looking across at us at the Concord Pacific Building. Of course, you can see Science World from everywhere. Between races, you can get up and walk around. It is such a beautiful place to be along the foreshore of False Creek. What a difference from when I was a kid. This was all industrial down here, and now it's a green paradise. People living here, people walking here. Walking, rolling, riding. False Creek is the place to be. What a beautiful view.
Absolutely spectacular developments that have happened down here, but all inclusive for getting on the water here when you're out practicing, as you've probably been out in Falls Creek a few times. You can run into the odd kayaker, outrigger. You can even run into from time to time scholars or rowers. So it's a great on-water community here. Everybody is respectful and sharing, and that's a beautiful thing. Again, about being here on the shores of Falls Creek and beautiful downtown Vancouver for sure. Now, do you remember having to, when you left the dock and you hopped in the boat, did you have to dial in, or did the coach give you any, or did you as a coach give any hints or suggestions?
Absolutely. This is the time where you really have to focus yourselves. You have to get out there. And it's quite funny because sometimes paddling out to the start line is harder than actually racing. It's when you're working with your team, you're trying to focus your mind, and then of course you're looking around at the other teams that are out there. How good are they? Who are they? Oh, there's another school that I know. There's my friend in that boat. No, go back and focus.
That's right.
It's always getting that focus so that when the horn sounds, you are ready. As you said, it's those first strokes that you're going to do that's going to get that boat up and going. A good start can mean a good finish. Poor start, and you're doing catch-up.
Yep.
But you know what? I've been in a boat that we had a really poor start. We just weren't focused. But the drummer got us focused again, and we had one of the best races we've ever had. So it's not over at the finish line. It's working together over the whole distance.
Yep. And exactly, Stuart, like you said, and one of the interesting parts of that is you said the focus, and that's a really good thing for any individual, right? Just to kind of put it all in the boat and say, yeah, I know I have friends here, but I've got to support the team here. I got to be focused. I got to make sure that I'm doing what our team needs at this point in time. So lots of time after the race for beer gardens and fun, and maybe before, depending, right? But focus is absolutely key.
Focus is key. And for our young paddlers, that discipline of that focus, that will take them well beyond dragon boating into their academics, into their life when they get into working life. Team sports are so important for young people. I cannot encourage them enough. Come on out, try it. You will love it.
Yes.
I think we're getting ready for mixed Rec EF semifinal race 51.
You're correct.
In lane 1, we've got Dragons in Sight. In lane 2, Circle Back. Lane 3, Nothing Dragon Masters Red. Lane 4, Dragon Max. Lane 5, Fire Dragons. Lane 6, Stantec Splash. And Lane 7, you gotta love these folks, Butts in a Boat. We've got teams that are recreational teams that are just from the community. We've got teams that are corporately sponsored. We've got teams of seniors and teens of juniors. This is a sport for everyone. It just amazes me. And I just want to thank those corporately or company-sponsored teams for putting the time into their employees and giving them time to get out there and do that. What a team building experience it is.
Absolutely right. Team building is key. As you said, it's a skill that can take you through life for sure. So what do we have happening here? It looks like lane number 4 right now, the Dragon Max, got off to a great start coming out of their 6:16, or at least they're starting. And again, here's a nice view from over, just off to our right on the right side of our screen. And who do we have out there? It looks like that's the butts in the boat that we see right there. So absolutely, they're butts in the boat. There's no doubt about that. And over here in lane number 4, and who's in lane number 4? It's the Dragon Max. Again, they had a good start, but they're being severely challenged there by the Fire Dragons over there in lane 5. This looks like a dragon nose to dragon nose battle right now for first place. It looks awesome.
This is again, it's the semifinals are really well weighted. You've got teams that are pretty evenly matched going into the finals. But here we go. Look at this race. This is beautiful. And look at the paddling. Look at the paddling, all those folks paddling together. It's not an easy thing to do, 20 people paddling together.
It does take skill and takes practice and perseverance and technique from the coaches. It's an all-round sport, but anybody can do it. That's the beauty of it, as you say. Well, I don't know. This is going to be absolutely spectacular here. It is that lane 4 and 5. I don't know. Dragon Max and the Fire Dragons. When you're that close together, you've been right beside them. What goes through your mind?
Oh, again, it's that focus. Look ahead. Look what your paddle is doing. Look what the drummer is doing, and especially look what your lead strokes are doing. This is an amazing race. 4 and 5, so even. 6 and 7 coming up.
Yep.
Amazing race.
Well, it's all going to be about the finish here now. Who called? I saw lane number 5, the Fire Dragons, looking over their drummer, and lane number 4 is holding off the challenge right now. Dragon Max, look at the increased stroke rate. It's a little bit higher in lane 5 than 4, but 4 seems to be keeping it together. Dragon Max, it looks like unofficially, are they going to make it across the finish line first? I tell you, Stuart, it's going to be a close one. It's going to be.
This is a great race.
Could be a photo finish almost. Well,
and here they come.
Yeah.
Did you say it's that laser line that does it? It's because those boys do move. But look at this in
Stantec Splash in 6, and there's lane 3.
Fantastic.
Nothing Dragon Masters Red, and here comes lane number 7. It's the Butts in a Boat, and here comes lane number 1, Dragons in Sight. Wow, that was a spectacular race. And here, I forgot, pardon me, I left out our circle back.
What a great race. What a great finish. All you folks be so proud. I know your hearts are racing right now. Take a couple of deep breaths, maybe a little bit of water, and feel proud of yourselves.
Yeah. Dragon Max and Fire Dragons gave us a heck of a race there. And you can just see everybody yes, exactly that, Stuart. Now you can't talk. You're just trying to, you might have enough energy to pat somebody on the back, but it's going to take you a minute to get that breath back.
Absolutely. But, there's going to be smiles all around down there. Everyone can feel proud of what they've done in that race. Wow. And so going back to, we got the results for the Mixed Rec EF semifinals. In first place, we had lane 5 was Dragon Cult. Wow, a time of 2:24.734. And right beside them was in second place the Columbia College CC Riders with a time of 2:28.938. In third place, there's our Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks, time of 2:29.238. Fourth place, Nothing Dragon Masters Black with a time of 2:29.522. Fifth place, right next to them, Vision Impossible, time of 2:31.908. In sixth place, the Otters at 2:32.658. And in seventh place, our own Conquering Waves with a time of 3:06.175. You may wonder why I read out the times like that. For instance, the first place team here was 2:24.734. That's 2 minutes, 24 seconds, and then we go into the fractions of 734. And those are important sometimes. When we have a photo finish, it's a matter of tenths of seconds.
Correct. This has nothing to do with the fact you may have been a math teacher, maybe. I'm just guessing here, but
well, I did teach math, and it's important to have your decimals in your places.
Absolutely, absolutely. But you're absolutely right. It comes down to milliseconds sometimes.
And again, if you're just joining us, it's a warm one out there today. It's about 23 degrees. There's going to be a high of 29. Please put on a hat if you got one. Put on some sunblock. It's really important. The sun's going to be really hot today. Keep hydrated, lots of water, and don't forget to put on a happy face. Smile at your neighbor. Say hello. This is Vancouver. We are a friendly city.
So I think what makes Criterium Racing really special is that there's always a fun family festival attached to it. So there's going to be food trucks, and you get to really see some of the best racers in North America light up. And I'm super excited to race in front of a home crowd.
We're serving authentic Japanese food, sushi rolls, sushi bowls, and ivory sushi and fried chickens.
Hi, my name is Michael Billy, and my ancestral name is Stawalkin. And at Canoe Cultures, we renovate and build canoes, and we are excited to share and display our culture with you.
All right, here we come back. Coming up next is race 52, the mixed Rec CD semifinals. In lane 1 is Krosna. In lane 2, the Simon Fraser University Shockwave. In lane 3, Super Fun Dragons. In lane 4, UBC Current Arum. Ooh, we've got a university challenge going on here. In lane 5, DH Velocity. In lane 6, Briar Fire. In lane 7, Bad Hearts. And in lane 8, Thunder Strokers. And they're at the start line and they're getting ready to go.
Yeah, they're perfectly lined up. Our very capable starter and one of the runners there. Look at that.
That is a beautiful sight.
Picture perfect.
Wow.
We're all holding. You can see the blades just buried in the water.
And oops. You know, with the tide changing, it's really actually quite hard to hold your boat, but they are off.
This is going to be a very competitive race. Let's see, 6 strokes now, getting into a faster pace. Let's see what's going to happen as they get into that faster pace, Stuart.
And they are paddling together. This is a beautiful sight. But you will notice some of the boats are paddling faster than other, and it's not necessarily just the fastest stroke, it's the deep, powerful stroke that you need. Fast can be good, but you need to dig hard.
That's right. You want to bury those blades at the start of the catch. Absolutely important. So lane 8, the Thunder Strokers there. Well, their timing looking pretty good, but wow, the field is starting to spread out just a little bit, but as expected because of the seating, usually the center lanes, you're 4, 5, and 6. So the UBC Current are in lane number 4, DH Velocity in 5, and the Super Fun Dragons, love that name, over there in lane 3. There they are, the UBC Current Arum, if I pronounce that correctly. And that's, I remember this team. The drummer, she's always holding the one hand on the seat, which is not a bad idea. I do the same thing, so I encourage that. It's especially with the new boats, they have a slightly different seating position for the drummer.
You gotta hand it to the drummers. You know, they are facing backwards. They do not see where they are going. They are encouraging all the time, and they got to keep their balance on there. I've tried drumming. Yep. I admire them very much. Of course, the steers person keeps you on course, keeping you also encouraging the paddlers. Yep. And look at this. This is beautiful. This is heart. This is folks who are just paddling their hearts out.
Absolutely. That's UBC you're looking at in lane 4, the current arm, and DH Velocity in 5. The drummers are checking things out on either side. They have to decide what they're going to do. We're coming up to the 400 meter. Are they going to call an early finish? Are they going to stick to their original race plan? It's all going to come down to this. Is going to be a hotly contested race.
This is very hotly contested race.
Look at the drummers leaning in there, giving their calls. That's what you like to see too, is the moving with the catch. It actually helps with the timing. And here comes lane 3 out of nowhere, the Super Fun Dragons. Oh, this is going to be a heck of a finish here. This is going to be one of the most exciting races to date.
This is amazing.
I mean, well, wow.
Lane 3.
I cannot believe that. Super Fun Dragon has put a heck of a finish. So 3, 4, 5. It looks like 3, 4, 5. So it's Super Fun Dragons, UBC Current Arm, DH Velocity. Wow, they're all coming in so fast. We're just going to have to run and wait for that. The actual
Absolutely.
final
And this is where those tenths of seconds, I think, are going to matter. It really does count. It's amazing that you can be leading the whole race and then someone from behind just comes up and nips it.
Yep.
It's just amazing. That's heart.
Yeah.
That's paddling. That's digging deep well within you for that extra surge at the end.
Yeah, there's a lot of technique on them. As you get more involved, and you can learn a lot more about the technique and the technicalities. How much difference putting your blade in the water, like, and showing too much of it above the water versus actually bearing it. It does make a difference. And yeah, just a spectacular finish. And I'm not sure what starts Patrick's been using, but maybe a traditional 616 in your experience.
Generally, that's what we do.
Okay.
So, other teams I've been on, they've had a different one. Yep. It depends on your coaching style, and it also depends, I think, on the fitness and the experience of the paddlers. It must be amazing out there. We've got 18 brand new boats out there. They are so beautiful.
Yes.
Their local artists have painted them. And puts everybody in the same boat. It's all even out there. I just want to do a little shout out here. All of our sponsors are incredible, but our lead sponsor, Concord Pacific, has stood with dragon boating for so long, and they are such a terrific corporate partner for this festival. Thank you very much, Concord Pacific.
I echo that, absolutely. Actually, I've been privileged, and I definitely use that word privileged, to be able to coach a few of their teams over the years. So, always a fun group, focused but fun, and they love the water, love dragon boats, so they've been a great supporter, absolutely. I hear some results, Stuart.
All right, here we are, have the race results from race 51, the mixed Rec EF semifinals. In first place, yes, it was Dragon Max at 2:23.311. In second place, the Fire Dragons at 2:24.763. In third place, Stantec Splash at 2:29.818. In fourth place, the Nothing Dragon Masters Red at 2:30.719. In fifth place, Butts in a Boat at 2:35.740. Sixth place, Dragons in Sight, 2:40.011. And in seventh place, Circle Back at 2:44.933. So if you look, the difference between first place and seventh place is 20 seconds. That is amazing. Those are people paddling.
Yeah, they're paddling hard for sure. Paddle hard, party harder, maybe? I'm not sure. Some teams have that motto. But right now they're focused on paddling hard.
Right. I just want another little shout out here to our Falls Creek Ferry folks. Both companies who come in here, they're very respectful during the races. They're very respectful during our practices. This is not something you just do on a weekend in June. You've been practicing since some of these folks were out there on January 1st, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And people have been paddling, once or twice a week since March, and so you get to know who's out there on the water. And our Falls Creek Ferry folks, whether it's the Aquabus or the Falls Creek Ferries themselves, they are very respectful, and we thank them for that.
Yeah, they always have very, very friendly but very skillful captains on those boats. Absolutely.
Look at that beautiful view we've got on the screen right now. There is paddling.
That looks like Dragon Hybrids, if I'm not mistaken. But there again is one of the 9 boats that we're were painted, and boy, they make for a beautiful sight, right? Everyone's unique in that regard.
Absolutely. And as a paddler, I really love the idea that we've got some new boats out there.
Yes.
You know, boats don't last forever.
Correct.
And having 18 all at once, that's a heck of an investment.
Yep.
Thank you very much to our sponsors for that investment. Government of British Columbia, Concord Pacific, and the other ones. To have 18 boats that are all equal. Everyone out there gets to paddle the same kind of boat.
Yep.
That is so important.
Yep, absolutely important to all the racers. Equality, if is maybe the right word for it, but we know that everything is well maintained, everything is equal, everything is fair, and that putting that out of your mind as a team manager, coach, or paddlers, I mean, it makes a big difference.
And I got to tell you, being out there on the water as I was this year after having been off for a while because of COVID, what a feeling it is. And I'll tell you, something that I had never understood before. They talk about it on the television and whatnot, but when you get out there and you haven't paddled for 2 years, there is something called muscle memory.
That's true.
I got in the boat and immediately I could do it again.
Yep.
Wasn't as strong as I was, wasn't as skillful, but my body knew what to do. This is what happens. This is why you need to paddle more than once and maybe more than one season in order to really understand what it's like out there.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's absolutely a great sport. There's, as you say, there's so many technicalities. You have to think about your equipment. But again, that's the beauty of the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival here. There's the racing, there's the culture, there's the food, the sights, the sounds. The Racers Village is a huge draw for all the teams. I mean, you go out there, you're going to find 120 tents, 120 teams in the Racers Village and elsewhere throughout the site too. I know Concord Waves this year is over on the opposite side, but that's great. They got a nice shady spot and keeps everyone together too, which is important.
Which is important. It's just amazing. And you know, how many different teams come here? I'm not sure if we have any American teams this year, but we used to have teams from California, Arizona, all over the place. We even had teams from New York. Of course, it looks like we have teams from Ontario and Alberta here today. This is amazing. Yeah. People love dragon boating. Yep. And of course, some teams go to Hong Kong.
Oh yes, yeah, been there, done that. Yep, in a nice way. But again, you know, it's considered, and not in a disrespectful way, the mecca of dragon boat racing is Hong Kong. But I mean, there's so many events around the world, all over North America, all over Canada, even multiple in BC. It's a spectacular sport. But again, Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is always considered in the top 3. In my opinion, it's #1 in the world. And I could bring you friends from other countries that I've paddled with or against that would say the same thing.
Absolutely. And of course, one of our sponsors is the Hong Kong Economic Development Office, and we thank them very much. Here we are. We've got the lineup for Race 53, the Mixed Rec CD semifinal. In Lane 1, we have Eternal Dinosaur. In Lane 2, TCC Dragoneers. In Lane 3, Orca. Lane 4, Paddle Rangers. Lane 5, Max Storm. Lane 6, Club Sake Mixed. Lane 7, Dragon Hybrids. I know lots of folks on that one. And in Lane 8, Britannia CC. That's Community Center. Have a nice day. Thank you, Britannia. And they're lining up at the start.
They're already under starters orders, you're right. And so we have a full 8 boats in this particular race, which is going to be spectacular. I'm expecting something similar to our last race. Guess we're going to find out soon enough.
You often see at the start line sometimes the boats start to swing one way or another, and they get a little close to each other. That's because of the tides and the current. Yes. It's not an easy thing to get your boat lined up and in the proper lane. This is all skills that you have to develop. A good steers person. Oh, and it looks like they're off. Here they go.
Yeah, and it looked like initially the first jump I saw was actually from the TCC Dragoneers over there in lane 2. Interesting. And over there on the outside lane, over there in lane 8, the Britannia CC. Have a nice day. Gotta love those guys. They are also looking strong. But again, things are starting to filter out a little bit. It looks like lane number 4, the Paddle Rangers, are doing their best and moving forward and maybe taking a little bit of an edge here. But again, nothing really is decided until after they jump into their actual race rhythm, if you want to call it that. The initial 6:16, ready and reach, and race pace. And we are having a little challenge here. It looks like lane 4 is having some steering problems. Paddle Rangers, as long as they're staying in the lane, the on-water umpire's asking them to steer a little bit straighter, which is fine. they can go beside each other if they really want to, as long as they stay in their lanes. There used to be something called the wake riding, but hey, that's a different kettle of fish. But these are experienced, accomplished teams, so it could be part of their strategy to do so, right? Someone's getting close to you, try to ride off their wake. So Paddle Rangers in 4 and Max Storm in 5. Go ahead.
And when you're right beside each other, that's when the focus really comes. You can't be looking at the other boat. You can't be looking at their stroke. You've got to focus on what you're doing, what's happening in your boat. You've got to be looking at your lead strokes, and you've got to be listening to your drummer.
Absolutely. You don't want your eyes to go outside of that boat. Even for a fraction, it could mess up your stroke, which messes up somebody else that might have to be cueing off you. So you're absolutely right. Focus. Timing is everything, which means you got to stay focused. So this is going to be a spectacular finish here. Look how fast they're moving up. They're almost at the 400-meter mark, and it's a real battle now. Max Storm in 4, and lane 5 is the opposite. Lane 5, Max Storm, and Paddle Rangers in 4. And you see how the steersman was just embracing herself there, and she's probably trying to keep her oar as high up as she can without burying it too deep. She wants every edge, because this is going to go down to the dragon whisker.
Wow, this is amazing. And the focus on the face of those paddlers. I don't know if you folks out there can see that. We can see it in here, but oh my gosh, they are focused and they are paddling their hearts out.
Yeah, look at those internal dinosaurs in 1.
It's going to be
whoa, it could be 4-5. It's hard to say. Paddle Rangers followed by Max Storm. Here comes lane number 2, the TCC Dragoneers. Well, and everybody else is in a big pack. Wow. There goes the Orca. I saw the Dragon Hybrids. Here comes the Britannia CC. Have a nice day. And the Eternal Dinosaur out there in 1. Maybe that sounds like a team that I should be on. I don't know. The Eternal Dinosaur, maybe. I don't know.
That was a fantastic race. It just goes to show how closely aligned all of these teams are in their skill and their strength. These are wonderful heats. This is a great semifinal.
And as you mentioned earlier, the drummer, the steers person, again, you have to be certified to be, not certified that way, but certified to be a proper steers person for safety reasons, right? It's crucial.
Well, sometimes I wonder if you have to be certified the other way to be
yes,
a
you have to be a special
job.
Yeah, you have to be a special type to do the steering for sure. But it's all crucial.
Look at these beautiful boats. We got the dragon heads and the dragon tails on them. These beautiful new boats, gorgeous painted. Folks, I bet are just loving them out there.
Yeah, and it does make you know when you're going into some nice equipment, right? Don't want to bring up stories from the past, but I will because I'm old. But I do recall, actually, better let you do the results first.
Okay, here we go from race 52, the mixed rec CD semifinal. In first place, in lane 3, now that's interesting. In first place, the Super Fun Dragons at a time. Look at that. 2:18.314. And in second place, the UBC Current Arum, 2:18.798. 0.4 of a second. That's amazing. In third place, DH Velocity, 2:19.715. Fourth place was SFU Shockwave with 2:21.901. In fifth place, Bad Hearts. They're not so bad these days. At 2:22.585. In sixth place, Thunderstrokers, 2:23.319. And in seventh place at 2:24.403 was Krosna. Look at the times. That is 5 seconds, 6 seconds between the first and seventh place. Yeah. This is amazing. Just amazing.
Exactly, and it proves that the seating works. It's just proof as we move along that everything is done accordingly and correctly. And just as an addition here, I was going to say it used to be the Bay Area Dragons from San Francisco. So we definitely have some out-of-town teams.
Fantastic. Yeah, San Francisco, welcome to our American friends coming across the border. Always nice to have teams from out of town.
Yeah, that's right. And we also had from some other teams from San Francisco, I noticed, from UCLA. So, we've
always a good team from UCLA.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Amazing. And now we've got a live shot out here of the marketplace and folks wandering around. Stop into our folks who are selling things, have a look to see what they have, buy something to eat for your lunch, and don't forget to check out all the entertainment and the main stage.
Yeah, I think the first show today on the main stage, the peak main stage, is at 11:30 a.m. And on there, almost in the center on the bottom right, the 2 large tents. Those are our 2 of our cultural displays, the Chinese Cultural Pavilion and the Indigenous Cultural Pavilion. So again, lots to see, lots to do. You can see the peak main stage up there in your left-hand corner.
Yesterday
yeah.
I went and watched an Indigenous carver.
Oh, very nice.
Boy, that was beautiful. Hard work, very great skill, lovely to see. Lots of things there. We've got some T-shirts. We've got some jewelry. Lots of great stuff in our marketplace. And look at that beautiful view of Science World, the market, and Falls Creek.
Yeah, beautiful. I saw the BC Lion tent. I have to throw this in. I went to the game last night.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Entertainment value was
I am
very
so
high.
envious of you. I've been watching on Facebook
Yes.
and Instagram some of the amazing plays.
Yes.
Our quarterback broke a record
That's
for
right.
a Canadian quarterback.
Yep.
Wow. And it's only the second game.
Exactly. So we're all very proud, and hopefully we keep it up. But yeah, so it's kind of cool to see the BC Lions having a tent at the Dragon Boat Festival this year too. So yeah, and here again a great shot of our Dragon Zone, those beautiful docks and slips. Everything again, volunteers. We can't do anything without the volunteers too. We always have to say thank you to the volunteers.
Absolutely, and there are lots of volunteers out
Yes.
there, not just on the dock, but around.
Yes.
Helping with the teams getting to the
Yep.
dock in time.
Yep.
It's actually quite a little walk from
yes.
from the paddlers' village over to the dock, and you've got to be on time, and you got to get your paddles if you don't have one, and your life vest if you don't have those as well. Here we go. This
Oh, boy.
is race 53.
Wow.
Mixed Rec CD semifinal. Oh my gosh. Look at these results. In first place, the Paddle Rangers at 2:15.050. In second place, Max Storm at 2:15.233. That is amazing. TCC Dragoneers in third place at 2:18.720. Fourth place, Eternal Dinosaur with 2:19.988. Fifth place, Club Sake Mixed, 2:20.038. In sixth place, Orca at 2:23.55. In seventh place, Dragon Hybrids at 2:22.123. And in eighth place, our Britannia CC Have a Nice Day, 2:23.348. Those are all excellent times. Do notice that in some races the times are a little bit faster, it seems, and in other races, and that's the water.
Yep.
Sometimes the water can be faster or slower.
Yep.
It's a strange thing to say, but the water does.
You're right.
Make a
We
difference.
refer to it as the Falls Creek bathtub. Right? We're tidally affected. It's tidal, it's salt water, right? So we are affected by the tides, but again, the seeding is what keeps everything fair and even. So it is a little unusual, though, as you probably pointed out there, is that lane 3, for example, coming in, but again, it's just the way that the races have been going. It could be they've got, they switched up some of their paddlers, some technique change, something that the coaches have done. But generally speaking, and as we're progressing here, you're going to see the teams are going to be more and more even. As a matter of fact, yesterday it was really surprising. We had I believe it was a high school team, also must be from the U.S. It was Abraham Lincoln.
Okay.
And that was the team name, so assuming it's a high school team from the U.S. of A. They were over in lane 2, and they won the heat.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So yes, we often will see the faster boats, the ones with the better times in the earlier heats in the middle.
Right.
But you can win from any lane.
Exactly,
And
especially in the semis and the finals.
Absolutely. This is going to be, from what I'm seeing in these semifinals this morning, we're going to see some really
Oh, yeah.
terrific races in the finals this afternoon.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see, some of the open division premier type teams break 2 minutes.
Wouldn't that be amazing to see on such a beautiful day?
Yeah.
Again, it is a really beautiful day, but it is warm out there, folks. If you haven't got a hat, I encourage you to wear it. If you've got sunscreen, please put it on. That sun is just going to beat down on us. Drink some water and put on a happy face. It doesn't get much better than Vancouver on a June sunny day.
That's right. It reminds me, isn't it the CC, I'm trying to think, the Dragon Boat team that you were mentioning, the Have a Nice Day?
Yes,
I think they have
Britannia.
this, don't they have the happy face symbol on
I
their
do
jerseys? I
believe
think they do, yeah.
They're
Exactly.
terrific. They're a community recreation
Right.
team from Britannia Community Center. Wonderful community center there. Britannia, you know, you've got a high school, an elementary school, you've got a public library,
Right.
you've got a swimming pool, you've got a
Everything.
rink there, and lots of programming. Our community centers are wonderful places in Vancouver, and I'm really proud as chair of the park board to promote our community centers. No matter what community you're in, there's a community center for you, and there's something for everybody at them. And it's a partnership between our community center,
Yes.
volunteers, and the park board that keeps the programming running. You know, volunteers make everything happen, and volunteers make it happen here
Yep.
at the dragon boat races, Concord Pacific dragon boat races, and it's volunteers in our community. These are the unsung heroes. They're just doing it because it's the right thing to do, and they enjoy it.
Yes, exactly. It's a win-win, right? So here actually, when race 54, I'll get you to call in a second, but notice San Diego and San Francisco at BAD.
There
Bay
we
Area
are,
Dragons,
race
yeah.
54, mixed rec grand, B semifinals. In lane 1, One Twisted Dragon. In lane 2, the Creekside Dragons. Lane 3, the DH Swordfish. Lane 4, our friends from San Francisco Bay Area Dragons. In lane 5, UBC Current Gold. Lane 6, Dragon Heartbreakers. I love that. Lane 7, San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2. And in lane 8, the RGL United Built by Bird.
Right on.
And they're ready at the start.
We're going to see another spectacular race here, without a doubt. You had mentioned a little earlier, too, about our laser finishes. I do remember the days, going back quite a few days, where we borrowed air stairs. I'm not sure if you know what those are. The airport used to have to walk out of the aircraft, and they'd have a pickup truck with a set of stairs.
Yes,
The
indeed.
first few years, it was volunteers were sitting on each of the stairs. They had to stop a timing watch, and they would stop it when the boat crossed the finish line. So we've come a long ways.
We certainly have. I've been at the start line, and I've done the air horn.
Awesome.
Now I'm doing race calling with you. This is such a terrific thing. I got to thank you. You've been doing this for a while. Yeah. You are the voice of these races. Every year, it's a familiar voice to hear. I know it's something everybody likes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. And I'm glad to have you as a co-host. You're awesome.
Thank you very much. Missed my calling. I did radio back in Montreal when I was a university student, and I've missed it a lot. It's a lot of fun.
There you go. I could see that in your voice. Absolutely.
So here we go. They are getting lined up. It looks like there's some tidal activity out there, and so people having to get themselves in a line. It's often interesting when you are lining up at the start, and when suddenly the race officials will tell you got to paddle back.
Oh yeah, that's right. And again, you want to follow the direction of the on-water umpires, and especially the starter, because you can be DQ'd faster than you can, blink a dragon's eye.
Absolutely. And there we saw one of the little ferries coming through. We got to wait for them. We got to be respectful. This is a transportation corridor, False Creek.
Absolutely.
So you were talking about dragon boating starting here in Vancouver with Expo 86,
yes,
which was a world exposition focused on transportation.
That's right. And how fitting, dragon boats and dragon boats.
Yeah. I've dragon boat here on False Creek. I've also done it on the Fraser River. It's a little bit different on the Fraser River.
Were you in Richmond at the time, or were you out at Fort Langley? Richmond?
Well, I've also done it at Fort Langley.
Yeah,
but the one I was talking about, you're quite right, was out at Richmond.
Okay.
It's very tidal on there and heavy water.
Yes.
Fort Langley, it's a beautiful paddle.
Yeah.
It's a lovely place to be.
Placid in some cases,
yes,
right? Very
nice.
nice.
We thank our paddlers for coming in. I paddled with the Pirates from out there, out at Harrison.
Oh, at Harrison Lake.
Lake paddling, it's a different one as well.
Absolutely.
I've paddled at Harrison. I've also paddled up in Vernon.
Very nice.
Lots of fun. Oh, here we go.
We're underway. Wow. Let's see here. I'm just mentally counting at least 16 or 20 before I get too excited here. So give these teams a chance to get into their race rhythm here. That boat up and planing. So what do you see early on in this one?
I see lane 8.
Yeah, I agree.
They are really paddling hard.
Yep.
Good for them.
Yep. That's the RGL United, built by Bird.
There we go. I'm expecting to see UBC in 5 and San Francisco in lane 4 start to pull away, but one never knows what's going to happen here. This is one even race.
Oh, this is going to be awesome. Absolutely awesome. I'm looking over there in lane 1 on the far right, the One Twisted Dragon. They look like they're behind, but I don't think anybody's out of this race right now. No. In fact, it looks like, to me, it looks like it's the Dragon Hearts Breaker in lane 6 that are holding a very early lead as they break out of the first 100. They're up to 150. This is going to be a very, very tightly packed race. No doubt about that, Stuart. I tell you, Dragon Hearts Breaker, they're looking pretty strong right now.
And this looks like some really, really fit paddlers. Yeah. They are paddling together. They are paddling hard. They are giving it all they've got.
You can see the techniques here. You can watch for our A shape here. That's lane number 6. We have a quick shot of them, the Dragon Hearts Breaker. But again, pulling out there. I don't know. It's just so hard to see right now what's happening in those boats. I mean, you can see from the aerial shot, the timing looks perfect on just about all of these teams, and that takes some doing, right? And look at the drummer. She's leaning. It looks like she's leaning in and just calling, encouraging, bringing every last ounce of driving that blade down at the start of the catch.
They are so focused. They are working on their boat. They're not worrying about any other boat. Yep. Here they come.
Well, I would say right now it's the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2 that looks like they're going to make it. Whoa, this is going to be incredible finish. Absolutely incredible finish here. Oh, look at lane number 3 all of a sudden. Look at their finish. DH Swordfish.
They saved some from behind.
It is so close. It could have been unofficially lane 3 that pulled it off. What a finish. I mean, those rates were increasing so rapidly, but the boats were so in sync. The timing was absolutely perfect. And my catchphrase is timing is everything. Of course, technique, but timing is everything. And you say that when you're out there coaching, when we're catching, and you just say it in the rhythm, and it's like, wow. It's like being on a rocket ship. I'm sure. Yeah, it is.
You know, that in those initial first pulls, in our practices, we do the pull, and you do it so hard that you actually can fall out of your seat.
Yep, absolutely.
It's amazing when you get that kind of strength together. Yep. Congratulations. That was an amazing semifinal.
No, that was one of the best races of the day again. I got to keep saying that because they're getting better and better.
But everyone's a great paddler out there. You got to have heart. You got to have commitment. You got to love your teammates. Congratulations to all the paddlers out there today.
I thought at first the San Francisco Bay Area Dragons might hold off the charge, but again, it makes a huge difference, that finish, even if you can maintain a slightly higher stroke rate. But again, it's all about reach and catch. Reach and catch.
Yeah. Absolutely. When you're fishing, it's catch and release. Yeah. When you're paddling, it's reach and catch.
I like that. Yeah, exactly. And drive that blade down. It's funny. Dragon boating really has a language of its own in coaching, and you can talk to all the various coaches. They might have a slightly different version, but I mean, the technique is the technique. You had mentioned earlier too, Stuart, 6/16 is a pretty standard starting sequence. Some people do, 2 half, 3/4, and then to the full strokes, etc. But 6/16, the term, it's interesting. When they started the dragon boat racing down at the False Creek Community Center, there's the False Creek Racing Canoe Club. And there's a number of those members were experimenting with, I can think of a few names, I won't throw them out there, but one Olympian from Canada, from up Pemberton Way, he was there, and a couple other people related to the national kayaking team from Ottawa were out here, and they practiced all kinds of different starts. And that's where they came up with, in their opinion, the best one for our waters was 6/16. It works just about everywhere, of course, but it was interesting because they started manufacturing. One fellow involved in dragon boats started manufacturing. He took a mold of the teak boats, called it 6/16.
And we've got some results for you from the Mixed Rec Grand B semifinal. That was race 54. In first place, we had the DH Swordfish at 2:08.604. Amazing. San Francisco Bay Area Dragons, 2:08.938. That's 0.3 of a second difference. That's amazing. In third place were the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2 at 2:08.988. What a race. Fourth place was Dragonheart's Breaker at 2:09.055. Fifth place was the UBC Current Gold, 2:09.438. In sixth place, the Creekside Dragons, 2:09.689. In seventh place, RGL United, built by Bird, 2:13.075. And in eighth place was One Twisted Dragon at 2:13.359. What we're seeing is the water is getting faster out there, I think.
Very impressive with all these times. These teams, these are more of the mixed premier teams now based on the seeding. So, yeah, we're going to see a little bit more of this as the day goes on for certain.
You know, when I was coaching my youth team, we had a team that came down every year from Pemberton, and they were amazing. And what I learned was paddling on fresh water is different than paddling on salt water. It's what I would call a heavier water. You've got to really build up your strength to do that. So when they came down here and paddled in the salt water, I guess it just seemed like a little bit easier. I don't want to take anything away from their skill. They were incredible dragon boaters, incredible paddlers.
Yeah, their coach was, he's actually Dr. Hugh Fisher. Everyone knows him just as Hugh. He's a humble guy, but he did amazing work with those teams from Pemberton.
And it wasn't just that they paddled well, they were great kids. They were really respectful, honorable, and that's what teamwork does. You learn to work together, you learn to respect your teammates, you learn to respect the other teams. These are great skills for going on in life. I know I'm talking like a teacher, but
not
that
at all,
was what
not
I
at
did
all.
for 30 years.
Awesome. So if you care to, and if you leave lane 8 for me, I always like to do my special thing.
All right, so it's
just for that.
Mixed Rec Grand Final B semifinal race 55. In lane 1, the WPC Premier Burn. In lane 2, SD Zoo. In lane 3, DH Zero. In lane 4, Wham, that's WAM Power. In lane 5, University of California Irvine Elements. In lane 6, Wham Fire. In lane 7, the FLCC Fortified.
I'm from Fort Langley. And in lane number 8, the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons. Team that's close to my heart.
There you go. I think we have a little bias there, maybe.
I try not to show it.
But this is terrific, where you've got in one race two teams from the same organization. We got the Wham Power and the Wham Fire. And I love that we've got the University of California Irvine Elements in this. It's wonderful to see dragon boat teams come from all over, because they know the camaraderie that's going to be here. They know the fun that's going to be here, and they know the competition is going to be here in Vancouver.
All of those factors. Absolutely right, Stuart. And FLCC, that's your Fort Langley Canoe Club.
Oh, there we go. Fortified, absolutely.
Oh, they're underway. Holy smokes, we have a full slate here for sure. So just jump in anytime and add some color. This is awesome.
This is amazing. Again, a really even dragon boat paddling here. It doesn't matter whether you're in the first, the fourth, or the eighth lane. You are paddling your heart out and you're going guns.
Absolutely. And right now, actually, on the first initial strokes, it looked like it is indeed lanes 5 and then lanes 7 and 8, they're all looking great. So lane 5, of course, is the UC Irvine Elements.
There you go. They didn't come here to paddle slow. They came here to paddle hard.
That's right. And lane 7 from Fort Langley, the Fortified, they're looking very strong too.
This is one even race here. Boy, oh boy, these guys are evenly matched.
Oh boy. And there on the outside there is, of course, the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons. But right now, I'm still thinking the early lead is with lane number 5, UC Irvine Elements. But hey, don't count out Fortified. They're right in the thick of this too.
And what beautiful paddling we are seeing. They are digging deep. They are paddling hard. We tell that little joke, paddle hard. Well, that's what you're doing. Every stroke, you are putting 100% into it. It's not an easy thing to do for over 2 minutes on a course, is to put that much power, that much concentration, that much energy. But boy, look at these folks
Yeah,
go.
exactly. And Wham Power has just turned on the power. The steersman corrected a little bit, but they're right up there with UC Irvine and Wham Fire. We're going to have a heck of a race here.
And look at that, 6, 7, and 8 all seem to be really close.
Fast too. We're coming up to the 400 meter mark, and look at the technique. Look at the A shape. This is beautiful, perfect paddling, hardly any wake. They are burying the blade. They are pulling water with every stroke, and this is going to be fast. Who is it going to be? It's hard to say. It looks like Wham Power might have even pulled out in front a little bit. It's hard to tell from our angle, but I'm guessing right now it is lane number 4 unofficially. Let's see what happens.
Let's go. They are paddling hard.
4, 5, 6. So it is 4, 5, 6. Wham Power, UC Irvine, and lane 6 Wham Fire. Here comes lane 3, which is DH0 SD Zoo in lane 2. And lane 1, the WPC Premier Byrne, and of course my good friends from the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons have crossed the finish line, and FLCC also. So what a finish. Again, spectacular racing. Look at these guys. Look at them getting the encouragement from their drummers. There's no energy left in those boats. They dumped
nothing. They've done everything they can. They are expended. Wow, what a great... I think we're going to see some really good times here as well. It's so beautiful to see them out there on the water paddling so hard. Here's some folks paddling backwards to get themselves ready to come back to the dock. They are spent. They are tired. And they've put everything they have into this.
But you can see, even when they're tired, the technique, the timing.
Absolutely.
The timing is there. Like on the boat on our left here, you can see the timing is there. And here, let her run or let her rest. I'm not sure which command you used, but paddles up on the gunnel.
Yes, let it rest. Let her rest. We all looked forward to
yes,
that one.
That's
a race.
One of our favorites.
So even when you're going out to the start line or coming back into dock after the finish, it's so important to be listening to your steers and especially your drummer. They're the ones who are in control of the boat. You're paddling. You are the engine.
Exactly.
You're doing the power. You've got to give your credit to your drummer and your steers person for getting you where you need to go.
Absolutely.
So beautiful. What a beautiful day out there. And what a beautiful city, Vancouver's. We are so fortunate to be able to live, work, and play on the unceded lands of the Coast Salish people, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. We are so lucky, so fortunate that they have stewarded this land from time immemorial. And we are very grateful.
Absolutely.
And there's some beautiful views of BC Place, the Park Hotel, beautiful downtown Vancouver with the mountains in the background. You can see the lions there. Boy, oh boy, this is a beautiful city. So it's 10 past 11 in the morning here in beautiful Vancouver. If you're thinking about some lunch, you might want to head over to where the food trucks are and check out all of the great tasty morsels they've got there. And while you're there, you might want to check out the marketplace, see the artists in residence who are carving or making things for us. There's some beautiful jewelry. Check out the marketplace. Check out the cultural features, and at 11:30, of course, we've got live entertainment at the center stage. I'm just looking here across the way at Creekside to the docks and the last race pulling in. Boy, oh boy, they're going to be happy to get out of the boats. They're going to be very proud of themselves, get back on land. But you know what? They're going to be excited for the finals in the afternoon. This is what we live for when we practice so hard all spring. We live for this race. People from all over the world come here from North America. We've had paddlers from overseas as well in some years. All these paddlers are really excited after COVID, after having not been able to paddle for a while. They're all really happy to be out here racing today. Wow, isn't it beautiful? A beautiful, beautiful day. It's very warm out there. I think we're up to 24 degrees. We're going to have a high of 29. So please wear a hat, put on some sunscreen. Very important for you. Drink lots of water and put on a happy face. Say hi to the person you're passing. Welcome to Vancouver. Isn't it a great day? My name is Stuart McKinnon. It's my honor and pleasure to be the chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, who help make this all happen. Creekside Community Centre is the home of dragon boat racing in Vancouver, and of course the docks down there. Beautiful, beautiful day. Here we go, race 55. Got the results here, the Mixed Rec Grand B semifinal. I'm really excited to read these results. In first place was Wham Power at 2:08.406. In second place, University of California Irvine Elements at 2:09.424. In third place, Wham Fire at 2:10.141. In fourth place, SD Zoo 2:11.943. In fifth place, DH Zero at 2:12.127. In sixth place, our Fort Langley FLCC Fortified at 2:13.545. In seventh place, our Concord Pacific Flying Dragons at 2:16.617. And in eighth place, WPC Premier Burn at 2:17.098. These are all excellent times. Everybody can be proud. I bet everyone's tired. Well, we're getting ready for more racing here down in Falls Creek. This is the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. You can go to concordlive.ca for more information. And we are live reporting. Here we go. Look at this. This is beautiful. And hey, I'm now joined by my fellow park commissioner, John Cooper. John, how are things?
Fantastic. What a beautiful morning it is, and great to see those paddlers out there on the water today, and everything great about Vancouver coming together this morning.
Absolutely. And this is your neighborhood, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm lucky enough to see the start off my deck, and I've been watching carefully this morning.
All right, and of course, you get to watch them every day as they're out there practicing their hearts out, getting ready for this kind of a race.
Yeah, I see them in the winter, I see them in the rain, I see them paddling, and I'm always very impressed with the dedication.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think there's only two times when we won't paddle, and that's thunder and lightning. We won't go on the water when that's happening, but otherwise we're out there. I've been out there on New Year's Day. I've been out there on Halloween. It's an amazing time to be a paddler.
Well, kudos to you to be out there on New Year's Day, Stuart. You're a better man than I. That's fantastic.
But John, you and I can both be proud that, you know, that Creekside Community Centre is the home of dragon boating. Creekside, one of the community centres that is in the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation family. And of course, the docks, we're very proud of those new docks.
Yeah, those new docks, I mean, we've all been part of that over the last number of years, and to see those come to fruition and to see the excitement and just it's such a great facility, so well used. It was a while coming, but now that it's here, a much loved iconic spot in Vancouver, and no better place to get yourself onto the water. And I know the dragon boat community is very welcoming, so those folks that out there who perhaps have not paddled yet, there's lots of opportunity to get involved.
And you know, Creekside Community Centre and the docks are just one aspect of Parks and Recreation in Vancouver. We've got something for everybody in Vancouver through our Parks and Rec. We've got skating, we've got swimming. You can just picnic in the park. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think I always say that the Vancouver Park Board delivers the Vancouver lifestyle, and I think that's very true. And it's one of the things that binds us all together in the city, an important institution in the city, and so many great staff members, and also so many great volunteers across our community center network that help us to deliver these great programs across the city. So this event today, though, is a real premier event, and I think it just shows what's possible in Vancouver when we all work together. And so great to be here with Stuart this morning, and I just want to say you're doing a great job. I'm going to get out there and enjoy the festivities and leave you to do the work here, and thanks very much for having me on.
Thank you very much. That's Park Board Commissioner John Cooper at the mic with me. Thank you so much, John. We've been working together for 8 years now. Okay, John, go ahead.
Yes, thanks for having me, and everybody have a great day.
All right, thanks a lot. That was Commissioner John Cooper. All right, we've got some lineups for Race 56. This is the Mixed Competitive Grand Minor Semifinal. In Lane 1, we've got Team LifeScan. In Lane 2, Peaked in High School Premier. In Lane 3, Limit Breaker. In Lane 4, we've got Juice. In Lane 5, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. In Lane 6, the Water Vipers. In Lane 7, UBC Current Blue. And in Lane 8, Peaked in High School. So we've got two teams from the same club, Peaked in High School and Peaked in High School Premier. We've got yet a third, I believe it is, UBC team, Current Blue. This is amazing. They're all great teams. They're all going to paddle their hearts out, and they're all getting up to the start line.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see another spectacular race here. Absolutely, Stuart. Wow. I know you've been talking about some past experience in January. Actually, not quite the same thing, but 1 February paddling out here on Falls Creek, cracked the ice. Had to crack the ice, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I did tell you the truth. I've never done that, and they are off. They are racing now, and look at that start. It is amazing. And that is in Lane 4, that is a tremendously fast start.
Oh, yeah. They jumped. That was Juice in Lane 4. They've done well in the various races already, so looking for big things for them, but this is going to be another tight and hotly contested race. All of these teams know how to paddle with perfect technique. It's a matter of whoever's going to put it all together at the right time to make it into that final. So those top 3 finishers are really looking towards some hardware, so to speak.
Yes. These are the semifinals, so if you're here today, right now, stick around for the afternoon for the finals because you're not going to want to miss those. If you're listening at home, come on down to Falls Creek. You can take the SkyTrain to Science World train station and use public transit. Get down here because, oh my gosh, this is amazing racing. They are paddling their hearts out hard, as the drummer is saying.
Oh, yeah. Lane number 3, the Limit Breakers are challenging Juice for the first position, and the VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. They're from Victoria. They're challenging also. So the battle is still on for who's going to cross the line first, let alone second, third, fourth, and the rest of the field. It is tightly packed out there. We're coming up to the 400-meter mark, and what's going to happen here, we're going to see someone's going to call an early finish. There's going to be some divvying back and forth between these boats to see who's really wanting to cross the line first. They might want to hold back a little bit. Who knows, right?
Oh my gosh! And someone looks like they are getting ahead, but it is tight.
Yep.
It is neck and neck, as you can see that. Oh,
perfect.
That's beautiful.
Wow, beautiful A shape there. Absolutely perfect. That looks like Juice is going to hold off the challenge from Limit Break. So lane 4, unofficially, it looks like Juice is going to cross first, and then lane number 3, Limit Breaker. Lane number 5, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. Lane number 6, the Water Vipers. Lane 1, lane 7 and 8. So awesome. Lane 1 was the Team LifeScan. Lane 7, the UBC Current Blue. And lane 8, Peaked in High School.
That was an amazing race. We saw some really fast boats out there, and boy, was that competitive.
Oh, yes. Yeah, this is definitely your top-end competitive teams that are making it into this division here. And again, we still have one more mixed competitive Grand Minor semifinal. So that's going to be very interesting. Let's see what happened here in this mixed competitive Grand Minor semifinal we're watching here. So 2 semifinals, and then it's hardware time.
There we go. And look at those beautiful new boats. They look so pretty out there. I know the paddlers will be thrilled to be racing in the 18 new boats that we've got. gifted, bought
Yes.
this year and used for the first time yesterday and today at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat
These
races.
are the latest, greatest, technically perfect boats in the world, and we have a whole fleet of 18. It's so impressive, and I love the 9 that have the local artists having painted too. It's just spectacular, and gosh, just another thing that the paddlers don't have to worry about. They have top-notch equipment. This is what draws paddlers from around the world to come here too, is that our equipment, the races are fair, the beauty of Vancouver, everything about it is very, very focused on the paddlers, on the culture. Everybody loves Vancouver and the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
You know, one of the things that's very special for me when I would be racing is that we would have those dragon heads and tails on the boats. We don't use them in practice. They're beautiful and they're fragile. But, you know, when I would get into the boat and I would see that head and tail, I would feel so proud.
Yes.
I would feel so honored that here we are. Here I had, you know, never paddled until I was 50 years old, and there I was in my first, I remember that so well, my first the first dragon boat races in Vancouver. I was with Gung Haggis Fat Joy in those days. We were proud to be out on the water, proud to be paddling as a team, and I was proud to be paddling in a kilt.
That's right. That's right. Oh, the great memories of Gung Haggis Fat Troy. Yeah, great team. Always very spirited, very community-minded. You know, that's the spirit of Dragon Boat. I mean, really, even these high-end competitive teams that you're seeing, okay, when they go to Marshall and stuff, they're totally focused in. But outside of that, after they're off the water and had their debrief, you know, they're buddies with everybody else. It's just the nature of the event.
It is. It's competition on the water. It's friendship off the water.
Yes.
And that's what makes dragon boating what they call it. It's a family.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It's amazing. And, you know, we have, of course you know this, we have had some of, if not the very best dragon boat paddlers in the world come out of Vancouver. We go everywhere in the world, and ooh, they're from Canada.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, harking back, I'm again going backwards here a few years, but in the just after Expo 86, the Falls Creek women's team represented Canada in Hong Kong, and they beat the mainland Chinese team. It was the first time the mainland Chinese team had ever lost. And
absolutely amazing. You know, we have paddling for everybody here. Whether you're a highly competitive team like the Falls Creek women have always been, or your recreational team.
Exactly.
Everything is here for everyone. It's fun, it's fast, it's furious, it's wet, and it's wild. It is dragon boat racing.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing. If you don't like getting wet, it might not be the sport for you. But and even then, it's only going to be your hands, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
I absolutely encourage and echo what you say. Like Dragon Zone, great place. If you even want to go out just to try it, that's where you want to go. Reach out to the Dragon Zone here over at the Creekside Community Center. That's where they're based, and there's always programs available to you. So,
and in Vancouver, there's all sorts of water sports that you can be doing. We've got the OCs, the outriggers. We've got rowing sculls happening. There's just so much here. We're so lucky it's a great privilege to live in Vancouver, to be in the Lower Mainland. It is so beautiful. Oh my gosh, here we go. Race 56, the mixed competitive grand minor semifinals. Here are the times. I am so impressed. In first place was Juice with a time under 2 minutes of 1:57.707. In second place, the Limit Breakers at 1:59.593. In third place, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold at 1:59.659. Oh my God.
3 teams under 2 minutes.
That's
already
amazing. In fourth place, Water Vipers at 2:03.246. In fifth place, in lane 1, Team Lifescan, 2:06.383. In sixth place, UBC Current Blue at 2:06.693. In seventh place, Peaked in High School Premier at 2:07.684. And in eighth place, Peaked in High School at 2:08.435. Look at this. First place, 1:57.707. Second place, 1:59.593. And third place, 1:59.659. That's why those decimal points make a difference. That's 1/10 of a second between second and third place. Absolutely amazing. That is some of the finest dragon boat racing you're going to be seeing. You see it right here in Vancouver at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival here in False Creek.
Let's see if these guys want to do another promo. Mark, do you think you have time for the promo of the sponsors again? Sounds good, thank you. After this race, then do another. Oh, that's awesome. I can tell right away you have a radio voice, so it does make a difference to people that are listening, I think. I'm not saying I have one of those, but no, that's my problem all the time. I always speak super fast, right? I'm trying to negotiate a settlement of some sort, and the guy's
Here we go. We're getting ready for race 57, the mixed competitive Grand Minors semifinals. In lane 1, the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA Dragon Boat. In lane 2, EDBRC Tsunami. In lane 3, the EDBRC Premier. In lane 4, it's the Dragon Zone Fire Truck. In lane 5, San Diego Dragon Boat Team. In lane 6, Starbucks Wave Runners. In lane 7, here we go, Pemberton Bald Eagle. Lane 8, the VIP Gorgon Dragons Black. This is going to be one heck of a race.
I agree with you there, absolutely. And the EDBRC is from Edmonton, actually, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Canoe Club, and I believe they are up there on the North Saskatchewan River.
Fantastic. Thank you for being with us, Edmonton. It's and UCLA and San Diego. This is an amazing, Pemberton, this is amazing. Starbucks, they've been around since I've been paddling. They've always got a team in here. It's one of our corporate teams, and thank you very much for sponsoring your employees, I imagine, to get out in the water.
Yeah, sometimes I have a little bit too much caffeine spirit, though, those guys. I'm not sure why.
I wonder what that is. They are lining up at the start, and they are looking very good at that start line.
We're looking for big things here, and I wonder if you fish are still involved with the Pemberton Bald Eagles. We'll find out.
I don't know. Some of the kids that maybe I saw when I was coaching are now on a adult team, and they've started. Look at that start.
Lane number 4 and 6 right now, just jumping out a little bit. Lane 4, of course, Dragon Zone Fire Truck, and lane 6, Starbucks Wave Runners. That caffeine does help.
There we go. Paddling with heart and caffeine. But this is another really fast race. These folks are paddling their hearts out, as I say. You really have to be on the water at least once to know what it's like out there and know how competitive and how you put everything you've got into these races.
That's right.
It doesn't matter if you're the top competitive or at the recreational level. Everyone is putting their all in. Look at those paddlers.
Yeah, there you go. You can see the reach, the catch, they're breathing, they're rotating, the timing is everything. They're perfect paddling here. And these guys rate, when they went into their race pace, it's a little bit higher rate, but man, are they flying. They are like rocket ships out there. You're right, the Falls Creek bathtub is helping them a bit, but hey, it's going to be a spectacular finish here again. And right now, it still looks like the Dragon Zone Fire Truck in lane number 4, but don't count out the Starbucks Wave Runners in 6. And off to the opposite side is the Dragon Zone Fire Truck. So we still have a battle here for first, second, and third, let alone the rest of it. They're so tightly packed here. You got to get to the water's edge. Cheer on your team. Look at this perfect paddling display here. This is just spectacular. As I say, it's
if you are out there watching, make a little noise. Encourage these folks. Come on, let's cheer them on. They can hear you. They know that you are with them.
Well, it looks like San Diego Dragon Boat team jumped lanes. I'm not sure what the instructions are from the on-water umpire, how they're going to work that off. They might have held the boat. It's hard to say what's going to happen here, but we leave it in the capable hands of our on-water umpires. They will figure this all out. Lane number 4, followed unofficially by 3. And there comes lane number 2 and lane number 6. So it looks like Dragon's own fire truck in lane 3. That was from Edmonton, the premier. So we're going to have to see what all pans out after this. Unfortunately, I don't have direct access to see what's going on, but our folks upstairs will keep us informed, and we'll share with what we find out. So
and stuff happens out there. Nobody goes into a race not wanting to finish, not wanting to stay in their lane, but stuff can happen out there, and we have to just find out afterwards what went wrong. And you know what? But when stuff goes wrong, it's really important. And what they do is they try and get back on track.
Yes.
Don't lose their focus. Get out of the way of the other boats, because you don't want to impact them either. My heart goes out to all the paddlers in that race.
Yes, exactly. We'll see what happens, but the on-water umpires are following the course all the way down, so they would be given direction as soon as something like that happens. Sometimes they ask somebody to yield or not.
Yep. And here we go. Just want to do another shout out to our fantastic sponsors here, our title and festival founding partner, Concord Pacific. We couldn't be here without them. Our major public partners, the Government of Canada and the Government of British Columbia, thank you very much. Our major partners for this wonderful event, Peak Technology, Global BC, and 102.7 The Peak. Our supporting partners, Big Steel Box, Mark Anthony Wine and Spirits, DeLowry, Canada's largest automotive group, Legacy Liquor Stores, Oddball, The Park Vancouver, Red Truck Beer, and Sun Given Foods. Our public partners include the City of Vancouver, the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, the British Columbia Arts Council, Factor, and the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office. We work across Canada. Some of our media partners are 93.7 JR Country, 980 CKNW, AM 1320 CHMB, Daily Hive, the Georgia Strait, Tsingtao Daily. And there we are, back with a beautiful view of False Creek. These are the boats coming back into the dock. What a gorgeous day. Blue sky, sunshine, a little bit of wind. I can see the flags fluttering over there. That's kind of nice for those of you who are standing on the dock. You like a little bit of cool wind, just kind of making a breeze for you. But please understand, it is warm out there and going to get warmer. If you got a hat, please put that on. If you got some sunscreen, really slap that on, especially on the little ones. The sun can burn. And lots of water. Keep yourself hydrated and keep a smile on your face. This is beautiful Vancouver on a June day. We're coming up to Canada Day coming up. Lots of festivities. So look in your newspaper, listen online, on your radio to find out what kind of Canada Day celebrations we're going to be having. Lots of festivals in Vancouver throughout July and August, including the Folk Festival, the Fireworks Festival, lots of things. We've got Symphony at Sunset Beach coming up. That's always one of my favorites. A free symphonic concert for you at Sunset Beach. Lots to do in Vancouver. These are sponsored by our local governments and some of our corporate sponsors. So get out and support all you can. All right, we're getting ready for race 58, Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor C Final. In lane 1, we've got Waves of Hope. In lane 2, Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder. In lane 3, Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning. In lane 4, Dragons of Hope. In lane 5, Women Alike Abreast a River. And in lane 6, Busting with Energy. And they're coming up to the start line. For those of you who might not be on site at the moment, you want to watch this race, a really important race, you can always go to concorddragonboatbc.ca and watch it there. We thank our premier title sponsor, Concord Pacific, for the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. It's a beautiful day out there. I know all the paddlers are enjoying this sun. This afternoon, it's going to be a little warm out on the water. Everybody on the land, please put on your sunscreen. And they're off, and it's a nice start for these racers. 6 boats competing in the C Final. And boy, they are moving. Beautiful paddling together. These are good paddlers. Always lots of fun out in the water. It looks like in lane 2, Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder, and lane 3, Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning are out for a good start. Waves of Hope as well. Nice here, nice paddling. It's good to see. Wow, paddling hard, paddling deep. And this is a fairly even race. Here we go.
All right, looking like another exciting race here.
It looks like the Chemo Savvies are out ahead, but it's anyone's race at this point.
So lanes 2 and 3, we have the Chemo Savvy Pink and the Thunder and the Pink Lightning. So very cool here. And oh wow, you're right. Looking in lanes 1, the Waves of Hope. They're in the thick of this, as well as the Chemo Savvy Pink, the Lightning, the Thunder, and we also have the Women Alike Abreast the River in 5, and the Busting with Energy over there in lane 6. But it is going to be very competitive finish here. Like, we're just coming up to about the halfway mark, about 250-meter mark, and the teams are holding their own. Those teams from left to right, they're doing what? There you can see a good shot of them keeping their technique to the best of their abilities. Digging in. Encouragement again from our drummers. And here they come. Wow, I would say unofficially, I guess right now it looks like lane 2, the Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder, maybe by a dragon nose.
It is just by a dragon nose. Oh my gosh, this is going to be one photo finish, or maybe perhaps a laser finish. This is amazingly competitive. This is good seating.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And we're actually seeing them on the monitor. We're actually seeing them on our window also. So this is going to be absolutely another great, very tight finish here. It does look like maybe it is lane number 1, the Waves of Hope from our angle, the Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder, and then in lane number 4, the Dragons of Hope.
This is so close. Oh my gosh. This is a paddle to the finish.
Oh, ho, ho. This is going to be dragon nose to dragon nose.
This is amazing.
It's going to be a perfect finish. It's going to be lane 1 unofficially, the Waves of Hope. Lane 2, the Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder. And lane 3, the Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning. And they went across the line, the Dragons of Hope in lane 4. Very close. Lane number 5, the Women Alike Abreast the River. Crossing now, keeping their technique and form, looking good. And what do we have here? Lane number 6, Busting with Energy as they cross the finish line. Well raced, ladies.
Wow, that was incredible. That was such a close race. Everybody feels proud. Everybody feels tired, no doubt. This is fantastic. This is just the best of dragon boat racing right here in this one race. Just amazing.
So I think what makes Criterium Racing really special is that there's always a fun family festival attached to it. So there's going to be food trucks, and you get to really see some of the best racers in North America light up. And I'm super excited to race in front of a home crowd.
We're serving authentic Japanese food, sushi rolls, sushi bowls, and Irish sushi and fried chickens.
Hi, my name is Michael Bailey, and my ancestral name is Stawalkin. And at Canoe Cultures, we renovate and build canoes, and we are excited to share and display our culture with you.
And we're back. Race 59, Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivors B final. In lane 2, we've got Chestmates. Lane 3, the West Island Dragons. That sounds like Montreal to me. In lane 4, Dragons Abreast Toronto. In lane 5, Pink Crusaders. And in lane 6, East-West 2 abreast. We welcome all the paddlers from across Canada for these fantastic races. This is Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor B final. Going to be another competitive race. Everybody's a winner in this one. Everybody's a winner today at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. So there we go. The Chestmates are from Kingston, as I hear. The West Island Dragons from Point Claire. Dragons Abreast from Toronto. The Pink Crusaders are from Toronto, and East-West 2 abreast are from Eastern Canada and Western Canada. This is Peterborough and Victoria? And Nanaimo. Peterborough and Nanaimo. Wow, this is amazing. And that just goes to show you the kind of camaraderie and teamwork that goes into this. You can get paddlers from right across the country, put them in a boat, and they will paddle together. Fantastic. Here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. This is Race 59, Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor for the B final, and they're getting ready to line up at the start as we watch. Beautiful day today. Don't forget, it's very sunny and very warm out there, so you need a hat and you need some sunscreen. You don't want to get a sunburn today. Don't forget to stay hydrated with some water. And of course, welcome your neighbor, welcome the person next to you, say hello, flash them a smile. Everybody's a winner in Vancouver on a day like today. It is beautiful. You know, I don't recall, I'm sure there may have been one or two, but I don't recall ever having to do the Concord Pacific in the rain. It's always been a beautiful day for racing.
Okay, I'm not going to respond to that one, but I'll go with it. I love that thought.
I have paddled in the rain, that's for sure, but I don't remember a Concord. But you know what? I'm getting on in my years, and maybe I just don't remember. I choose just to remember the best.
That's fair, and that's a good thing for sure. Because I can tell you some stories about floating things because of drains that got plugged and stuff. But that's in the past. That's all in the past. And a lot of people consider a little bit of rain good luck, so nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely, and and it cools you down too. I've never mind paddling in the rain. Paddling in the wind's a little bit different. That can literally blow you off course.
Absolutely, and it does, and it has, absolutely. Yeah, especially off the point. If you ever steer, you have to be really careful when you come around the old BC Pavilion, because a wind gust there can it's just like an instant blast. And a lot of the steersperson here, of course, are very experienced with it when it does happen. But you can see it happen occasionally with a visiting team that's new, and if they're in one of the North Shore side lanes, it can catch them by surprise.
Well, they're getting lined up at the starting line. They're going to begin the race at any moment, and there they go. They are off, and yes, what beautiful paddling we see out there. Look at all the pink. Love that, my favorite color. I just love to see them.
No, it's a good start to this race. It looks like right now, even though they're only in their opening strokes, it's out there. It's lane number 6, the east-west, 2 abreast. Half from Nanaimo, half from Peterborough, if I remember correctly. Looking good. So I love the name, I love the team, I love both cities too. So right next to them in lane 5 is the Pink Crusaders. They're looking good too. They're centering themselves in their lane, which is excellent. The Dragons abreast from Toronto in lane number 4, and the West Island Dragons, of course, from Montreal. And lane number 2, the Chessmates from Kingston. Actually, another city that I enjoy visiting. And yeah, looks like, again, we're going to have a heck of a finish here once they get there. And we're almost, well, we're actually moving quite fast here. Just coming around the pavilion now and probably getting close to the halfway mark. And it's interesting how the two pairs of boats have tightened up again. As long as they remain in their lane, that's not going to be an issue. The lanes are quite wide, and it is possible that you're going to drift to one side or the other. But it does look like right now, early going, it's the Dragon Breast Toronto in lane 4. And let's see here, 2, 3, 4. And on the outside, the east-west, 2 abreast. They're looking pretty good up. Looks like they've been asked to hold their boat. They must have been drifting or something. They stopped for a moment, but they're back in it again. And they're still holding a bit of an edge lead, but it does look to me like it is lane number 4, the Dragons abreast Toronto. They're going to hold off the challenge from the east-west team over there in lane number 6. Looking strong, and here's a big push coming from the lane number 3, the West Island Dragons. All these ladies giving 110% here.
Look at the concentration, look at the focus, look at the beautiful paddling. Great strokes happening here.
Yeah, lane 4, Dragons abreast Toronto, holding their own right now, but still being challenged by east-west, 2 abreast. Even though they stopped momentarily, they're in the thick of this. And look at that encouragement from the drummer. She's leaning in there, giving them some really good advice. Keep paddling. Right on. Dragons abreast Toronto, looking strong. Looks like they are going to take it in this last 100 meters. But again, it's anybody's race.
It is very, very close here.
Wow.
It's just a dragon's head difference, it looks like at this point from our angle.
Yeah, it looks like it's the West Island Dragons now in lane number 3 are doing a bit of a push here. It's going to be very interesting finish here. Lane number 4, for sure, Dragons abreast Toronto. Looks like unofficially they're going to cross the lane first. Oh, it's going to be too close to count. Is it 365? 365, that's what I'm going to say. We'll see the official later. It's the West Island Dragons and 6, and then east-west 2 abreast, and the Pink Crusaders in lane 5. Here comes lane number 2, our friends, the Chessmates from Kingston.
That's fantastic racing. You know, when you're out there, you don't think that you have any more that you can give, and then your drummer calls for your last push, and from somewhere deep inside, you just pull out the last bit of energy you have to make that final push. I just have so much admiration for everyone out there. This is tremendous racing today.
That was a great race. Another great race here by the ladies, the pink ladies, as I like to refer to them. As you mentioned earlier, I think all these teams are wearing their pink, so it's great to see. Just a beautiful day for racing out here at the Concord Pacific 2022 Dragon Boat Festival, and lots to see off the water too, but we're going to have some important events happening for these ladies after race number 60. So be prepared for that.
And here are the results from race 58, the Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor C Final. In first place is Waves of Hope at 2:44.347. In second place, Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder at 2:44.530. In third place, Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning, 2:45.381. In fourth place, Dragons of Hope, 2:47.750. Fifth place, Women Alike Abreast a River at 2:57.109. And sixth place, Busting with Energy at 3:06.385. Doesn't matter whether you were first or sixth, they are all winners in these races. This was Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor C Final. Congratulations to all the paddlers. If you're watching on the big screen, there's a beautiful view of the Racers Village, and along the shoreline you can see BC Place in the background there, and of course there's the home of the Vancouver Canucks in there as well. It's a beautiful day here in Vancouver. It's a beautiful day to be down at the Dragon Boat races. Welcome to Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival here in Vancouver.
All right, hey, it looks like we have some race results from race 57, that mixed competitive grand minor semifinal. That's the one we had to do some discrepancy. So there's a time penalty has been added in here already on these results. If you'd like to take it away, Stuart, and let us know the official results.
All right, race 57, the mixed competitive grand minor semifinals. In first place was the Dragon Zone Fire Truck at 1:56.522. In second place from Edmonton, the EDBRC Premier at 1:58.124. In third place from Edmonton, EDBRC Tsunami at 2:01.644. In fourth place, Starbucks Wave Runners at 2:02.745. In fifth place, VIP Gorging Dragons Black at 2:05.865. In sixth place, the Pemberton Bald Eagles at 2:06.449. Seventh place, the UCLA Dragon Boat at 2:07.850. And in eighth place, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team at 2:08.095.
Interesting, but we did watch that race, and there was obviously something happened on the water, and again, it's all been adjudicated, and the result was a 5-second time penalty. I can't recall if it was lane 1 or lane 5 they got that penalty, but nonetheless, that's reflected in these results. And indeed, it was lane 5, just confirmed it was lane 5. San Diego Dragon Boat Team, unfortunately, had 5 seconds added on to their time.
And anything can happen out in the water. You know, you never go into a race expecting something to happen. You never go into a race wanting something to happen, but anything can happen on the water. The race marshals, the umpires are out there for a reason, looking after all the paddlers' best interests.
Absolutely.
You know, you don't fault what happens. Stuff happens out on the water.
Yeah, exactly. The only one that expects perfection is the coach.
Yes, exactly. And you know, sometimes that's what you want is perfection out there. But everyone's having a good time. Everyone's doing their best. So if you're hungry, now's the time to head maybe over to the food trucks, the food fair, and have something nice to eat. Pass through the marketplace, pick up something nice for a gift for someone that you love, someone close to you. Go and see the carvers, go and see the different cultural tents that are happening there, and maybe hang out in front of the main stage, hear some nice music.
Yeah, there's always a lot of things happening besides what's happening on the water. So, yeah, absolutely. Enjoy the sight, the sounds, the entertainment, the sponsors booth, the cultural booth. There's so much to do and see and hear down here at the 2022 Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. So come on down if you're not here yet. Again, sun, it's hot, but it's a beautiful day. Just come properly attired and everything will be great for you. Come on down.
My name is Stuart McKinnon. I'm very proud and honored to be the chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, one of the sponsors of the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. The Creekside Community Centre is the home of dragon boating in Vancouver and the beautiful docks. One of our facilities. Parks and Rec are an important part of Vancouver, what makes Vancouver a very special place to live. Our beautiful parks are open for everyone. Why not stop by your local community center, sign up for a class, have some fun, bring your kids. Activities for all ages in Vancouver Parks and Recreation. For me, it's what makes Vancouver especially wonderful. Clean, green, and place to be seen. Vancouver Parks for everybody. It just rolled off the tongue.
Yeah, it was really good.
Getting ready for race 60, Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor A Final. In lane 1, Abreast in a Boat. In lane 2, Breast Friends Edmonton. In lane 3,
it's St. Croix.
St. Croix. Sounds pretty good to me. In lane 4, Warriors of Hope. In lane 5, North Shore Dragon Busters. In lane 6, VIP Island Breaststrokers. In lane 7, Survivor Ship. And in lane 8, Wonderbroads BCS Windsor, Essex. We welcome people from across Canada and around the world to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. This is the Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor A Final, Race 60. Good luck to all of the paddlers.
Okay, and as you've mentioned, Stuart, there's lane 4. The Warriors of Hope are actually from North Bay, Ontario. Actually, I've been there a few times. I do remember the flies, but that's not a knock against North Bay. And also from Penticton, the survivorship in lane number 7. So we have from across Canada, including our friends in Edmonton, and Abreast in the Boat is from Vancouver. So again, these are breast cancer survivor teams from across Canada have all gathered here at the 2022 Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. And just after race 60, we'll introduce a member of that organization who's going to take you through a very special ceremony which will happen after race 60.
And if I'm not mistaken, Saint Croix is from La Belle Provence. Is that correct? From Montreal, where my alma mater, Concordia University, is. And I taught for many years in the far north of Quebec, up in James Bay. So Quebec is my second home. Very happy to have teams from Montreal paddling here. It's just so wonderful to have paddlers from across the country and all over North America come to Vancouver. Very special time.
Looks like we're getting some other boats out there before we line up for this race number 60. probably be getting in position for what's going to happen after race number 60. So just take a few more minutes here.
This is a very special time for the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. This is a time where we celebrate the survivors of breast cancer, and we also remember the ones who came before us. It's a beautiful day in Vancouver.
Yeah, nobody can knock the June-Vember thing on us now, can they, Stuart? With this weather, not even a chance.
When you're not talking about the weather in Vancouver, I don't know what you are talking about, because everybody likes to talk about the weather. January or whatever they want to call it. Look at today.
Yep.
It is a beautiful day.
Absolutely. Spectacular day on the beautiful downtown Vancouver on the shores of Falls Creek. Here we are, and kind of wish I was out there on the water right now.
Absolutely. I too wish I was out there, about to paddle my heart out. A beautiful day. But it's nice to be here with all of you,
Yes.
talking and calling these races and talking about my favorite thing, the city of Vancouver.
Fair enough, fair enough. And the bonus for me is the air conditioning today. The heat and I don't get along too well, so this is a bonus for me.
There you go. If you're not talking about the weather, you're complaining about the weather. That's Vancouver.
It almost sounds like you're from Saskatchewan when you talk about it that way. And that's what we always used to talk about. It's the weather.
I remember having a professor at university back east who said that in Vancouver you had two seasons, the rainy season and August. Well, you can't say that today. It's a beautiful June day, but it is very warm out there. So do wear a hat and put on some sunscreen. So the race 60 paddlers are lining up at the start line, and they're getting ready to go. And off they go now. And it's a really good start, good paddling, getting that first oomph as you get past the start line.
Absolutely. This is a very technical start. Of course, most teams would be doing a traditional 6:16 start. Most of these teams would be doing something very similar, if not exactly the same. And you're right. The whole idea there, those first 6 strokes, maybe 2 half, 3/4, full, and then they go into a higher rate, and then they're going to lengthen out their reach as they get past that 150 meter mark. And oh wow, we have quite a grouping here. So it looks like in lane number 4 and 5 right now. Lane number 4, the Warriors of Hope, and Saint Crow over there in lane 3, they're doing okay too. So we're going to have a heck of a race here. Again, here's the ladies all working hard on their technique. They're all here for a great reason, racing and camaraderie. And again, we're going to have a heck of a finish here. It's oh, beautiful sight there. A little bit from the overhead, you saw a little bit of wind there or something on the top of the water, a little bit of white cap. So beautiful. Here's a great shot of all our teams. Lane number 5, of course, the North Shore Dragon Busters from our own North Shore. Lane number 6, the VIP Island Breaststrokers. Survivorship over there in lane 7. And the Wonder Broads, BCS from Windsor, Essex, Ontario. Great shot of our drummer from Saint Crow. And I love her helmet or hat. I'm not sure what it is. I don't think it's an Oriole, but I'm not sure what kind of bird it is, but it's great. I have to find out. Saint Crow looks awesome out there right now.
This looks like an amazing race out there. I just can't imagine what it's going to be like for those women in those boats paddling. Their hearts out right now. It is so close. Look at those paddlers. It's beautiful to see the stroke after stroke in time.
That's right. Now they're putting their finish on. They just crossed the 500 meter mark, the 400 meter mark at the boys. And yeah, look at them. Look at the encouragement from the drummer on Warriors of Hope, leaning in, giving it her all, giving her team, encouraging them to just give a little bit more. So lane number 5, though, the North Shore Dragon Busters and those Warriors of Hope, they look like, oh, but look who's coming up there in lane number 3. Is that the Saint Crow? Saint Crow, are they going to make it across? It looks like 4, 5, 3. So it was Warriors of Hope, North Shore Dragon Busters, the Saint Crow, and here comes, is it lane 2 or 7? Looked like a photo finish, 2, 7, 8, 6. Let's just let's call it that way, temporary until we see official. Breast Friends of Edmonton. And lane 6, the VIP Island Breaststrokers. Lane 7, Survivorship. And lane 8, again, we already saw our Wonder Broads BCS from Windsor, Essex, Ontario. So very well done. So I'm going to hand the mic over now to, and I'm going to allow her to introduce herself. It's Kathy, and if you feel free, feel comfortable, have a seat, grab this chair, and it's all yours.
Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Kathy Prusak from Kimosavie in Winnipeg, and I'm happy to be here as part of Paddlers Abreast Canada and introduce you to the next event you're going to see on the water. You're going to see a special challenge race that's called the Dr. Don McKenzie Challenge. Paddlers Abreast Canada is excited to present this special race in honor of Dr. Don McKenzie, who founded breast cancer dragon boat paddling right here in Vancouver over 25 years ago. Since then, he has continued to be a driving force behind our movement. In 1996, Dr. McKenzie challenged the prevailing medical thinking that women who had breast cancer should avoid rigorous upper body exercise involving their affected arm for fear of getting lymphedema. In collaboration with 24 pioneering women, forever to be known as the Originals, Dr. McKenzie conducted an experiment involving exercise in the gym and paddling in a dragon boat. No one got lymphedema, and a breast in a boat was born. His experiment, which has since turned into a global phenomenon of breast cancer dragon boating, proved that exercise in the form of dragon boat paddling does not result in lymphedema and actually produces tremendous physical and mental health benefits. Dr. McKenzie's work and his ongoing personal connection to the breast cancer dragon boat movement has always been extremely valued by those of us who ride the dragon on the waters of the world. In 2021, Dr. McKenzie received national recognition for his longtime continuing work related to exercise and breast cancer. He was named Officer to the Order of Canada. We couldn't be prouder of you, Dr. Don. The Dr. Don McKenzie Breast Cancer Challenge will be raced in honor of our much-beloved mentor. On the water are representatives from 26 breast cancer survivor teams from across Canada, from Nova Scotia, Quebec, New Brunswick, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia. Although the competition to reach the physical finish line will be fierce, the ultimate goal is for everyone to pull together in the spirit of camaraderie, well-being, and hope. Paddles up, and thank you, Dr. McKenzie.
Thank you very much for those words. Very much appreciated. Thank you for coming here today. Thank you for, are you paddling?
No, I am officially on shore.
Are you officially on shore? Well, welcome to Vancouver and welcome to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
Thank you.
Something here for everyone, and these paddlers are close to all of our hearts. You know, it's an amazing to be a survivor, and it's amazing to get out on the water and with your teammates, your comrades, and to pull together. Thank you to all of the breast cancer survivors here today. An amazing day. And we are getting ready now for race 61. This is the Dr. Dawn McKenzie Breast Cancer Challenge. In lane 1, PAC BCS Composite 1. In lane 2, Chestmates. In lane 3, the West Island Dragons. In lane 4, Dragons of Best Toronto. In lane 5, Pink Crusaders. In lane 6, East West 2 abreast. In lane C, PAC BCS Composite 2. Lane 8, PAC BCS Composite 3. And they're at the start line. We're getting all set to go.
So the PAC BCS composite boats are comprised of teams from Waves of Hope, Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder, Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning, Dragons of Hope, Women Alike Abreast a River, and Busting with Energy.
That's amazing that we get these composite teams here. Means you are paddling with folks that are not from your team. You're putting it together. This is teamwork. This is camaraderie. This is what dragon boating is all about. Yes, you're competing against each other on your team, but you come together as one group. No teams reflect that better than the breast cancer survivor teams. So they're at the start line and they're ready to go. And they're off. It looks like a pretty competitive race from here. They're just paddling their hearts out coming down the line.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here are the same teams that we saw in our race 58 and 59, if I'm not mistaken, Susan. That's right. And, of course, that's the Waves of Hope, the Chemo Savvy Pink Thunder, the Chemo Savvy Pink Lightning, the Dragons of Hope, the Women Alive Abreast a River, and Busting with Energy, as well as Chessmates, West Island Dragons, Dragons Abreast Toronto, Pink Crusades, and the East-West 2 abreast. So it's going to be an interesting race, and just as important is what's going to happen after this race. Getting to see some of the technique close up with some of those great drone shots. So we have all 8 lanes, if I'm not mistaken here. We have a full course of 8 boats for this race number 61 on the grid. And again, we can see the timing, the teams working as a unit. And that's why many of them right now, all 5 teams actually from lanes 3 right through 7 are basically dragon nose to dragon nose, which is really cool to see.
Oh my gosh, I'm not sure I've ever seen boats this competitive. This is amazing. They are just racing their hearts out, 1-to-1, dragon head to dragon head. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's very exciting here, absolutely. And hopefully outside the building here, they're hearing your encouragement by encouraging these teams on to the finish line and support them all the way down the race course.
This is amazing. This is so evenly space. This is one heck of a competitive race here.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I think some of these are composite teams too in here that we've been told. So this is, as you mentioned earlier, that's also amazing. A little bit of steering issues there in lane number 3, but I think everything is going to work out fine. It looks like unofficially is that number. I changed my glasses here. It looked like maybe lane 5. Oh, they're so tight. I can't even tell you.
3, 6, 4. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
exactly.
It's so close.
We'll wait for after the ceremonies and such, and we'll bring you those results after. Oh, look at the great push by lane number 2. Very nice. All right, I'm going to slip the mic off here for a second.
Our teams are just getting in position for our very special flower ceremony. But I will share that many of the teams on the water have just done a personal best race, and that's because at this Concord Pacific 2022 event, many of them are racing for the first time. And so it's very special. We have many new members across these boats that are here for their very first race after a diagnosis of breast cancer. So that's very special, and we thank Concord very much for that opportunity. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jane Frost flower ceremony. Over 25 years ago, the first pink flowers were thrown right here into the waters of False Creek by the world's first breast cancer survivor dragon boat team. Vancouver's Abreast in a Boat. This simple gesture was meant to honor a teammate facing recurrence and an uncertain future. The ripple created from those flowers was felt like a tsunami around the world. And today, this flower ceremony is repeated by breast cancer dragon boat teams at festivals across Canada and on 6 continents. For the breast cancer survivor teams of Paddlers Abreast Canada, this is the most important part of the Dragon Boat Festival. We take this moment to pay tribute to those who have lost the battle against breast cancer and to honor the challenge of those who are embroiled in this battle. The pink flower is also a symbol of our promise to stay in the race with the hope that cancer will soon be beaten. Last week, our community lost an incredible leader, mentor, visionary, and friend, Jane Frost. Jane was an original member of Abreast in a Boat and the driving force behind the creation of a global breast cancer dragon boat movement. Jane's work brought us all here today as chairperson of the planning committee for this Paddlers Abreast Canada gathering. Her legacy is here on full display. Each team member has carried a pink flower with them into the boat. After a moment of silence, which we ask those of you on shore to share with us, the paddlers will toss their flowers into the water. Then, in the spirit of community and with your own special thoughts, we invite all of you to join in. Thank you.
The skin that I lead with, a heart that I love with, a feet that I walk on. You're the words that I'm singing, the voice that keeps bringing togetherness so strong. The high note in my laughter and the warmth that comes right after, the peace in my breathing. My green thumb and my sweet tooth, you're my drive and my rear view, the voice of reason. And I am here cause you were here, and that is clear to me. And every time I think of you, it's the sweetest memories. I am here cause you were here, always guiding me, the light that shines in me. To keep going and sweet, so knowing where there's a will, there's a way. The hope in the heartache, the lessons and mistakes, plant seeds for another day. You're all of those things and more. You help me have the strength to explore. My first reason to travel, choose love in a battle, to know there's so much more in store. And I am here cause you were here, and that is clear to me. And every time I think of you, it's the sweetest memories. I am here because you were here, always guiding me, the light that shines in me. I'll meet you at the light. I'll meet you at the light, shining bright, shining bright. Meet you at the light, shining bright, shining bright. I'll meet you at the light. I'll see you in the light, shining bright, shining bright. See you at the light, shining bright, shining bright. I'll meet you at the light, shining bright. You're shining bright. I'll meet you at the light.
Well, thank you all very much. That was very beautiful. This is something that I look forward to each year at the Dragon Boat Festival here in Vancouver, a very moving ceremony. We'll get back to racing shortly. Now is probably a good time to check out the food trucks and get something to eat if you like, and go and check out the cultural displays. We've got the Chinese Cultural Pavilion. You can visit booths from Dr. Sun Yat-sen Classical Chinese Garden, the Chinatown Storytelling Center, the Chinese Canadian Museum, and the Han Sing Athletic Club, plus see calligraphers, tea ceremonies, seal carving, gongbi, and youth arts and crafts. Also over there in that wonderful area is the Indigenous Cultural Pavilion. Visit the pavilion to learn about the stories and cultures behind the lands and waters that the festival is now held on. The festival is hosted on traditional, ancestral, and unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. And also see the original teak boat brought to Vancouver at Expo 86, along with displays of extracts from our archives, courtesy of the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office.
All right, we're expecting a few race results from the last 3 races that are going to come up momentarily.
Here we go. Race 59, Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivor B final. First place went to the Dragons Abreast Toronto with a time of 2:06.154. Second place, the West Island Dragons at 2:08.873. In third place, the East West 2 Abreast at 2:08.457. Boy, that was close. In fifth place, Pink Crusaders, 2:08.807, and fifth place, Chestmates at 2:22.68. What a competitive final that was. And for race 60, the Paddlers Abreast Canada Breast Cancer Survivors A final. The first place finish went to Warriors of Hope in a time of 2:25.581. Second place went to North Shore Dragon Busters, the time of 2:26.598. Third place to Saint Croix, 2:27.749. Fourth place to Survivorship, 2:33.538. Fifth place, Breast Friends Edmonton, 2:33.639. Sixth place, Wonder Broads BCS from Windsor, Essex, 2:35.357. Seventh place, the VIP Island Breaststrokers, 2:35.824. And eighth place, Abreast in a Boat, 2:41.496. Winners all.
Absolutely echo that. And you had mentioned the food trucks. And I think we're almost going into a lunch break, so I do have a list of them here. I thought I'd just shout them off.
Okay, just before you do that, I will do the Race 61 Dr. Don McKenzie Breast Cancer Challenge. Positioning in first place was the Pink Crusaders with a time of 2:37.737. In second place, East West 2 abreast, 2:38.972. In third place, the West Island Dragons, 2:39.005. In fourth place, Dragons abreast Toronto, 2:39.539. In fifth place, the PAC BCS Composite 2 at 2:40.590. In sixth place, PAC BCS Composite 1 at 2:46.646. Seventh, Chestmates at 2:51.267. And in eighth place, PAC BCS Composite 3 at 3 minutes 793.
Excellent. Yeah, that was an exciting race, that one for sure, and very moving ceremony as always, the flower ceremony. So just to run through a list, if you're hungry, I'll give you a list of the food vendors that are on site here, and you work your way towards, looking towards Science World, and you'll find them. There's Crema Ice Cream, there's Camion Cafe, Dim Sum Express, the Indish Food Truck, then Somniac's Coffee Company, Jamaican My Juicy. I've had food there before. It's really, really good. JJ's Hot Cobs, Mr. Tube Steak. Who can go wrong with a hot dog? And Smoking Hot Donairs. Takanaka, Japanese food, very excellent also. Twisted Potato and Veg Out. So check them out if you need a bite. Now's the time. I believe we're on a break, but I'm just going to confirm that until 1:40, the next scheduled race. I'll just confirm. I'll be right back. And that's confirmed. We're on lunch break, and we'll be back for the race number 62, which is going to be our junior division finals. That race, the first one, is going to be running at 1:20 p.m., according to my schedule.
what makes Criterium Racing really special is that there's always a fun family festival attached to it. So there's going to be food trucks, and you get to really see some of the best racers in North America light up. And I'm super excited to race in front of a home crowd.
We're serving authentic Japanese food, sushi rolls, sushi bowls, and Irish sushi, and fried chickens.
Hi, my name is Michael Billy, and my ancestral name is Stawalkin. And at Canoe Cultures, we renovate and build canoes, and we are excited to share and display our culture with you.
Dust off your paddles. The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival returns June 24th to 26th at Concord Pacific Place and Falls Creek. Experience the continent's best dragon boat racing, headliner music concerts, and cultural pavilion displays right in the heart of Vancouver. Meet us where culture and sport intersect at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 24th to 26th at Falls Creek, with the support of Concord Pacific, the Government of Canada, and the Government of British Columbia. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for more info.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. We just missed race number 62, the Junior B final. However, we do have the results for you. You will see the first place finisher was indeed from Richmond, the high school Flying Colts, and their time was 2:20. And in the second position was the Lotus Juniors, and they had a good time too of 2 minutes 29. And third position went to the Raging Rebels, and again their time was 2 minutes 30. And MHK Youth Manta Rays in lane number 2 finished in fourth position. So on deck and coming our way is race number 63, the Oddball Workshop Junior Grand Final. And that's our grand final right here in our junior division finals. In lane number 2, we're going to have our Hastings Hydras. The Ouroboros Platinum will be in lane 3. The Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat will be in lane 4. The Eternal Dragon will be in lane 5, and Killarney Torpedo Turtles will be in lane number 6.
And we're back looking at race 63 coming up, the Oddball Workshop Junior Grand Final. With in lane 2, Hastings Hydras. In lane 3, Ouroboros Platinum. In lane 4, Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat. In lane 5, Eternal Dragon. And in lane 6, my former school, the Killarney Torpedo Turtles.
Yeah, it should be an interesting race for sure here in this final. The Torpedo Turtles, they're actually aptly named because they took off like a torpedo, and then I saw the turtles and I said, okay, contradicted, but I like that. I like it a lot. Eternal Dragon, of course, been around a while from Eric Hamber. The Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat, I'm a little confused about. It sounds like a name that would be from a school south of the border. So.
It certainly does. We'll have to find out about that. If you are south of the border, welcome. No matter where you're from, you're very, very welcome. These are the Ouroboros Platinum, Hastings Hydras, Eternal Dragons, and of course Killarney. These were teams that were competing when I was coaching and paddling myself. So it's good to see that youth dragon boating is still something really active and alive in Vancouver.
Exactly, continuing, absolutely. So it looks like they're under starters' orders. All 5 teams. Then this is for the hardware. They're looking for a first, second, or third place medal here.
That's and there they go.
Yeah, we're off and running here. All right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so right off the bat, it looks like the Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat over there in lane number 4 are taking about a 2 bench lead at this point, but charging very rapidly. Just beside them is the Eternal Dragon in lane number 5. So we are going to have a heck of the final. Again, this is for the hardware. This is for the medals. This is the bragging rights for these junior teams. This is their grand final. So let's see how they do. Again, it is Abraham Lincoln right now in lane number 4, if I remember correctly, in the middle race. And there's the Eternal Dragons not too far off. And on the outside there, the Killarney Torpedo Turtles. So this is anybody's race. Looking the good calls from the drummer, using the timing with the drum too to help those teams. This is awesome race. It's going to be very, very close. I am really looking forward to seeing what we're going to get for a finish here. You know, that Eternal Dragons. It's going to be very
fantastic.
superb.
This is youth paddling at its absolute best. This is just terrific. Look how hard they're going at it.
Yeah, that was me back about 45 years ago. However, that being beside the point, we are looking at some very strong young paddlers. This is the future of dragon boat racing, so let's cheer them on. If you're out there, give them a hand. Encourage your favorite team to cross the line first. Get that dragon nose across the finish line. That's what it's all about here in this championship race.
And look at that beautiful A shape of the boats, the way that we like to see it. It's really, really beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. That's showing great form. Even from these aerial shots, it's cool because you can actually see who's actually burying the blades, even from the aerial, because you're not going to get as much of the white water here. Of course, you always get the wake at the beginning. So here they come. Who's going to pull it off? It does look like right now it is going to be those Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat team in lane number 4. It looks like it to me. And lane number 5, of course, the Eternal Dragon, perhaps was second. So it is 4. It is 4, unofficially Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat team. Lane number, couldn't see it from my angle, sorry.
There's 5 coming across.
All right.
And then 6 and 3, I believe.
Eternal Dragon, it's followed by the Killarney Torpedo Turtles, and lane 3, the Ouroboros Platinum. And where's our Hydras? Did I miss the Hydras crossing? I must have.
Number 2, yes, they came
All right.
across. Well, that was quite a race. I don't know if you noticed in the start of the race, there seemed to be 3 ducks that were racing in front of one of the boats. You could just see the little flapping going on, and then they got out of the way. Even the ducks like to dragon boat.
Well, there you go. It's a water sport, and they definitely like to get wet. So, yeah, no, that was a great funnel. I think I'm really looking forward to seeing the time, and I really have to learn a little bit more about this Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat.
Yes, it would be interesting to find out where they're from. I'm sure someone will call you up on the radio and let you know.
Yeah, you betcha. You betcha. So that was a great final. And then, of course, now that was our junior division final. So I guess we're going to see a lot of the juniors out there checking out a little bit more of the sights and sounds of the festival now that they're technically done for the day. Well, I'm not quite sure. I wonder if they're going to participate in the Guts and Glory later. That's very possible. So we're going to move now into the Premier Women Division finals. So again, these are, in theory, they're all medal races. You know, the first one is the Premier Women C. Then we move to the Premier Women B, which is actually sponsored by Singtel, the Premier Women's B. And then the Peak Technologies, hey, that's the guys upstairs that are helping us out here and also involved with the drones. So congratulations to them. They're sponsoring the Premier Women Grand Final. So in that sequence, and we're going to have another guest host here helping us out momentarily with one of these women's races. So
fantastic. I believe it's my colleague from the park board, Commissioner Gwen Giesbrecht. Welcome, Gwen. We'll get you sitting down in a moment. For those of you who are new to dragon boating, maybe you've never come down to False Creek and you're wondering what's going on and how you actually have to work here. In dragon boating, teamwork is everything. Synchronicity is more important than strength. A perfectly synchronized team will almost always beat a stronger but less coordinated team. And that's from the Great White North website. So we're looking for paddles in sync when we're watching the dragon boaters come along. All right, there's a beautiful view of the dock, and we'll be back to races in just a moment.
So I think what makes Criterium Racing really special is that there's always a fun family festival attached to it. So there's going to be food trucks, and you get to really see some of the best racers in North America light up. And I'm super excited to race in front of a home crowd.
We're serving authentic Japanese food, sushi rolls, sushi bowls, and Irish sushi, and fried chickens.
Hi, my name is Michael Bailey, and my ancestral name is Stawalkin. And at Canoe Cultures, we renovate and build canoes, and we are excited to share and display our culture with you.
all right, a correction on my part there. Sorry about that. It is next up is going to be the race number 64, and that's actually going to be in the Premier Open Division Finals. And that's race number 64. So thanks to upstairs crew for giving me the heads up on that. And I'm just going to hand over the mic here in a second, and we'll get prepared for that race.
My name is Stuart McKinnon. It's my honor and privilege to be the chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. I am now joined by fellow Commissioner Gwen Giesbrecht. Hi, Gwen. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for the introduction, Chair McKinnon. I'm very happy to be here today. What a great event. I don't come often to the Dragon Boat Festival, and I'm not quite sure why that is, because it is such a spectacular day, especially this day where the sun is shining on the great city of Vancouver and so many people out enjoying the space, enjoying the races, and just enjoying being able to be out in amongst other people after a couple of years of not too much fun going on. This is really a great day.
There is so much to do in Vancouver all year round, so much to do, especially in the summertime. What's one or two of your favorite activities in Vancouver in the summer, Gwen?
Well, I'm a big fan of swimming outdoors in swimming pools, so I like to make the rounds of New Brighton and Second Beach and Kitsilano Pool, hopefully reopening soon after the damage done in that storm surge previously. We're looking forward to that pool reopening and everybody being able to get in that pool again to enjoy the time. My neighborhood is East Vancouver, so I swim a lot at New Brighton Pool, and I think it's a perfect place to be in the summertime and see all the families out enjoying themselves there.
So we do now have the race results for race 63, the Oddball Workshop Junior Grand Final. In first place, congratulations, the Abraham Lincoln Dragon Boat team at a time of 2:04.2. In second place, the Eternal Dragons at 2:08.655. In third place, my old school Killarney Torpedo Turtles at 2:13.643. In fourth place, the Ouroboros Platinum, 2:13.893, and in fifth place, the Hastings Hydras, 2:16.696. Congratulations to all the junior grand finalists. Fantastic race. We're going to have lots of great racing here this afternoon, but if you're interested in any of the musical features this afternoon, right now on the stage is Desiree Dawson. At 2 p.m. is Tanya Aganaba. At 3 p.m. it's The Best Night Ever. At 4 it's Coco Jaffro. And finally at 5 o'clock, Nina Mendoza. Always great stuff happening over Creekside North on the 102.7, the Peak Main Stage. Some of the sponsors there are the Government of Canada, Government of British Columbia, City of Vancouver, the British Columbia Arts Council, Factor, and Peak Technologies. Thank you to all of our sponsors. And here we go. We've got race 64. This is the AM 1320 Premier Open B Final. And we've got 3 teams here in lane 3, Nothing Dragon Masters Black, lane 4, Dragon Max, and lane 5, Raging Rebels. And you can see the boats coming up to the starting line.
All right, we do only have 3 boats in the race. You're absolutely right. And right now it's quite interesting because it does look like the outside lane, which is lane 5, the Raging Rebels, are actually holding a bit of a lead over the Dragon Max, at least from our initial angle. And over there in lane 3, Nothing Dragon Masters Black are a little bit behind, but not much. It's anybody's race as they're probably coming up just around the corner here. I'm looking to see them out my window view. But it is interesting, as you say, there are only 3 boats in this race, but it's the Premier B Open Final. So maybe some of the teams in the Open have decided to concentrate on some other race events, right? That is quite normal and not unusual. But that means there is hardware here. So somebody, I would say all 3 of these teams are winners already. There's going to be a gold, silver, or a bronze medal, or handed out here. So it should be exciting anyhow. It is the Open B final. We're going to see more teams, of course, in the A side, so maybe they moved a couple up. We'll see.
Those drone shots are just amazing, the overhead shots that we can see on your screen as you are watching these folks race their hearts out. I just love the drone shots.
Yeah, they're spectacular. You can see the paddles from up above. You can see if they're catching exactly on time. So I think some of the coaches will be reviewing this later and maybe bringing you aside and patting you on the shoulder and showing the picture of what it actually looks like. Sometimes what you think you're doing and what you're actually doing are 2 different things. Video is a wonderful learning tool for sure, but you can clearly see right now it is our, who was that actually in the middle there? Was it the Raging Rebels, I believe? And lane number 4, the Dragon Max. That's a good side view of them. You can see their timing is pretty darn good.
It is beautiful.
Yep. Yeah. Dropping a top hand a little bit, maybe a little bit more outside the boat would probably help, but hey, I'm not here to coach, I'm here to cheer them on, so I got to get back my focus here onto these racers and everything that they're doing, giving 110%, and who is it going to be first across the line as they go into their finishing? It clearly looks like, from my angle, is it boat 4? It is, those Raging, or pardon me, is that the Raging Rebels or the Dragon Max now? I've lost my spot here, but that lane 4 I think was Dragon Max. Who's that, lane number 3? Lane number 3, and that is the Nothing Dragon Masters Black, and we had our other team, which I believe was the Dragon Max. So hopefully I haven't missed anybody, but we'll see it in the results. It just confused us a minor bit, or at least me, when I saw the 3 teams there. So there you go, lane 3 is sending it off for us. It's Nothing Dragon Masters. So again, that was interesting seeing the 3 boats go.
It was, and you know what? Everybody's a winner, we say, at all of these races,
right.
But truly in this race, everyone gets a medal.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds good. They should be very, very excited. And I'm not sure if it was mentioned, jump in anytime.
No, finish what you were going to say, and I just wanted to comment the notion of the mixed teams, and certainly watching them come down the stretch here, I would concur with Commissioner McKinnon. They are certainly all medal worthy.
Oh, absolutely good. I like it. I like the unity here. This is all good. Their team just doing a little bit of a cheer for themselves and their supporters up on the deck. But yeah, it's interesting. I know in the women's division, I'm not sure if we made a note of it, but all those women's teams in the Dragon Boat, the Breast Survivor teams class that we saw a little earlier, they all received medal. Everyone. There was everybody, no matter what place. So that's super awesome.
It's so nice to see so many community teams paddling out here. I know, Gwen, you have a long history in the Britannia community, and they've had a Dragon Boat team for years coming out.
Yes, over the years, although I've never paddled myself, I have certainly known many, many, many people who have participated in this event. And it is such a strong builder of community for so many different causes. You mentioned the breast cancer survivor team, and they are remarkable survivors and remarkable athletes that they contribute so much, and the growth and the empowerment of participating in these kind of events, particularly after you've had some physical trauma like that, I think is so significant. And I know that it has resonated so much in so many people's lives for lots of different reasons, where not just paddling, the whole, it's not just the paddling, it's the unity, it's the team building, it's the working together, that synchronization, I think, that really build such strong bonds with the people who participate.
It's definitely a big thing in the Dragon Boat community is inclusivity. You can be young, you can be old, you can be, have some challenges physically, mentally, any other way, you can still participate. So it's a great sport, right from the juniors right up to our seniors teams. And I've actually seen some of our senior teams, if you excuse the expression, beat the pants off of some of the junior teams. So it's really interesting, the camaraderie and just the inclusivity. It's a great all-around sport. And look at this facilities. Like, yeah, you can't go wrong here. This is world class.
Absolutely world class racing, world class facilities. And just on that, what you were talking about, all the different age groups. It's never too late to dip your paddle in the water. As I say, I started at 50. We have paddlers in their 70s and 80s. We have paddlers who are youth paddlers in high schools. All ages, all abilities. It's a wonderful place. Okay, here we go. Here are the race results of race 64, the AM 1320 Premier Open B final. Gwen, do you want to read those? Who came first?
So in first place, we have in lane number 4, Dragon Max, with a time of 2.12.8, so pretty fast time. And in second place, we have Nothing Dragon Masters Black, and their time coming in at second place was 2.20. And in third place, we have the Raging Rebels with a finishing time of 2.21. So congratulations to all 3 teams. Very strong performance and really exciting to watch.
So we're going to get you out in a boat soon then? You don't have to commit.
I don't do well with my hips in that position, I'm sorry to say.
But we're so pleased that you come down to watch today. Even if you don't go out in the water, it's an excellent sport to watch, excellent sport to cheer on, and we're so pleased that, Gwen, you're here today, and all the folks who are watching. That's amazing. So we're getting ready for race 65, the Global BC Premier Open Grand Final. And in this race, in lane 2, we've got the WAM Open, the UCLA Dragon Boat in lane 3. In lane 4, it's Juice. In lane 5 from Edmonton, the EDBRC Premier. In lane 6, the VIP GD Senior Open. And in lane 8, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team.
Right, and the San Diego Dragon Boat team is participating in this race as an exhibition team, so they're not technically eligible for the medals. It's a special favor situation here because of probably what happened in the previous race where they were knocked out because of additional time. So,
okay, and so that again shows the incredible graciousness that goes on within dragon boat racing. We know that things happen out in the water, and nothing is done intentionally that can go awry, but anything can happen out there.
Absolutely.
And, I just love this sport.
Exactly. So they gave him some separation, as you can see. So again, this is going to be a very exciting race. You just look at the teams that are here, and you might recognize some of these names earlier. We have our friends from UCLA, of course, south of the border, from Edmonton, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Premier, the VIP Gorging Dragon Senior Open. They're actually from Victoria. So we have a big cross, and of course San Diego now in it. So this is going to be a very interesting race, regardless if they're racing for medals or not. I guarantee you San Diego is going to give it everything they've got.
Absolutely. And one of the nice things is if you are a person who likes to travel and you're a dragon boater, if you go to a place where they have dragon boating, you are welcomed. You are welcomed like family. It's just such an amazing sport that way.
Absolutely. It's and that camaraderie is not just local, it's international, it's cross-border, it's inter-province. It's quite amazing when you do visit other dragon boat race events. Nothing quite like our Concord, that's for sure, but they still are very, very, the camaraderie is very high.
Speaking of dragons, I see a golden dragon making its way across in front of Science World. I imagine it's being accompanied by drums and cymbals. It's a beautiful sight out there.
It's good to see them back, of course, with changes over the past couple of years and haven't been able to necessarily get a lion dance or something something similar to what you're seeing out there. Can't see it, it's a little too far for me, but yeah, it's great to see again. There's so much going on every day here at the festival, right? Not just on the water, as you mentioned. There's displays, there's sponsors tents. So I saw the BC Lions tent. There's so much to see and do. The cultural pavilions are really great too. So there's everything happening out here. Grab a bite, grab a favorite beverage, stay out of the sun as best you can, and check out the sights, the sounds, and then cheer on your favorite team. It's an all-around great day.
It certainly is, and as you mentioned, there's so much going on, and just watching the sun glinting off the gold of the dragon as it makes its way through the concourse there, it really stands out, and it really stands out that we're so fortunate that summer has arrived in time for the dragon boat races this season. I know that other years maybe it hasn't been quite as perfect, but you really can't say anything more about the day today. It's a beautiful sight looking out on the waters of False Creek and across the way to the greenery and the green roofs, and just reminded of what a remarkable city we do live in, and how fortunate we are to be able to welcome visitors from all over the place to come and participate in this international racing, Dragon Boat Racing Festival. I had a question, a dragon boat racing question, if there's time. The waters of False Creek are pretty calm, not always, but mostly. I'm wondering, are there some places in the world where people train on more active water?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Actually, it's interesting you asked that question, because we were commenting a little earlier that there actually, even locally, there are teams, for example, from Fort Langley, they're paddling on the Fraser River. But unlike the teams from Richmond that are paddling on the Fraser River, of course, at the mouth, it's a combination of the fresh water and the salt water. So the waters, of course, are tidally affected, similar to False Creek, but because they don't have the full buoyancy as we do here in False Creek with the pure salt water. And then again, if you go, I'm thinking Vernon would probably be a good example, where you're paddling on fresh water, and that's a total different game. It's like paddling on heavier water. You really have to bury the paddles, and you have to pull much harder. I've also been to races. I'm thinking of Long Beach in California, for example. You're out on the ocean, and they have a breakwater, but the waves are, they can easily swamp your boat. Down in New Zealand, I remember being in several races where 3 out of the 4 boats literally flipped over because they were in the open harbor. So every race brings something special or different to it.
And here we are, race 65 is underway. This is the Global BC Premier Open Grand Final.
This is going to be a very exciting race. So it looks right now like lane number 3, if I'm not mistaken, that is our friends. Is that Juice, or is that the UCLA Dragon Boat team? Trying to get my eyes on
I believe that's Juice in lane 4 there. There's no boat in lane 1.
Okay. Yeah, so lane 3 then, it is the UCL Dragon Boat team that's holding a bit of a lead as they come out of their opening stance. These guys are going like rocket ships. They've already passed the old BC pavilion there, and the field is starting to spread out. But look over there, guess what? Lane number 8, again, doing a great job, looking very strong. But it is lane 5s from Edmonton, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Premier, and Juice in 4, UCLA Dragon Boat in 3. It's San Diego over there in 8 that's giving them a run for their money. I told you, no one's going to let up, regardless medals or not. It's here about you're giving 100% to the best competition you can give to your fellow teammates or team members or your competition. So this is awesome racing here. Lane number 3, UCL Dragon Boat team. It's going to be really close. They're coming up to the last 100 meters. They're both calling their finishes right away, and we are having a heck of a race here from Edmonton, and Juice in 4, UCLA in 3. This is super tight. This is going to be spectacular. Get over to the shore. You got to see this finish. These guys are paddling like rocket ships. Look at the rate. Perfect timing though. The rate is up high, but look at them fly. They're flying across the water. This is spectacular. I can hardly wait for the finish. Whoa! Unbelievable.
Wow, that was
unbelievable
an amazing race. And what gets me is how calm the steers person looks out there. They are, doing a lot of work trying to keep that boat going straight, and aiming for the finish line, and they're balancing by standing up is just amazing.
Yeah.
These look like happy paddlers. They're patting each other's shoulders, congratulating each other. Well done.
Yeah, there is hardware on the line, and again, people are coming with their best, and we've seeded to this point for this final right in the Global BC Premier Open Grand Final, so it's really exciting. We will see some of these teams or parts of them again in the Guts and Glory later on, the last race of the day. That's spectacular too, but not to undo anything here. This was definitely a very, for me anyhow, I can feel my heart still racing. Just a spectacular race. When you see the rates go up and people reacting in the boat with perfect timing, it's just a beautiful thing. Absolutely.
Definitely looking forward to seeing the numbers that come out of that race.
Yes, I'm curious to see too that our guest or exhibition team, how well they placed also.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Absolutely great race.
And there we just have a shot here of some of the boats going out to the start line to line up for the next race. You'll see the steers person working really hard, turning the boat around to get to the start line and then keeping them in line.
But you make an interesting point about the steers person. I think you touched on this a little bit earlier, Stuart, was the fact that you sometimes have to be a special breed to be a steers person. And in fact, there's actually a pool of steers persons that will be helping out other teams, because not every team can have a steers person in their roster. And I think the way I would describe it, being good Canadians here, we all understand hockey. So you know how we always think our goalies are crazy? Some of us in the dragon boats, and if we're paddling or drumming, we think our steers person are that way, but they have to be that kind of personality that, they have to be like solid like rocks. They have to take the wind. They have to steer straight. It's all on them, right? So
it is, and I'm so impressed. You talked about that pool of steers persons.
Yes.
for teams that may not have one. They were incredible mentors for the junior teams, and they work really hard in finding a junior who would like to learn to steer.
Yes.
And they're so encouraging. It's tremendous, and I know on my Killarney team we ended up with a student who was steering for us. We didn't have to rely on the pool.
Excellent.
For a couple of years, and that was terrific. The interesting thing about the high school teams, of course, is they're always changing, because kids are always graduating and there's new kids coming in. They can be highly competitive teams, but they all can be very welcoming. I remember for the Killarney Cougar Dragons, it didn't matter whether you were in grade 8 or grade 12,
That's a
whether
good
you
thing.
had never paddled before, everyone was welcome, and we all paddled our hearts out.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Well, here's the results.
Here we have race 65, the Global BC Premier Open Grand Final. In first place, it was Juice at 152.657. In second place, the Edmonton EDBRC Premier at 153.274. In third place, VIP GD Senior Open, 158.363. In fourth place, the UCLA Dragon Boat Team at 201.232. And in fifth place, WAM Open at 203.484. And with a really tremendous time, the exhibition boat, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team at 155.493.
So when I said they were flying like rocket ships, under 2 minutes. Look how many teams in this race did under 2 minutes. That is awesome. I mean, a few years ago, many years ago, it was almost thought impossible to break the 2 minute, and it's happening regularly now. Just with the development of the teams, conditions, everything factored in. So looking forward to seeing some more great finals and racing this afternoon. That's what it's all about.
And when you consider the times, how much does the changes in designs of the boat feature into the faster times?
That's a great question, because the original boats that we did use in Vancouver here on Falls Creek for racing since Expo 86 are the teak boats. There actually is one on display. Those weigh at least 2,000 pounds, and they can take on water over time. They have to be maintained. The difference, again, these are technically brand new, top of the line, technical, the best dragon boats you can get in the world. The whole fleet of 18. So it did make a difference in the prior days, but nowadays, like a festival like ours with this high quality, top of the line equipment, it makes everything that much more fair and equal. So it's what's happening in the boat as opposed to the actual weight of the boat that's making the big difference.
So we're into race 66, the Premier Women's C Final. In lane 2, the Nothing Dragon Women. In lane 3, Dragon Max. In lane 4, the FCRCC Sagan Dragons. In lane 5 is Sisters in Sync. And lane 6, Saints Preserve Us.
Right, yes, indeed. The Premier Women's C Final. So these women, again, they're paddling for medals here. And right now it does like the middle of the pack from Falls Creek Racing Canoe Club down there at the Falls Creek Community Center, the Sagan Dragons. They have a little bit of a league, but actually I would switch that now and change my mind. No, I'm looking at there the great view of the Sagan Dragons in lane 4. Look at the caller, the drummer leading down. Look at their bearing their blades mostly. This is great. Here's a good shot of lane 3, the Dragon Max. And who is it over here? That's lane number...
I think that's Sisters in Sync, is
indeed.
it?
Indeed it is. And they are looking very strong. We are going to have some sort of battle royale here. Let's call it that. It's, again, going to be at the halfway mark, and they're coming up really rapidly towards our 350, 400-meter mark. So just look at these guys go. Yeah, there's a little bit of timing issue over there, but they're hanging in there. Sometimes one might not make a huge difference, but we shall see. They're all giving it their all in this division, and wow, we're starting to get a little separation here, but it is definitely lanes number 3, the Dragon Max and the Falls Creek Sagan Dragons. And right now I'm giving the edge. I don't know, like it's hard to say even from this high
it is hard to see. I'm looking straight out at them, and it is pretty even. Maybe just a dragon's head ahead for one of the boats.
Yeah, and look at this. That you see the change in rate as soon as they cross that set of buoys at the 400-meter mark. Teams 4 and 5, so are from Falls Creek, the Sagan Dragons and the Sisters in Sync, just up their rate. But again, we also see on the opposite side, Dragon Max has done the same thing. So it's gonna go down to the end here again, just in the last few meters. Get out there, cheer your teams on. Encourage them. They can hear you, even out there on the water. They're focused, but they can hear your voices. Cheer them on. Great finish. It looked like 4-5-3. So it looked like from Falls Creek, the Sagging Dragons held off the charge by, who is it that? The Sisters in Sync, and over there in lane 3, the Dragon Max. And crossing the line now is the Nothing Dragon Women. So again, we had a great race here in our Premier Women's C Final.
I'm waiting to see the times on that. That was fast. That was furious. Those women were really working hard.
And we have 2 more races in this women's division finals, so we're looking forward to even better times possibly, but it's interesting how, as you say, it's interesting to watch the time. So look how our oarsman, our steersperson on lane number 5, the Sisters in Sync, has basically pulled the oar almost out of the water, just using a little tip there, so it's a little less work on him, and he's making the paddlers do the work. Good on him or her. All kinds of things are technique-based in dragon boat racing as you get more involved in it, if you choose to, because there's nothing wrong with staying at the rec or the entry level, right? It's totally up to you. If you wanted to learn more and advance or go to a more competitive team, which might involve a few more, some sort of cross-training, another boat, or spending more time on the water, there's opportunities for everyone at every level. And as we progress down the day here, you're going to see, as I say, some of those times going under the 2 minutes. Those are your more experienced, more premier is the word they use, but I would just say those that are putting in a little bit more time.
So as they paddle their way back to dock, I got to say that is some of my favorite times in the boat. You've given it your all. You're exhausted, but you're so close to your teammates with your fellow paddlers, and you know you're going back to shore. It's a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, actually, it's funny you mentioned this again, and it is something that when you're sitting here, just calling these races, you just have that urge to get back in the boat, be in the water. Be it in my case, I've steered, I've drummed, I've paddled, and it's just I've managed. I just love the sport. As you say, maybe the best thing is the camaraderie, the unity, if you want to call it that, the inclusivity. It's like, you come off a boat and you could see somebody from a junior team that you happen to know, they'll give you the high five, or it doesn't matter how you actually place in the race, you're going to get the high fives, and everybody's happy. Again, it's a lot of relaxation. It's like going to an out-of-town race. This is the big event, though, for all of these teams here, especially from the out-of-town. this is the #1 event for them, for certain in North America, if not the world, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. And again, it's the racing, it's the paddling, it's also everything else that's happening on the shore.
You don't want to miss anything this afternoon, but if you've got something else that you really desperately need to do and you need to leave the race site, you can go to concordlive.ca and see all of the action right there.
That's right.
You're at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival in beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia. It's getting up to about 25 degrees out there, so if you've got some little ones, I'm hoping you've got hats for them and you're going to slap on some sunblock to keep them protected. Don't forget to keep hydrated, lots of water, and keep smiling because it's a beautiful day in Vancouver. All right, we're getting ready for race 67. This is the Tsingtao Premier B final. In lane 1, Club Sake Women. In lane 2, Wasabi Force. In lane 3, Wasabi Impact. In lane 4, VIP Gorging Dragons White. In lane 5, our friends from California, UC Irvine Elements. Lane 6, Orca Women. And lane 7,
Concord Pacific Flying Dragons.
all right, going to be another great race. This is the Tsingtao Premier Women B final coming up.
Sorry about that. That's just one of the things I love.
All right, this is the Tsingtao Premier Women B Final. They are at the starting line. They're going to be holding their boats, waiting for the horn.
Yeah, you can imagine there's a little bit of nerves in the boat at the moment, but they're so focused on what they need to do and to accomplish it that there's not a problem.
And there they go. They're up and racing.
It looks already, the Orca women, they had a good jump on their start. And that's apparent, at least in the initial strokes here. And beside them, of course, in lane 5 is the UC Irvine Elements. So also off to a great start. And lane 4, too, the VIP Gorging Dragons White, again from Victoria, they're looking very strong. So it's interesting, again, as we've come down to these finals, it doesn't necessarily matter which lane you're in because there's, depending on the seating, it's going to be how well you execute.
And by this time we're into the finals, and so we've got really evenly matched boats here.
Absolutely.
They're just paddling their hearts out. Beautiful paddling, I can see. Very, very much in sync as they do. The synchronicity is the key here. As I said earlier, a team in sync can often beat a stronger team who's not in sync.
Yeah, timing will beat power 9 times out of 10. Absolutely, there's no doubt about that. Not that I know about it, but I'm just sharing my opinion. But no, you're absolutely right. Very well said. So again, there's the Orca women over there in lane number 6. They're still in the thick of this. The battle right now appears to be lanes 1 and 2 as they've crossed the halfway point in this, and they're rapidly moving up towards the 350 meter mark, almost 400. Once they hit that second set of buoys, they're at roughly the 400. But it is lane number 4 for certain. The VIP Gorging Dragons White from Victoria looking very strong. And look at the rates. Everyone's kind of picked up on the rate. A little bit smoother water, and the tides may be helping a little bit. The Orca women in 6. I do like the Wasabi Impact over there in 3 too. I wouldn't count them out. And my favorites, the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons over there in 7. Great shot. Now, how close are they? Look at the shape, the A shape. The rates are slightly different, but the movement is almost in parallel, which is interesting because you would usually see one boat jump a bench or so as they increase the rate. But again, it depends how far you're getting to drive that paddle and pull that water. And it's going to be another one of these exciting finishes for sure.
Oh my gosh, it is really close.
Is it the Gorging Dragons or the Irvine Elements? We'll find out. Oh, unofficially it's lane 4, which was the Gorging Dragon followed by Irvine Elements. And there's lane number 2, the Wasabi Force. And on the outside, wow, 6, 7, and 8. So the Orca women, the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons, and Club Sake women. And we also saw Wasabi Force. There's this Wasabi Impact. I hope I didn't mix those two up. But look at this. Yes, she says. Yes, the drummer in number 4 says, yes, you guys. I love you all. And she's right. You love your teammates.
Some congratulations happening there in that boat, in all the boats.
Oh, of course. Yeah, look at them. They gave everything they had.
And look at those beautiful boats.
Yeah.
They're just fabulous. Local artist renditions on some of these boats, just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Just beautiful artwork on the boats. But on these BUKs, a lot of people call them the buck boats. I prefer the BUK, but it's whatever works for you works for me. And just a beautiful look at the people milling around and checking around out the site. So there are lots of people out there at the various pavilions and getting to the shoreline. You can see them lined up to watch those races and cheer on their favorite team. There's nothing more exhilarating when you get to that finish line. Although you hear it along the course, at the finish line you hear the cheers and waves, and you can't say anything because you're exhausted, but it's just invigorating to refresh you in that case. Here's some results.
All right, here's some results. Race 66. Gwen, do you want to read those out for us?
Right. And in first place, the FCRCC Sagan Dragons with a time of 2.30.080. And in second place, Sisters in Sync with 2.31.915 their time. In third place, the Dragon Max team with a time of 2.34.167. And in fourth place, Saints Preserve Us with a time of 2.38.738. And Nothing Dragon Women finished off the race with a time of 2.42.158. So congratulations to all those teams. That was a remarkably exciting race to watch, and everyone did very well. And we'll move on to more races coming
More
up.
races. I'm just going to do a personal shout out to Donnie and Joanne for getting a silver medal for Sisters in Sync. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the paddlers, of course. All right, we're getting ready for race 68. This is the Peak Technologies Premier Women's Grand Final. In lane 1, Wham Women. In lane 2, False Creek Masters. In lane 3, Dragon Zone Juice Truck. In lane 4, VIP Gorge and Dragons Red from Victoria. From Edmonton in lane 5, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Tsunami. In lane 6, we've got the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2. And in lane 7, we've got the False Creek Racing Canoe Club Senior C Women. This is going to be a tremendous final. This is the Peak Technologies Premier Women Grand Final.
Yeah, and of course, Peak Technologies are the folks that are bringing you this exciting views. They're actually controlling our, not necessarily, I can't say our voices, but they're making sure we're not shouting, that we're nice and steady when it comes across the air on the concorddragonboatbc.ca and out on the site here live. So thanks to the gentlemen upstairs and the crew. It's just a pleasure working with them. I'll give a shout out to Mark. He's always calm and pleasant, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, Peak Technologies, for being the sponsor of this Premier Women's Grand Final. Much appreciated. Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one too. Historically, at the beginning, mid-80s, early 90s, the women's teams from False Creek were
So here we are this afternoon at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We're getting ready for race 68, the Peak Technologies Premier Women Grand Final. The boats are out close to the start line. They're getting themselves aligned and waiting for the starting horn. I was going to say a starting pistol, but we use an air horn in dragon boating usually.
Don't want to disturb all the neighbors all day long with buzzers and guns for sure. Definitely not in Vancouver.
So if you've got time after this race, you don't want to go during a race, but you might want something to eat. Check out the food trucks, visit the marketplace, see the the different cultural pavilions, the Chinese cultural pavilion, the indigenous culture pavilion, and of course the Expo 86 teak boats are there to be seen as well. Always lots to do at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. And they're off. This is Race 68, Peak Technologies Premier Women Grand Final.
This is going to be exciting for sure. And already ahead, looks like lane number 3, the Dragon's Own Juice Truck, who are right beside the Falls Creek Masters, and 2 had a huge jump out of the starting gate. So they're holding the very, very early but precarious lead, if we can call it that.
That was one of the fastest strokes I've seen on a start. There, the Dragon's Own Juice Truck. Very, very powerful, very, very fast.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then on the outside lane over there, lane 7 from Falls Creek, the Senior C Women. Again, we're talking some pretty experienced paddlers here. So this is going to be a race. The rates may be a little bit higher than some of the other teams use, the junior teams and some of the other, or maybe the women's teams or mixed teams, but look at them go. They are, again, they're flying like rocket ships again here. It's really exciting to see. We can see from this angle, from the drone's perfect angle, you can see all the top hands raising at the same time, driving down at the same time in each of the boats that I see here, and that's a beautiful thing. You see a little bit of white water at the front. That's okay. That's just the wake from your bow, but you don't want to see too much white water. They have to grab it and bury it, so she has to drive down. Yeah, and just by osmosis, usually, you know, on the mixed teams or the women's teams, it's you know, how you fit in the boat is based on, you know, your size basically, and it's really exciting to see. But look at them fly. But they are now being challenged by lane number 4, the VIP Gorging Dragons Red, also from Victoria. They are challenging very strongly the Dragon's Own Juice Truck. So,
they are digging hard.
Oh,
they
yeah.
are paddling deep and quick. They are just amazing what's happening with these paddlers.
Wow, and we are at the last 100 meters, so now everyone's going to go into their finishing stroke, so the rate is going to increase. I think I just saw 3 and 4. See how they're neck and neck? The Dragon Boat is just one bench at a time. As they pull water, they're gaining, and then the other team does it. So it's the cat and mouse, I think, is the old expression. But again, if they can pick it up a little more, Gorging Dragon might actually catch Dragon's Own Juice Truck, but I'm kind of doubting it at this point, and unofficially it does look like like lane 3, the Juice Truck, and lane 4, Gorging Dragon, followed. Oh, it is lane number 7, looks like unofficially Falls Creek's Senior C Women. As I said, never count out those Falls Creek Racing Canoe Club teams. And here's the Dragon's Own Juice Truck, again, awesome race. And from Edmonton, the Tsunami in lane number 5, and the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2. They also represented well in lane 6, and the Wham Women. So again, another great race. Hey, look at that drummer for 3. She's giving them the hand, the Dragon's Own Juice Truck. And resting position.
Look at
that.
that.
Like that.
There are some congratulations going across the boats to each other. Again, just showing you the camaraderie that goes on. It's all competition when you're racing, and it's all friendship when it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. So grab their breath, and they'll get instructions where to head in back to the docks at Dragon's Own. But yeah, that was a pretty exciting race. But that was actually, you're right, I think for rates, that was probably one of the highest ones I've seen today in a final race right off the start. When they jumped. And it's usually that transition between your first six to 8 strokes and then getting it shorter and deeper. But their rate was up. And in fact, a lot of teams that you see that come and visit us from Asia, basically, they live off of the law or the actual higher rate. A lot of times I've seen teams, for example, one from Thailand in not too distant past, they were here, their rate was almost double what we would be doing at a finish, and it's like they're just chopping the water, but they're actually, when they're doing that, it's almost like they're plunging, they're moving their boat. It was really impressive to see. There's no way I could do that, or anybody else probably here, without a lot of practice, but it was just a different style again.
Well, and there's a great view of the Creekside Park North 102.7 main stage. 2 o'clock, Tanya Aganaba is performing. Excuse my pronunciation there. If you're not watching the races, go and check out the great entertainment at the main stage. Thank you to 102.7 The Peak as the premier sponsor there. You can see the marketplace. Lots happening over there. You can get something to eat, find something nice gifts. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, and I think it's a beautiful day in every neighborhood. Gwen, when you think about parks in Vancouver, what park comes mind first for you?
Well, what comes first to mind right now is Grandview Park, because I had the great pleasure of bringing greetings to the Eastside Pride event yesterday at Grandview Park. So it was wonderful to spend the afternoon there. But really, when you think about the city of Vancouver and the parks, I think whatever park I'm in is generally my favorite park.
I would agree with that one.
Every time I discover a new park, it becomes my new favorite park. So don't know if I'm the right person to ask about favoritism in parks.
All right, here's race 67 results. The Tsingtao Premier Women B Final. The results. In first place were the VIP Gorging Dragons White. Congratulations from Victoria with a time of 2:12.104. In second place, the UC Irvine Elements. Congratulations to California with a time of 2:14.089. In third place, Wasabi Force. Congratulations on your bronze medal with a time of 2:16.125. In fourth place, Orca Women with a time of 2:21.680. Fifth place goes to Wasabi Impact at 2:22.314. Sixth place, Concord Pacific Flying Dragons with 2:24.550. And in seventh place, Club Sake Women at 2:26.502. All excellent times. Every team can be very proud of their performance.
Yeah, and thanks for that shout out to Concord Pacific. That was awesome. Well done. So actually now what we're going to be doing is heading into the Premier Mixed Division Finals. There's going to be a number of them, starting with the Premier Mixed Recreational F. So anyhow, everyone's been seated. It'll start with technically the slower times and work our way up to the grand final for the race number 76, which is going to be the Concord Pacific Premier Mixed Competitive Grand Final. So, and again, Great racing. We're going to be looking here to see several teams break that 2-minute barrier. I think by the time we get to that Grand Championship in the Premier Mixed, it's going to be very exciting.
Very, very exciting. You know, Dragon Boat Racing has costs involved in it, and the Dragon Boat Festival couldn't survive, couldn't be here without the generosity of our sponsors. So a big shout out to all the corporate sponsors, the public partners, the media partners, and the community partners who help make this an event worth being at. Dragon Boat Racing is very exciting, but we do need our support, and we thank all of our sponsors. Okay, race 69 coming up. This is the Premier Mixed Recreational F Final. And in lane 2, we have Circle Back. In lane 3, Otters. In lane 4, Butts in a Boat. Lane 5, Vision Impossible. Lane 6, Dragons in Sight. And in lane 7, my favorite, my team, Conquering Waves. Oops, no favoritism here.
All's good in Dragon Boat Racing, no problem.
So they're getting ready to line up at the starting line. This will be a fun race, the Premier Mixed Recreational F Final.
Looking forward to some very exciting racing here in these Premier Mixed finals, starting with the rec teams in Division F. And again, all properly seated to get this far, so we're going to see some good competition in each and every one of these final races. Looking forward to seeing perhaps 2 or 3 teams breaking that 2-minute mark by the time we get to the Concord Pacific sponsored final. And and don't forget the Guts and Glory. There's going to be the Guts and Glory 2K race. I like to call it like 4 times up and down on our 500-meter course, and it's spectacular. If you haven't seen one before, you must stay around. I know there's a few minutes in between the last championship race and that Guts and Glory, but it is well worth your time. You can spend the time checking out some of the sponsors, purchasing something in some of the vendor booths. You have lots to see and do here. Grab a bevy and walk around while you're waiting for the setup of that very world-famous Guts and Glory race. We had one yesterday for the Open in the women, and today is going to be another spectacular one. It's if I'm going to lose my voice, that's the race I'm going to lose it on, because I always have to save a little bit for that. So it's going to be a real challenge here this year in particular, because we don't physically see the whole course, but we're relying on our great friends here that are doing our drones and handling things peak technology. So it's a really exciting time. Looking forward to it, but hey, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
We're going to see Premier Mixed Recreational F Final is underway, and this is a pretty evenly matched group of paddlers.
Yeah, so far so good. And I can see the Conquering Waves over there in 7 on this shot, and lane number 6 I can see our Dragons in Sight. And we are moving. These boats are booking it, so to speak. So lane number 4 right now, unofficially, I'd say the Butts in a Boat. Hey, you know that team, the Butts in the Boat. They're looking very strong. And just beside them, over there in lane number 5, is that 5? It looks like Vision Impossible. And again, here, great shot. Look how the paddles are going forward. Their rate's pretty high, and they are catching water. You just need to make sure they bury that a little bit more, and they go a little bit faster. But you can see a little bit of how would you call it? We used to call it caterpillaring. That's just a timing thing. Sometimes they can pick it up and get it back. It does depend on their skill and the drummer and et cetera, but they're still moving. So, hey, nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that at all. These are generally newer paddlers, less experienced paddlers you'll find in this division, but no less heart, no less commitment.
Yeah, exactly. So it does look like Butts in a Boat. If I'm not mistaken, that's I'm missing. Yeah, it is lane 4, Butts in a Boat, and the Vision Impossible. So we are down to a race, but look who's sneaking up there. What is it? Yes. And is that lane 1 or lane 2?
I think it's lane 2 in
lane
there.
2? Okay, Circle Back. Circle Back. Wow. Where did they come from? Look at them go. Like a rocket ship. Well, look at this. They have the timing. They have some high reach. They are catching water. They are moving. All right, we are almost there. About 50 meters left. Let's see who is it going to be. Of course, it looks like us.
It is close.
Well, it's going to be close. Indeed, it will be. Cheer them on. If you're out there at the shore, start shouting for your favorite team. Encourage them. It does unofficially look like lane number 2. and then 5, 2 and 5. So it was the circle back and lane 5, the Vision Impossible.
And 2, 5, 6 it looks like.
And then 6, in lane 6 we had the Dragons in sight.
Oh,
wow.
Right.
Wow.
Wow, that was a terrific race. Everybody a winner in this one.
Yeah. Well, circle back, that was impressive. They came to, all of a sudden, it's after they came around the corner from the BC Pavilion, they just either had some really calm waters and they were able to dig deeper, or they were just hitting the water just right. It was very impressive how they pulled up on that lane closest to our side of the creek, the north side of the creek here, and that was an impressive Premier Mixed Rec F final. So we will see things moving forward from here. Look, there's a happy camper.
Absolutely,
yeah.
they are
He
happy.
said, "You guys are good.
Happy.
You are good." He waves to the team. Yep, and they're cheering not just for themselves, but for their competition there when they're banging their paddles like that. You also notice that some of the teams are using wood paddles, and some of the teams are using a fiberglass or a composite paddle. Now, there's many different paddles out there and types, and you can find a lot of times in the higher divisions, people are going to invest maybe and buy a paddle just because they're taken care of a little different than the shared ones.
So one of my teams, when I was with Killarney coaching, I had most of the team for about 4 years, and at the end of that year, when they were all graduating, they gifted me a beautiful composite paddle. It was such a wonderful gift. I still have it. I still use it. Well, here's the Peak Technologies Premier Women Grand Final Race 68. Gwen, do you want to tell us those results?
I'd be happy to tell you those results. In first place, we have Dragon Zone Juice Truck with a time of 2.06.638. And spot number 2, we have the VIP Gorging Dragons Red with a time of 2.80.256. And in third place, we have the False Creek Senior C Women with a time of 2.11.493. So that's our top 3 spots. Congratulations to all. In fourth place, we have the Edmonton Tsunami with a time of 2.12.093. In fifth place, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2 with a time of 2.12.561. In sixth place, we have the False Creek Masters. Their time, 2.13.178. And in seventh place, the WAM Women, 2.18.934. And as Commissioner McKinnon noted, everybody's a winner. And I just had a question. How many bodies are there in all competing today?
Oh boy! So
or over the festival?
I think we have 120 teams, and they have 26 on each roster. So I'm trying to do my mental math here, but
yep, a lot.
I'll go with the mathematician's answer there, but yes.
Yeah, I knew it would be a math question, but yeah, that's so.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Each of them a winner.
Yeah, and you can go and see in the Racers Village. You'll see almost 120 tents in there, and the teams hang out there during the whole weekend. That's their kind of another very impressive thing about our festival is providing that space for them to have an actual Racers Village. You know, it just adds to the camaraderie, and it's a very good thing here in Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival to have that. Teams really appreciate it.
You see 26 on the team. There's 20 paddlers. We have a steers person and the drummer, the caller,
yep.
And then you'll have a couple of paddlers in reserve,
yep.
Because you never know what's going to happen. And
you
know, those folks who are in reserve, they're just as equally part of that team. They've been practicing all along, and they'll often swap in and out.
Oh yeah, depending on the type of race and what you need in the boat, the coach will make that decision often. But usually, actually, I can tell you a quick ditty here. That went back in the races when we used to run out of the actual docks just beside here. You can't see it on here, but the docks that are down here beside the old BC Pavilion. And I think it was one of the Mackenzie Dragon Boat teams at that time. I think it was probably managing them. We're just lining up, just went down the gangway, and all of a sudden one of the paddlers on my team looked and cut her toe. So she can't go hopping in right now. So I said, oh gosh. So I had to go and run like a madman, bring up one of my, because they hang out close. They always accompany the team down to the docks. So, but they're not allowed on the docks. So I had to grab another replacement paddler, get her in there. And so it does happen. And it's very important that your team sticks together. And a lot of times you'll put them to another use, as you probably know. You could have them maybe be halfway down the course because you want, as a coach, to get some feedback on a certain thing on a certain side of the boat. So everyone participates for sure. But and there's always the unsung hero, if I could say it that. Yes, we have the official people on the roster. You always have to have a manager.
That's right.
And that's super important for safety and other reasons. And they do perform a lot of activities and keeps that team together. So to all you unsung managers out there, thank you. Because how many times I remember the manager, you're running down to the dock and you still forgot that you still had your wallet or your key or something. You don't want that to sink to the bottom of False Creek. They were there for you, right? So good stuff.
Well, and also comes to mind all of the families and the parents and the teachers and all the folks behind the paddlers and the managers and everybody else. So it's a pretty broad range of people we're talking about that participate in dragon boat racing.
Absolutely, and I think the numbers they were saying about 150,000. I think they're anticipating. It might be in one of the brochures, but yeah, and the weather like this, of course, is always a good draw.
All right, we're getting ready for another race here. They're getting up near the race line.
A great close-up shot here. You can see they're at rest. Their paddles are resting on the boat. The boat to the right, they are in the hold boat position. Their paddles are buried so that the boat's not going to move, but it looks like it's pretty calm out there. There doesn't seem to be any drifting. That's why they're probably at rest, and they're waving at the drone. I don't know who it is. It looks like boat 5. That could be the Dragon Cult, if I'm not mistaken. And if this indeed is the Premier Mixed Recreational E Final that we're seeing sitting there waiting to be moved up to the start line. So we have the on-water umpires that basically control the boats and put them in. So Harry, go ahead.
Here we are. This is race 70. This is the Premier Mixed Recreational E Final. In lane 1, Nothing Dragon Masters Black. In line 2, Stan Tech Splash. In line 3, Columbia College CC Riders. In lane 4, Dragon Max. In lane 5, Dragon Cult. In lane 6, Fire Dragons. In lane 7, Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks. And in lane 8, Nothing Dragon Masters Red. Some of these teams have been around for a long time, but of course, you know, there's always renewal on the teams as paddlers move on to other activities and new paddlers come in. One of the really nice things about Dragon Boat is you're always welcome. They're always welcoming new people, new paddlers.
A lot of people actually start off in the Dragon Boat with that camaraderie in the group, and then they'll maybe move on to something else, perhaps to an OC outrigger canoe, which are also available here at Dragon Zone. Kayaks is quite common, but again, all different stroke styles. If you take a team that's paddling OCs and put them in the Dragon Boat, at first they might not do so well. As soon as they get the technique down, they're certainly going to be able to move those boats.
So here, doing color commentary right now, I'm Park Board Chair Stuart McKinnon. I'm with fellow Commissioner Gwen Giesbrecht, and we're here in Vancouver on a beautiful day, looking out on False Creek. What a wonderful day to be out on the water or to be beside the water at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
We really couldn't ask for better conditions today, and I'm sure everybody out there is having a wonderful time.
And race 70, the Premier Mixed Recreational E Final, is underway. It was a really great start. These people are putting all their heart and soul into their racing now. This is the final race of the day for these folks, unless they're in the guts and glory. So they want to put on their best performance. This is it, the final for Division E.
Oh boy, it's going to be a fun one here. You can see these guys are not going to leave anything in the boat. They're putting it all out. They are going to paddle as hard as they can, listening in their minds to everything they've been taught. They are here now to execute. And we do have a full sledge of 8 lanes, so very impressive already off the boat. As we started off here, we're looking at lane number 5 and 6. Looks like name of number 5. It is the Dragon Cult. We saw them a little earlier, and they were looking good, and they are looking really good right now. They're steering a little bit. I can't tell if they're going to the outside of the lane or not from my angle. There's a good close-up of the Dragon Cult. She's leaning in, giving the call. She's getting some sort of command. Probably she's looking up, so she must be hearing something from the umpire boats. That's why they're close by there. And they are going straight as an arrow, and that's very key right now too. So lane number 5 and lane number 7. Lane number 7, the Metro Vancouver, 44 Cheeks. How the heck did they get to that number? You'll have to figure that one out for yourselves. But here we go. We are looking at some exciting paddling. Look at lane number 5 again. Our friends at Dragon Cult just grabbing water, pulling water, very little white water. They're holding their own. I think the challenge will still come from those Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks over there in lane 7. Let's not count out 6. She's given some good timing to her team. That's the Fire Dragons. And over there is the Stantec Splash in lane 2. And Nothing Dragon Masters Red over there in lane number 8. But it is still, at this point in the race, looks like lane, is that lane 5 or 6? The Fire Dragons or Dragon Cult?
5 and 7.
Yes.
Boy,
Oh,
this
boy.
is neck and neck.
This is the finish. They have to give it everything they have and keep it together. And it is lane 5, looking like the Dragon Cult's going to hold off all challengers at this point. But again, I don't want to speak too soon. Nothing's official until they cross the line and we get that photo finish. And it is lane number 5, unofficially 5, followed by 4, followed by 7. 5, 4, 7, basically from our angle. Dragon Cult in 5, Dragon Max in 4, and lane 7 was the Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks. And here comes lane number 1, the Nothing Dragon Masters Black. And on the outside, or the top of the course, there was the Nothing Dragon Masters Black and the Nothing Dragon Masters Red on opposite ends of the race course. But whoo, even the drummer looks tired.
Everybody looks exhausted. They've put everything into this race.
Look at lane number 2. The drummer is saying, "Hey guys, breathe. You did awesome. You did awesome." Yeah, you reinforce it to them. Yeah, everybody did. It's just another great race, well raced, all these teams. And it's a great feeling to be out there with 8 boats, I'll tell you that.
It certainly is.
You can't see, but you can certainly mentally feel, and you can hear.
It's a perfect day on the water when you've got 20 paddlers all in sync, paddling together, reaching and pulling. There's nothing else like it. Nothing else in the world like a dragon boat race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something special for sure.
And here are the results from race 69, the Premier Mixed Recreational F Final. In first place was Circleback at 2:23.135. In second place, Vision Impossible at 2:24.419. Coming in with the bronze, Dragons in Sight at 2:28.089. Fourth place finisher, Butts in a Boat, 2:28.957. Fifth place, we had the Otters, 2:32.911, and seventh place, Conquering Waves at 2:50.995. Congratulations to all the Premier Mixed Recreational F finalists. It was a great race.
That was a great race, and it's been great being here this afternoon. I'm sorry to say I cannot spend the rest of my day here, but thanks so much for inviting me to be along for as much as I have, and everyone, have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much, Park Commissioner Gwen Giesbrecht. Thank you for joining us. I'm Stuart McKinnon, Chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. doing a little bit of color commentary this afternoon at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Here we see the boats coming back into the dock area of the Creekside Community Centre, a wonderful facility from the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. Again, we cannot survive in this milieu without our wonderful sponsors. Our title and festival founding partner, Concord Pacific. We wouldn't be here without them. Major public partners, the Government of Canada, Government of British Columbia. Our major partners, Peak Technology, 102.7 FM and Global BC. Our supporting partners, Big Steel Box, DeLowry Automotive Group, Mark Antony, Wines and Spirits, Legacy Liquor Store, Oddball, the Park Vancouver Red Truck Beer. Our public partners are the City of Vancouver, the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, the British Columbia Arts Council, Factor, Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office. We work together. Our media partners, 93.7 JR Country, 980 CKNW, AM 1320 CHMB, The Daily Hive, The Georgia Strait, and Sing Tao Daily. And there's a beautiful view of False Creek Science World there and the Olympic Village in the background. What a gorgeous day. We're up around 25, 26 degrees out here. Those of you who have hats, you prepared for this day. I sure hope you've got some sunscreen to slap on, especially the young ones. You don't want to damage that young, tender skin. Also have lots of water, stay hydrated, and slap on a smile. It's a beautiful day in Vancouver, here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. And we've got some more results for you. This is race 70, the Premier Mixed Recreational E Final. And so here they go. The gold medal winners in first place at 2:17.011 were Dragon Cult. Congratulations, Dragon Cult. The silver medalist, Dragon Max, at 2:20.114. The bronze medalist, Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks, at 2:23.14. In fourth place, Fire Dragons at 2:21.165. In fifth place, Columbia College CC Riders, 2:22.717. In sixth place, the Stantec Splash at 2:24.619. Seventh place goes to Nothing Dragon Masters Red, 2:28.806. And eighth place, Nothing Dragon Masters Black, 2:29.907. The Premier Mixed Recreational E Final. Congratulations to all the finalists. Coming up next, we have Race 71. This is the Premier Mixed Recreational D Final. In Lane 1, the Briar Fire. In Lane 2, Dragon Hybrids. In Lane 3, Thunder Strokers. Lane 4 has Club Sake Mixed. In Lane 5, Bad Hearts. Lane 6, Orca. Lane 7, Krosna. Lane 8, the Britannia Community Centre. Have a nice day. Welcome everyone back here, ready for race 71. Just joining us is an amazing human being, one of my favorite people here. This is member of the legislature for Vancouver Hastings, Nikki Sharma, former park commissioner.
That's right.
Hi, Nikki, how are you?
I'm really great. It's so great to be here on this beautiful day and see all those people out gathered on the boats. What a fun.
This is an amazing day because we have 18 new dragon boats out there. This is the first time they're being used this weekend. And if it wasn't for the sponsorship of the government of British Columbia, we wouldn't have had these 18 new boats. So thank you so very, very much.
Oh, it was such a joy and a privilege to see those boats being unveiled and all the artists and that they're being used now. That's wonderful. But we're really glad to have contributed to such a pivotal festival for
And I think
Vancouver.
those boats are underway
Oh, yeah,
right now.
they are underway. We're almost halfway through this race. We're at about the 250-meter mark, and it is looking like lane number 6, Orca. They had a really strong start, and they're holding their own. Look at them burying those blades. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is the Orca in lane number 6. Lane 7, the Crossnar, are giving them a challenge, though, as is lane number 8, Britannia CC. Have a nice day. Hey, they certainly are out there. It's a beautiful race here. Briarfire in 1, Dragon Hybrids in 2, and the Club Sake Mixed in lane 4. But look at this. Almost, but not quite, a full boat lead by Orca in lane 6. And look at those top hands. Look at the effort. Everybody is putting 100% into this race, the Premier Mixed Recreational D Final. So don't you wish you're out there? Oh, look at the surge now. We've noticed this a few times today from lane number 1, Briarfire. Once they get past the old BC Pavilion, they're starting to surge now also. So we're going to have a very interesting finish here. They are just through and the last 100 meters, into the last 50 meters. So this is anybody's race still, although I would think that Orca would not agree with that at this point. But look at them. They are still holding about an 8 bench lead, and looks like they're going to hold off all challengers. But wow, look at the surge. The battle now is going to be for second position for sure. Here they go, right through the line, and I'm just going to take a look at the screen here. It looks like it was 6, 1, 4, and 7. 6, 1, 4, 7. That's this unofficial. 6 Orca, 4 Club Sake Mixed, 1 Briarfire, and 4 was Club Sake Mixed, as I already mentioned. So we had a heck of a race. Very exciting. We got to get you out there in the boat because there's nothing like being out there.
And congratulations to all of the paddlers, but that Briarfire was really something, the way they came up in the last half of the race.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times. So I don't see any wind. I'm looking outside, so it could be a current thing right now. Sometimes just past the docks in the BC Pavilion. But anyhow, regardless, their effort was exceptional to pull up that close and to get into contention for a medal in that race. So I'm going to be very excited when I see these results. I'm not sure if anybody made it under 2 minutes there, but man, they were flying. And right from the start, though, that Orca team just had a great start, and they held it all the way through the finish. So it's going to be pretty impressive.
It goes to show you how much a good start can make a difference for a good ending.
Absolutely.
I'm Stuart McKinnon. I'm chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, doing a little bit of color commentary here, and joined by member of the legislature for Vancouver Hastings, Nikki Sharma. Nikki, welcome. Have you ever done dragon boating?
I've never done it. We were talking about potentially doing an MLA team. Wouldn't that be fun?
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, it's really amazing to see how fast they go on the water today and up close. So it's quite the race, quite the spectacle to see them all going.
It's an amazing thing, and anybody can do it. I've said a couple of times today, I didn't start dragon boating until I was 50, and so if I can do it, I think almost anybody
Next
can.
year you're going to see me on the water then.
All right.
I just need a really good name. They have really good names out there.
Well, I was just going to ask, what are you going to do if you put MLAs from both sides of the house of the boat? We might have we have to have a weight and balance on the boat.
We learn how to work together. There
Absolutely.
you go. That's a good thing.
Absolutely. Very well put.
You could call them the balanced budgets.
Yeah, there you go. Good one.
I'll just leave it at balanced. Just say.
Balanced. Yeah, that's great.
Sounds good.
Here we go. Nikki, I've been asking folks who've come by here. Vancouver is such a beautiful place. Today is such a beautiful day. In the summertime, what's your favorite thing to do?
Oh, we will be found quite often walking around this part around Science World. I have two kids. One's 8 years old, one's 2.5. So this is kind of a great location to be by the water. One of the things we really love to do is go berry picking, actually, and it's been a bit late this year. But yeah, we're looking forward to that. But just it's such a great city to be in the summertime and any year round. I was just talking about how you see some really hardcore people in February on the water here, despite the weather, and I'm always really impressed by that commitment. But it's so beautiful. beautiful no matter what the weather is, right?
It is.
It's such
We
a
are
great spot.
so lucky to live in this place. So we're so blessed to live in this part of the world. It's amazing. And, you know, we can't go without thanking the people who have always lived here since time immemorial, the indigenous people of this land, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, who we thank for the privilege of sharing this land where we are.
Well said. So can I know what's the fastest time so far today? Who was the...
Actually, that's a great question. It was definitely under 2 minutes, and I think it was around 1:55, which is remarkable.
Great.
Up until a few years ago, it was not heard of to beat 2 minutes. But in the last 10 years, you get the high-end premier competitive teams. They will...
Going fast.
Yes, and in a few more races, you will hopefully witness that. We should see a couple of teams, for sure, in our race number 76, go under 2 minutes.
Under
That's what
2
I'm looking
minutes.
forward to.
And we've got some race results. Race 71, the Premier Mixed Recreational D Final. In first place with the gold medal was indeed Orca with a time of 2:14.123. In second place, yes, in lane 1 was Briar Fire for a silver medal time of 2:15.591. Our bronze medal third place, Club Sake Mixed, in third place at the time of 2:15.858. Fourth place goes to Bad Hearts at 2:16.992. Fifth place to Krosna at time of 2:17.509. Sixth place, Britannia CC, Have a Nice Day. Seventh place, Dragon Hybrids, 2:19.611. And eighth place to Thunderstrokers at 2:22 with 097. Congratulations, winners all, in the Premier Mixed Recreational D Final. And I'm going to join Britannia, and I'm wishing everybody to have a nice day.
Yes. Yeah, you got to love their name. CC, have a nice day. And that smile face, that's perfect. I've always loved their uniform. That's one that's classic. They don't need to change it.
Absolutely not. Well, it's a beautiful day. I'm going to keep reminding folks who are out there, it's very hot. Please keep hydrated, drink some water, wear a hat. Put on some sunscreen. Everybody needs sunscreen, but especially if you've got little ones, put some sunscreen on them. No one wants to go home with a burn today. It's so wonderful to be here, though, in the sunshine in beautiful False Creek in Vancouver. I'm joined right now by Nikki Sharma, the MLA for Vancouver Hastings. Thanks for being here, Nikki.
Oh, it's so great to be here. How many competitors do we have here this year? Looks like there's hundreds of people on the water, eh?
Yeah,
like it.
We have about 120 teams.
120
Some from the
teams.
U.S., some from other parts of Canada. It's not any international this year, just because of the way the world's just opening up.
Harder to
but,
travel.
And you're talking roughly, what did we say? Round figure is 26, so let's round it up to 30. So 312 is 36, so about 3,600 just paddlers, drummers, and
Right.
steersperson. And you add into that, as we had noted, the friends, family, and anyone else that's supporting them. It's big numbers for sure.
I see now so many people gathered around the tents here. It's quite nice to see everybody out in the sunshine.
It is, absolutely. Yeah, it's a beautiful day, no doubt about that.
And there's always lots to do at the Concord Pacific Dragon Festival. If you're not on the water and you're not looking around, you can go over to the main stage at 3 o'clock. It's Best Night Ever will be performing. We're going to get ready for race 72, the Premier Mixed Recreational C Final. In lane 1 will be Simon Fraser University, Shockwave. In lane 2, TCC, Dragoneers. In lane 3, the University of British Columbia, Current Aurum. In lane 4, Paddle Rangers. In lane 5, Super Fun Dragons. In lane 6, Max Storm. Lane 7, DH Velocity, and in lane 8, the Eternal Dinosaur. I'm wondering, we have the Eternal Dragons from Eric Hamber. I'm wondering if the Eternal Dinosaurs might be alumni?
Alumni, or maybe the parents. I don't want to say anything. Maybe
Dragons and Dinosaurs, great names. I like the Paddle Rangers. I think that's pretty good.
There are some really creative names always when we're doing dragon boating.
What was your name, Stuart, what was your team name?
So we had the Killarney Cougar Dragons was my high school.
Cougar Dragons?
Yeah, well, we're the Killarney Cougars is our regular team, so we just added that. And then, of course, I paddled, my first team was Gung Haggis Fat Choi.
Gung Haggis, gotcha.
Yes, the infamous Todd Wong's team. And then my current team, I'm not paddling this year, but my current team, Conquering Waves.
Ooh. Very powerful name.
Very powerful name.
That's great.
It's a beautiful day in Vancouver. Nikki, after this, are you going to walk home, do you think? Or
you know what? I have to do just those boring things like grocery shopping. I got nothing fun and exciting lined up. Just start of the next week. But that's why this is such a highlight of my day to be here.
Excellent. Excellent. Always
great.
great to see you. Really good things happening in British Columbia. Anything you want to highlight right now for us?
Well, you know, I really feel like one of the amazing things that I'm seeing as an MLA that started during the pandemic is a lot of more gatherings. The last 2 weeks have been really about celebrating the grads, which is great.
Yeah.
So going out to the graduation ceremony, seeing the proud parents' faces and just being able to meet people, which has been really actually heartwarming and makes me happy to get to have that interaction with all the lovely people that we represent in this great city.
It's really great to see people coming out and doing things. All right, we're getting ready for race 72, the Premier Mixed Recreational C Final.
Let's see. Do you think we're going to expect something out of lane 1 like we have in the last couple of races?
Yeah, well, they're off and racing now, so
yes,
maybe.
We shall see. Well, already DH Velocity, they jumped out again. That lane number 7 seems to be particularly good right now to get a bit of a jump start in the start, so you can see the difference already by maybe 4 or 5 benches in the boat over the other teams out there. But let's not go and forget all the other teams, because you can see already in lane number 5 or 6 here, lane number 5, it looks like the Super Fun Dragons are also starting to move on their competition. It's looking really good, though. You can't quite see them outside our window view, but great shots here from the drone. And we just had a little flick there, but that's all right. You can see the boat following, of course, is the umpire, making sure everybody's staying straight and narrow in their lanes. They're absolutely crucial here for a fair race. And it is still lane number 7, the DH Velocity, but I'm looking over here in lane number 5. Again, it is that Super Fun Dragons. I don't know. This is going to be quite the finish. They are moving fast. They are at about the halfway point in the race. Here's a great shot of the drummer and steersperson of our friends over there at the Super Fun Dragons. But look at this. We are having a change now. It is lane number 5, Super Fun, but there is that lane 7. There is moving up really well now on them. Every time they pull water, they're moving up and just switching positions just by the one bench. And that looks like lane 4, the Paddle Rangers. There you go, the Paddle Rangers. Shout out to the Paddle Rangers. Yeah, and the UBC Current Orem over there in 3. So this is going to go down to the wire. We are at almost the 400-meter mark. Some of these rates are going up a little bit. Everybody is racing. They are giving 110%.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be a fantastic final. If these teams can maintain these rates, we are going to have a packed finish across the line. Get to the shore. Cheer these teams on. This is spectacular racing. They're so tight, so close. Look at DH Velocity and Velocity in lane 7. The angle is deceptive. Wait until they come across that finish line. Here they come. Here they come. Cheer them on. Get your favorite team and give them some encouragement. This is going to be a spectacular finish. Right now, I'm thinking the DH Velocity might have pulled ahead of the pack just enough to hold them. And is it? No, it's lane 5. Look at that. It looks like 5, 7, 6, 4. So 5 was Super Fun Dragons. They held off the charge. 6 was the Max Storm. 4 was the Paddle Rangers. The UBC Corn Orem in 3. Here's the TCC Dragoneers in 2. SFU Shockwave in 1. And as I mentioned earlier, in lane 7, DH Velocity and Eternal Dinosaur in 8. Look, they have no energy left. That's a good sign. That means they gave it all.
Left it all on
they
the
didn't
water.
leave anything in the boat. They gave it all. So that's a beautiful thing to see. Oh, someone's waving up at the drone or cheering for his own team. Lane 5, that's great. He's congratulating his own team there. The paddlers giving it all. You can see, look at lane 1, SFU Shockwave. They've given it their all. You got to lean yourself up. You got to force up. Even the tendency is to lean down. You want to force up, get that air back into your lungs. It's harder. It's easier said than done.
You get to that 400-meter mark,
wow.
and it's at that point when, at least when I'm paddling, I think I have nothing left. I can't give it. And then you get that surge.
Yes.
The drummer pulls you on, and from I don't know where, you find that extra bit of oomph to get you across the line.
Absolutely.
And you see this. People,
boats absolutely.
Are even coming up to that 400 meter mark, and then suddenly one team goes
surges. It must be that team spirit you feel in the boat, eh?
Yeah, there you go.
It's like you're all in it together, right?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's beautiful. You could really see how fast that was quite the race.
That was a very interesting, especially as it started to close when they got to
Yeah.
the 400 meter mark. At that point, it's basically anybody's race. Whoever can call a finish and maintain the rate, because as your rate goes up, your strokes are shorter. So it's so crucial that you push down on the blade to make sure you bury right at the start of the stroke, and that's what gives you pulling more water. That's what you have to do. You got to pull the water constantly, no matter what your rate is. Easier said than done. It does take a little bit of practice.
It's
but
probably harder when you get tired too. Eh?
Oh, yeah.
To keep your form. Yeah.
Well, and don't forget, it's not your arms. You're actually not paddling with your arms. If you see the A shape, I can't demonstrate, no one can see me, but literally you're outside of the gun on the side of the boat, you're locked in, and you're actually chopping, and you're actually pushing with your leg, your knees, and
I
your
see.
rotation.
It's a whole body thing.
Yeah.
It is.
That's what you were doing on the water. You know how to do this, Stuart. You got it.
Absolutely.
It's
So
pretty cool.
yeah, it's
Been
all
doing
about
it for
technique.
a while.
Yeah.
All about technique. Yeah, it's a lot. It can be a lot of fun, but
So do you train? Is there training that they do on land too to get themselves in?
Absolutely.
Like what kind
We
of
have
things would
some
you do?
Land training. We have some of the gyms in town will have paddles attached to
The rowing
weights,
machines, yeah, and the rowing machines.
which is terrific. We always do warm-ups on land, of course. So you gotta
Stretching's
get,
super important.
Yeah, got to stretch. Got to get your heart rate at the right place. It's a wonderful cardio workout.
Oh, yeah.
I bet.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the best paddlers that I know are actually extremely good at yoga.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And, which is a good thing, because as you see in the dragon boat, you're usually placed on one side of the boat, and that can never be a good thing for your body to over-exercise on one side.
Gotcha.
So the balance, or in a lot of teams that I've been on, certain teams, they will actually switch hitters the wrong words, because that might not be politically correct, but you would basically be paddling on either the right or left side,
Gotcha.
and depending on the situation, you would have to switch.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm an
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous. There you go.
That's the correct
Paddler. I
political
can
term.
paddle
Thank you.
Because I'm learning
Yeah.
so much
Yeah.
for our next team, our team next year. I'm going to be ready to go.
Right on.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
do you change for the conditions? Like, would you change like the beat of the row or anything based on conditions, or is it?
It depends. Again,
Yeah.
unless you're getting a lot of wake or a lot of waves, likely you have. I won't call it a semi-rigid race plan.
Gotcha.
And hopefully you've been on those waters before, or if you're new to a race festival, you're going to be talking to the other steersperson, the other coaches, and they're very open and sharing, if you're going around BC Place at this time of the day, if the tide's like this, you're going to get, an extra push on the side, so your steersman has to be aware, things of that nature. But generally speaking, it does depend on the type of water, because we were talking about this earlier, that there's, here, of course, we're blessed with the salt water, and we're total tidal. Richmond, depending on which end of Richmond you're paddling out of, but you're affected by the fresh water coming down the Fraser with the mix of the tidal waters and salt, and it's a different weight or feel.
Right.
You can really tell when you're on fresh water, like up in Vernon, if you're on what is it, Kalamaka? I can't remember.
Kalamata, yeah.
Yeah, Kalamata Lake. You can feel the difference in the water. So every event has something different.
And here we have Race 72, the Premier Mixed Recreational C final results. Our gold medalist in first place, Super Fun Dragons, with a time of 2:11.806. The silver medalists in second place, DH Velocity, at 2:12.807. Our bronze medalists, third place, Max Storm at 2:12.924. In fourth place, Paddle Rangers, 2:13.074. Fifth place, UBC Current Orem at 2:14.476. In sixth place, TCC Dragoneers at 2:16.945. In seventh place, Eternal Dinosaur, 2:17.529. And in eighth place, SFU Shockwave at 2:18.479. Get my math out there. Again, they're all winners here in the Premier Mixed Finals.
Great shot of some of the entertainment.
music.
Yeah. See who's on stage right now.
That is Best Night Ever. having a good time.
It's one of the best things about this festival is how it brings people together on this beautiful spot. So not only the cultural mixing, the basically the ways you can learn about the different cultural mixes in Vancouver, but also the talent. Look at that.
The talent's
to
there.
music.
Yeah, and the food, of course.
The food, of course. You cannot forget the food. That's true.
That was some great
That's
food.
true.
And of course, there's the Chinese Cultural Pavilion and the Indigenous Cultural Pavilions out there as well. And there's the marketplace where you can find some nice gifts to take home for your friends and family.
Lots of smiling faces out there, I can see.
Lots of smiling faces. Okay, race 73 is coming up next, the Premier Mixed Recreational B Final. In lane 1, One Twisted Dragon. In lane 2, the Concord Pacific
Flying Dragons.
In lane 3, Creekside Dragons. In lane 4, DH0. Lane 5, UBC Current Gold. Lane 6, FLCC, this is from Fort Langley, Fortified. In lane 7, RGL United, Built by Bird. And in lane 8, WPC, Premier Burn.
Yeah, and this is where when you're sitting out there right now, you know this is a medal race. You've got to be focused, but you're still excited at the same time.
Excited and probably nervous.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. All kinds of emotions are happening there. But again, you're there. You're one of a team member. You do what you do. It's for your team at this point. So there's no looking around. You're so focused on your drummer and listening to the call from your drummer and seeing her. So what you're usually doing at the start too is you're looking as far forward down the boat to the opposite side, in some cases as far forward as you can, because it's so crucial. Timing with technique is everything. You might not have been here a little bit earlier, but we talked about this, and what happens is 9 times out of 10 timing will beat power. You could have big strong people in the boat,
Interesting.
but if they don't have timing,
timing meaning like working together as well as executing?
The time that the actual paddles actually hit the water.
Mm-hmm.
So you see
And
that
they're
often.
off.
Great
This is
race
the
here
Premier Mixed Recreational B Final. A great start.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So what we're talking about there is usually the first 16, 20 strokes, it takes the boat that's dead in the water, it lifts it up, and then you have to start going rapidly to keep it on top of the surface of the water. So that's when you get your
The
race
fastest.
pace. Yeah,
Gotcha.
and then usually around your last 100 meters, maybe it depends on your team, you might have a power surge where you actually shorten your stroke a little bit to, again, increase your speed, and then you lengthen it out again. And then in the finish, the last 100 meters, that's when you want to increase your rate. It shortens your stroke, but again, by that time, the more water you're pulling, as long as you're not pulling back too far, it's just a feeling that you're up, and then you just take off like a rocket ship.
Look at that.
Isn't that amazing?
It's very amazing.
It is. It's really cool. And that's UBC Current Gold in lane 5 right now. Maybe about a 3 or 4 bench lead on their nearest competitor, which is the DH0. Yeah, there's a great look at him. Look at leaning in the collar. She's holding onto the seat from the front. That's always a good idea too. But you can see the work and effort, and if you watch the top hands when you get those views, that's what's important. You can also see how the paddles are all hitting the water at the same time. And you don't ever want to see flashes off the paddle at the start of the stroke. They're digging, they're driving that blade into the water as they do their rotation movement. But yeah, it's looking very strong right now is lane number 5, the UBC Current Gold. And again, not to be outdone by the Creekside Dragons over there in 3 also. So, and where are my friends, Concord Pacific Flying Dragons? They're in the thick of it too. So some great shots here, some great action on the water. 3, 4, and 5 are actually as well as lane 7. Lane 7, let's talk about them for a second. The RGL United, Built by Bird, they're still in this too. So there's going to be a real battle here for those medals, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. Great view. You can see the A shape as they're reaching and catching water. The trick is also to have a quick recovery. Usually you try to keep your heads up. It does help you breathe better. Like at this level, that's part of what you're going to try to do. But again, look at
this. Oh,
wow.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable race.
Again, this is like a
It's
photo
like
finish.
It was a photo
there.
finish,
Yep.
totally.
Absolutely.
And again, one of those beautiful things about our festival here, right above us, the finish line are not the buoys because they are anchored and they do move with the tides. We actually have laser.
That's what it is. I was wondering. So it's timed exactly when you cross
Exactly. It's not the buoys because they do move with the tides. So and that's another, as I say, that's what makes this like the premier, like absolutely one of the top, if not the top of the 3 dragon boat festivals in the world. just because of our equipment,
Right
the people,
here in
the
Vancouver.
beauty of Vancouver. It's everything about dragon boat racing. The best of it is right here in Vancouver.
And of course, as our coaches always tell us, you don't stop paddling until the back of the boat finishes the finish line,
Right.
because you don't know if that has moved. And so
Gotcha.
when the lead paddler gets across, you don't.
Because there would
stop.
be, if you were tired, there'd be that feeling of wanting to let up
Exactly.
the minute you're across the
Absolutely.
line, but
Yeah.
you got to keep going.
And another
Okay.
team can
All
blow
these
right by
tips.
you on your wake, right? Like
Just that 1 second.
Oh yeah,
Especially with a finish like that, it wouldn't take
exactly.
much.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Now we're up in the really good paddlers in the A and B finals.
Yeah, for the
here.
Rex, yeah.
These are really great paddlers, and you'll see that they do paddle together. We sometimes see in newer boats what we call caterpillaring, where they're not paddling together, and that's generally when the person behind is putting their paddle in at the same time, or trying to, as the person in front of them, rather than looking to the front of the boat to
that's
the
the key.
lead stroke.
I see.
Watching it go up and down. And if you're just watching the person in front of you, you're
Yeah.
going to get
You're
that
you're
caterpillar.
always get
Because you'll just be a
caterpillaring.
little bit slower than
Yeah, just think of it
Gotcha.
being stopped at a red light.
Yeah.
If everybody accelerated at the same time and the same speed, we'd all move together, but we don't. We follow the car in front of us, and because we can't see that lead car, right? And of course, it cause an accident. But same thing in paddling, like in the dragon boat, it's a tendency is to follow the person in front of your. Head's down, you're just going to follow the stroke of the guy in front of you. You've got to keep that head up, even though I'm doing the left-hand thing here. You are looking as far forward, and most of the competitive teams I've been on, it's looking as far forward as possible on the opposite side, because you can always see the top hand of the person furthest forward,
Gotcha.
as opposed to necessary, because and with my luck, I usually get bigger or taller people in front of me. I couldn't see the top hand up forward even if I'm totally leaning out. And my chin's on the gunnel, my hand's out, not my whole body. It's just my arm, upper and lower arm. So it's really interesting. There's a lot of technical
Very
things in it, and you learn all this through the.
I feel like
through
I'm
the
ready to
years.
hit the water now next
Yes,
year.
you
I know exactly what to do, except for actually try. I have to try.
As long as you have no fear of the getting wet. Sometimes you can get a little wet, right?
The splash must be pretty well, but today like today, it's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
It's always good fun.
Oh, yeah.
Always
Exactly.
good fun.
And even in like we're going to go now into the Premier Mixed Competitive. Those are the even more serious. But as mentioned already, these last couple of races we've seen, some of these teams will some years make it into the competitive as opposed to the recreation. These top end rec teams, they can move back and forth depending on how many paddlers and the condition of their paddlers, their coaching, etc. So it's what's really cool though. These guys are super focused when they're on the water, but after they get off and maybe they have a debrief, it's like high fives to the competitors.
It's good to have good competition, right? It raises everybody.
Yep.
And here are the results of the Premier Mixed Recreational B Final. Do you want to read those, Nikki, for us?
Okay. So we have in first place UBC Current Gold at 2 minutes, 8 seconds, and 0.535. I guess that's important too. We have in silver DH0 with 2 minutes and 8 seconds, 0.752. And third place Creekside Dragons with 2 minutes, 9 seconds, 0.820. And then where's fourth here? There we go. Thanks, Stuart. RGL United Built by Bird, fourth place, 2 minutes, 13 seconds, 0.724. And then we have fifth is FLCC Fortified with 2 minutes, 15 seconds, 0.626. And then we have sixth WPC Premium Burn, 2 minutes, 17 seconds, 0.411. And then we seventh place, One Twisted Dragon, 2 minutes, 17 seconds, 0.561. And then we have in eighth place, Concord Pacific, should I be Flying Dragons. There you go. All three of us did it there. 2 minutes, 18 seconds, 0.512. Congratulations to all the competitors.
Fantastic. Wonderful. So UBC gold gets gold.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
So there's a nice shot of one of the Dragon
beautiful
Boat
shot.
teams going out to the start line for the next race. Beautiful. That's when you are focusing, you're trying to get all the yayas out, as I used to call them.
Do you get a pep talk while you're sitting in there too? Like
Sometimes you do, but sometimes it's just focus. All the talk has happened. The coach has given the best advice. and now you're just going out. Sometimes the steers person will add their words of wisdom at this time, but now is the time to bring your focus in the boat. Yeah, look at that beauty. Look at this. Even as they're going out to the start line.
Exactly. And that's
Synchronized.
That's just a light
Right.
recreation. You're not putting any
It's
pressure
beautiful
on
to
the
watch. You're right.
Yeah, it is very beautiful, right? I mean,
It's very artistic.
especially when you see it from that's the beauty of these drones, right? It's an accomplished steers person who's very aware of the shallows here.
Yeah, I think it's a
Yeah, it's a beautiful
Yeah.
thing watching the dragon
definitely.
boats.
So, what are some of the best cheers that you've heard? Did you do cheers when you were?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I
It's
can
I
share
bet you
some
there's
of
some.
those.
We had a
You don't want to
we had
say it live.
mottos.
Okay, you can tell
we
me
had
later.
mottos, right? And it was paddle hard, party harder.
Yeah, that's right. I remember from. Yeah, we'll leave it at
Share
that
them.
one.
Okay. Okay, I just got to get closer to the boats to hear them, I guess. Eh?
Yeah, some teams actually do. Usually, some of the rec teams in Central have a fun cheer of some sort. They usually do something with their paddles, bang on the gunnels and say something.
And these drone shots are brought to you by Peak Technologies. Is that right? Thank you very much, Peak Technologies. It makes a real big difference
Very
when
impressive,
watching these races. Brings you right into the boat.
Absolutely.
Of course, our lead sponsor and title founding partner, Concord Pacific. We wouldn't be here without Concord Pacific. Thank you so much.
And you can see that when we just had the shot of boat number 3, they are actually back paddling. And again, even when you back paddle, though it's light and easy, you usually want to do it in sync. These guys are holding water. That was the command they must have been given by their drummer. So they hold their blades as hard as they can in the water to stop the boat, to make it a dead stop. They're waiting, of course, for.
So, what's the
marshalling.
best starting position then? Is it the blade up high, or what's the
paddles up,
Paddles are-
race ready? Basically, is you're extended, not full extension, because on those first 6 strokes, it's usually you're only looking for a really strong half stroke. So you're
Okay.
leaning forward outside of the gunnel about what we would call a half stroke. So not fully extended, but partially extended. And your blade, that means your bottom hand is usually about 1 wrist length from the top of what we refer to the blade part of the paddle. So you want to bury that blade right up to your wrist. So you want to see no blade above the water. And that's hard to hold that for.
I bet,
sometimes
yeah,
it
you have
can
to have
be-
some muscles for
yeah,
that.
it can be, a couple of minutes you have to hold that. But again, if you paddle with your arms, I mean, initially a lot of people might, but you're not going to last a race. You'll develop,
your whole body.
your lats and use your back. There's, it depends. But generally speaking, you just don't want to be one of those lopsided people. You definitely want to work on both sides of that body for sure.
and do yoga apparently? That's the way to
Exactly.
go.
Or stretch for sure.
We are getting
life
ready
advice.
for race 74. This is the Red Truck Beer Premier Mixed Recreational Grand Final. In lane 1, we have Dragon Hearts Breaker. In lane 2, Wham Fire. In lane 3, the San Francisco Bay Area Dragons. In lane 4, Wham Power. In lane 5, DH Swordfish. In lane 6, the UC Irvin Elements. Lane 7, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2. And in lane 8, SD Zoo.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back here a bit. I think we might expect, I can't remember if they were two teams or which team that was from San Diego. I'm suspecting we're going to see some big things out of this lane 7 just from what had happened in previous races. They seem to always be on the outside lanes, but they seem to always surge. But again, technically speaking, the fastest teams are seated in lanes 4, 5, and 6, but you never know. We've been seeing it all day today that teams in the outside lanes are doing just as well. So that's the beauty here too. Everything is fair. The seating brings all these teams together, and they're basically finishing the races as close as possible.
So is it that
together.
if you have a better qualifying time, you get different lanes? Is that the...
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Fastest will go to the inner lanes. So again, in from initial seating, because you could be a competitive team and you could be paddling against a junior team type of thing. So it is seated at that time of the race just by what's known by the festival and the paddling committees. They know that there's a junior team will give them the outside lanes, but it all comes down to your final for your groups. You're all going to get your lanes based on your time. So that equates things for the tides, because we have the bathtub effect here in Falls Creek. So that's how we keep the races fair, just by moving forward on times.
So interesting. So much science and
Yeah, if
and
you really want to.
weather.
Yeah,
It's like lots going on
It can
here.
be quite interesting. Tides. Oh gosh, some of the competitive teams I've been involved with, I mean, it's crazy. They have the tide tables, and you're talking to the steersman and then the coach and say, okay, what's the strategy going to be when we come around BC Place if we get lane 7 or 4? Like that's a little bit much, maybe, but some of the competitive teams can be that. But again,
Well, especially if there's only a couple seconds between
Oh,
the
yeah.
two, so you really got to get that everything you can. Right?
exactly. But everybody loves everybody when you get off the water, so that's the best part of
great.
it.
And of
That's
course,
great.
this is why we do the tenths and hundredths of seconds, because sometimes the times are that close.
yeah.
We've seen that today in some of our races, especially in the very fast races. It's amazing, a tenth of a second or 2/100ths of a second between boats crossing the line. It's quite amazing.
And again, in these finals, they award 3 medals, a first, second, and third. So you could be in this case, let's say you're in the grand final. That's the top of the mixed recreational teams in this final. So only 3 medals are going to be given out. So like teams, the 4th through the 8th, they don't get a medal, but yet the people that are in the next division down, which is the B final, this is like the A final, there's 3 people who are going to get medals, but everybody knows and understands that. So if you see someone that has the B final medal, you're still going to congratulate them. That's absolutely spectacular. But everybody in each of these races kind of knows, okay, well, technically, I was in a different division. So again, it's not all about the hardware all the time. It's again, to get to this division is awesome as a rec team, right? You're at the top of your game, your division.
It takes a lot of work, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
I
A lot of
remember one
practice.
year with my Killarney team, we were perennially in the C final every year, and one year we got into the B final. And if we'd been in the C, we may have gotten a medal, but we were in B, and although we placed last in B, the kids were so proud. They didn't take home a medal, but they made it to B final.
Exactly.
that year,
They
and
know that
that's-
they've advanced, right?
Yeah.
And that's a very good feeling. Yeah.
It's a wonderful feeling. Well, here we are in beautiful False Creek in Vancouver. It's a warm day. I hope you got a hat and some sunblock for you. Have some water, keep yourself refreshed.
Yes.
I'm Stuart McKinnon, Chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, and I'm joined in the color commentary by Member of the Legislature for Vancouver Hastings, Nikki Sharma. Thanks so much for being with us,
So
Nikki.
great to be here. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this.
Oh, very cool.
And it's one of the best sports around here too. So there you go.
Close to home, so you're going to have
Close
to come
to
down to
home.
Dragon Zone and hop in a boat one day.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
It's always a nice day to be by the water in Vancouver, but especially in June as summer begins.
Yes. Finally.
It looks like race 74 is at the starting line. We're just waiting for the horn. They're holding their boats at this point. It's one of the hardest things to do. You know the horn's going to go at any moment, and you've just got to hold that line.
Will they call a false start, like with races, if somebody goes?
It does happen. It's
It
not very
happens?
common. Usually the starter will not even call the race. She'll have everyone paddle back and come back into the gates.
I see.
Yeah. But there are,
Okay.
if you do jump the gun, that's a little different. You're going to get a DQ.
So
You're right.
I
looks
see.
like they've asked people to paddle back and come back up to the starting
Yep,
line.
there you go. Our starter, Erin, I'm not sure if it's Jennifer this year or not, because unfortunately I don't have the radio to hear, but I suspect it is. She's been doing it for many years. Calm, cool, but very, and she'll forgive me for using this word, stern might be too strong a word, but when she speaks, everybody listens. And that's so important. And when I say everybody listens, the boats themselves are taught, especially at this level, that it's your drummer or steersperson. They will listen for the commands, and then they'll tell your boat. But if you're too slow at doing that, she'll call you right away. I said, move now, right? And she means it. And
Gotta
and
keep it
everybody
orderly,
said-
right?
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
gotta keep
It's all
everything
fair,
running
right?
smoothly.
It keeps the races fair, and
Yeah.
everybody's. We're all in the same boat is maybe a cliche, but
It is true.
It works.
It is
I'm
true.
sure we could go with a lot of those kind of boat
Exactly.
analogies.
But your story, Stuart, was apropos. I do recall being on one particular competitive team, and we were in the grand final. We finished 4th in the race, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, my teammates are all going to feel devastated. Came off the boat, the happiest group ever, because they knew that they had given everything they had, and they were up there with, we refer to them as the big dogs, these other super premier teams from out of town, and we finished 4th. Hey, the fact that we finished and got the privilege to race against them, that's what it was all about. We had a really, really nice coach there. He was the one that was telling us all, of course, winning. Yeah, it's winning is everything. No, it's winning is giving 110%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's an achievement, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Push
And
yourself.
That's what we tell our youth teams. You know, if you've put in 100%, whether you're first or eighth, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you're a
exactly.
winner that day.
Hardware is always nice, but it's not the necessity.
No. So here they are lining up again at the starting line. This is the Red Truck Beer Premier Mixed Recreational Grand Final.
It's interesting. So she was holding back on lanes 1 and 2 at first, so there must have been a challenge there with the current a bit. That's probably why she's bringing him in last. Yeah, sorry about the angles there. You're
No,
okay
I
to
can
see?
see.
All
It's
right.
great. Yeah.
I have my
impressive
trifocals
to
on and
see.
I'm having...
It's very clear.
Probably need two monitors, guys, next year.
And they're off, and it's a good start for everybody across the board here.
As expected. As expected. So right now, I mean, it's still early, probably in 6 strokes. It's lane 6, UC Irvine Elements, and lane 8, the SD Zoo. Jumped out a little bit of ahead of a lead. But again, here we go, lanes 3 and 4. San Francisco Bad, or Bay Area Dragons, and Wham Power in lane 4. Looking pretty strong there. Here comes lane number 3, San Francisco Bay Area Dragons. And well, we've got a lot of exciting happening out here. Here's UC Irvine. Wow, over there in lane number 7, is it the San Diego Dragon Boat team too? Yeah, right next to Irvine. Wow, look at this. So we're coming up. We are moving fast. Look at them come. Get to the shore, folks. You don't want to miss this one. A blink of an eye, you're going to miss a phenomenal recreational final here. Look at these boats. Look at them lean. Wow, look at the drive, the top hand drive, the timing. Wow. Everything's looking superb. They are pulling water. That's a great look at San Francisco Bay Area Dragons. All the way down the boat in perfect timing. Look at the boats over here, over in lane number 6. Is that 6? Yeah, that's UC Irvine Elements. They're in the thick of it. This is unbelievable. They're almost up to the 400-meter mark already. They at least they appear to me to be flying, but look at the timing. It's just unbelievable that everyone's burying their blades, catching water. Yeah, we're getting a little close here in lanes number 4 and 5. I'm not sure what the on-water umpire is going to tell them about that. That's Wham Power in lane 4 and DH Swordfish in 5. So we have a heck of a finish. We're coming up to the last 100 meters of this race.
Oh my gosh, it's
going to be packed. It's packed. This is anybody's race.
Mean,
Woo! Look at them.
tell.
Look at them go. Get to the windows. Get to the side. Hey, get out and cheer your team. This is unbelievable. Look at them leaning in. Wow, unbelievable. It does look like from this angle, though, it's a Wham Power now that's pulled out. Look at Wham Power. They're holding about a two-bench lead right now from our angle. Unbelievable. We're going to have a absolutely spectacular finish here. I'm holding my breath. It does look like 4, 3, and 6. So perhaps that's correct. 4, Wham Power. 3, the San Francisco Bay Area Dragons. And 6, the UC, University of California Irvine Elements. Wow, that was so tight. I can hardly wait to see. I'm curious. It would be amazing if one of these rec teams in the grand final beat 2 minutes. It would be spectacular.
It would be fantastic.
I would love to see it. But even if not, that was spectacular racing. All these teams, they look great. Yeah, very fast. The timing was good on all the boats from what we could see from our vantage point. So congratulations. That was a great grand final. The Red Truck Beer Premier Mixed Rec Grand Final.
Look at the exhaustion on those paddlers. They gave absolutely everything. Every single meter of that race.
And they're just waiting for that Red Truck Beer when they get off the boat.
Yeah. Well deserved.
They deserve it.
Well deserved.
They deserve. But look at the exhaustion. And that's what, that means you've given a good race. If you come to the end and you basically you have to take a few minutes to get your breath. It's okay.
If you want more information on dragon boating, you can always go to dragonboatbc.ca. Community, culture, and competition. dragonboatbc.ca.
So this is a view of one of the boats that has not been painted. Only 9 of the 18 were painted by the local artists.
And beautiful paintings.
And each of those is different. I've seen them, and
They were great.
they're lovely. I wasn't sure what to think, because I did miss the unveiling, and now that I've seen them on the water, it's
they're
just
gorgeous.
beautiful.
Yeah, we were there at the unveiling. We were getting rained upon it, but it was still amazing.
It was fantastic. It was wonderful. We had
sheets.
some of the artists there
Yeah.
to talk about their art and why they had chosen
their
those
inspiration and such.
It
It's
was
really
fantastic.
cool. I agree.
Look at that beautiful shot of Falls Creek in Vancouver. It's a beautiful summer day.
You talked a little earlier, Stuart, about getting gifted a paddle. So still using it though, right?
Absolutely,
There you
I
go. That's
am.
awesome. That's awesome.
Just it was a terrific gift from the kids.
Yep.
You know, the kids worked so hard, and yet they're the ones who gave me a gift.
No, exactly. No, it's
I'm sure they really appreciate your leadership, and
they do.
Yeah.
They do. Right?
It was tremendous.
It's beautiful.
It is.
I didn't have the
great.
heart to use one. I was given one, and everybody signed it. So I don't know if they used, waterproof ink.
You don't
or
want
not,
it. You don't
so
want it to
it's
fade.
still- yeah, exactly.
Well,
My wife wants me. So you shouldn't leave it in the closet. And I said,
I was really
Gotta put
very,
it up
very
somewhere.
proud that one of the Killarney Cougar Dragons went on to the national team.
well, there you go.
Oh, that's great.
Yes,
you can take full credit for that. Absolutely.
It was tremendous.
And is it fully back now, international competition, or is it
And the
not
Dragon
yet?
Boats, well, technically yes, because we have
We
US
have some.
participants now,
Yeah.
so we didn't get any overseas.
Right.
But,
So we're
probably
getting
soon.
there.
We're getting there. We're getting back there because again, it's always super cool to add in that non-North American element. We've had teams from Germany. I said New Zealand had several teams from New Zealand, Taiwan. UK, Germany, as I've already mentioned. So yeah, we do usually every year we do get at least one or two. So here you guys.
Holy smokes,
There we
here
go.
is
Look at
the
this.
Red Truck Beer Premier Mixed Recreational Grand Final. Take it away, Nikki.
Okay, happy to do it. So in first place, we have Wham Power with 2 minutes, 8 seconds, .654. In second place, we have the San Francisco Bay Area Dragons with 2 minutes, 9 seconds, .522. In third place, we have UC Irvin Elements with 2 minutes, 10 seconds, .523. In fourth place, we have SD Zoo, 2 minutes, 10 seconds, .873. In fifth place, Dragon Heartsbreaker with 2 minutes, 11 seconds, .290. In sixth place, DH Swordfish with 2 minutes, 11 seconds, .07. Seventh place, San Diego Dragon Boat Team 2 with 2 minutes, 12 seconds, and .608. And then in eighth place, Wham Fire with 2 minutes, 16 seconds, .128. Congratulations to everybody.
Congratulations. Those are amazing times. Fantastic recreational grand final. I think a red beer is in order.
Red Truck, yeah, well, you betcha. Yes, so again, now we're moving into our the Peak Premier Mixed Competitive Finals, and there's going to be the grand final after that. So 2 races left on the grid, and then the 2K Guts and Glory.
Fantastic. I know, Nikki Sharma, you're a really busy person. We thank you so much for stopping by and saying a few words to us. This is Nikki Sharma, the member of the Legislative Assembly for Vancouver Hastings. Thanks, Nikki.
It was so great to be here, and thanks for teaching me so much, and I'm so excited to be here, and good luck to all the future races.
Great to meet you.
Take care. Nice to meet you.
All right. So now we're getting down to the top competitive teams here. There's going to be 2 finals: the minor final and the grand final.
And here we go. This is the 102.7 The Peak Premier Mixed Competitive Minor Final. In Lane 1, Peaked in High School. In Lane 2, the UCLA Dragon Boat. In Lane 3, UBC Current Blue. In Lane 4, VIP Gorging Dragons Black. In Lane 5, Team Lifescan. In Lane 6, Pemberton Bald Eagle. In Lane 7, Peaked in High School Premier. And in Lane 8, San Diego Dragon Boat Team.
Yeah, looking for a big, exciting race here. Again, if you're out there on the shore, maybe get your place in the shade or get out there because this should be spectacular. Yes, it might even top our last race in the top rec race. But hey, tell you what, coming up after this Peak Premier Mixed Competitive Minor Final is going to be our grand final, of course, with Concord Pacific as the sponsor of that race. So get out there and check it out. It's going to be awesome. You're kind of wondering what's going on out there right now. We're moving into the starting gate again. These teams are super focused. They are competitive. They are in the minor final, but they are super competitive regardless. Looking for a big, exciting race here. It is, you can just feel their heartbeats, and they're off. So right away, lane number 7, that's our friends from Peaked in High School Premier. looking really strong. They got a great start, as did lane number 8, the San Diego Dragon Boat team. And in the middle of the pack, in lane number 3, the UBC Current Blue, looking very strong too, as is lane 5, Team Lifescan. So right now, it is the outside lanes, the South Shore lanes, the lane 7, Peakton High School, and San Diego Dragon Boat team, looking very strong. But I am very impressed by lane 3, UBC Current Blue. Wow. We have ourselves a heck of a race here already, and they're just coming out of their opening strokes, and they're moving into their race pace. Look at them catching water, pulling water. Wow, they are motoring. Let's call them the rocket ship, maybe a little cushy, I don't know. That's awesome. Look at San Diego Dragon Boat team. Woo! Those guys, they have the experience, they have the expertise. Look at the top hands. You can see just from the paddles hitting the water. There's a great look at their collar right down the center of the boat. They have their heads up, they're rotating, they're leaning perfectly. This is a classic A shape as you watch them as they're paddling. This is awesome. So they are looking very strong, and they're holding off all challengers as they come up to about the 300-meter mark. But let's not forget, over there in lane number 3, it is the UBC Current Blue. There's the Gorging Dragons, black in 4, Team Lifescan in 5, Pemberton Bald Eagles in 6. Nobody's out of this race. UBC Current Blue, great shot there. Oh, they are giving their all. But right now, almost a boat length lead, San Diego Dragon Boat team in lane number 8, looking very strong as they come into that last 100 meters. Here they go. Let's see them increase their rates. So right now, it looks like lanes 8, and there we have from the Team Lifescan and the Bald Eagles in 6. Wow, look at them go. Look at the shape, look at the form. And it is a boat, almost a boat and a half lead. And our nearest competitor is lane number 3, the UBC Current Blue. And they're fighting out a charge from, who is that? That looks like the Pemberton Bald Eagle. So there they cross the line unofficially. First place is 8, followed by 3, 5, 7, 8, 7, 6, 2, 1, and 4. So what a finish we had there. This is going to be pretty darn exciting to see these actual times. I was super impressed. San Diego Dragon Boat team. I wonder if those guys do a lot of work out in the OCs. It's quite possible. They looked fabulous over there in lane number 8. All the teams look fabulous. I mean, these are highly competitive teams, well coached. Great steering out there. Nobody was shifting spaces in their lane. Everybody that we saw on the drone views was catching water, had beautiful top hand drive, great technique. Wow, there you go. The pat on the back coming, I'm not sure if that's lane 7 there that we saw in the lower part of our screen there. Sometimes that's all you can do. Someone's got enough energy to wave up top. That's pretty remarkable from those fellows from San Diego Dragon Boat team. Here in the 102.7, The Peak Premier Mixed Competitive Minor Final. Great race, everyone. And we're going to back up here and head back into the Dragon Zone, to the slips, to the docks. Beautiful facility here. And yeah, there's some tired paddlers there, but they're all happy, I guarantee it. Super exciting racing. And hey, if you haven't got a seat along the viewing position along the rails, get ready for this next race. It is going to be the Concord Pacific Premier Mixed Competitive Grand Final. And that's race 76 on your grids. You gotta watch this one. This is the top of the top in our mixed competitive division, the Premier Mixed Competitive Division Grand Final, brought to you by Concord Pacific. So get out there, get on the deck, get out there to the rail, and you're gonna see some spectacular racing.
So I think what makes Criterium Racing really special is that there's always a fun family festival attached to it. So there's going to be food trucks, and you get to really see some of the best racers in North America light up. And I'm super excited to race in front of a home crowd.
We're serving authentic Japanese food, sushi rolls, sushi bowls, and Irish sushi, and fried chickens.
Hi, my name is Michael Bailey, and my ancestral name is Stawalkin. And at Canoe Cultures, we renovate and build canoes, and we are excited to share and display our culture with you.
We are now live again from Concord Pacific Place. Look at all the folks having a good time. There's food, there's fun, there's music, lots to do down here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Beautiful warm day. It's actually very warm out there, so I hope you've got some sunscreen. You're keeping hydrated with some water. Put on a hat and put on a happy face. And we've got some results for you. This is race 75, the 102.7 The Peak Premier Mixed Competitive Minor Final coming up. Here we do the gold medal team, the San Diego Dragon Boat team, with a time of 2:04.012. Our silver medalist, UBC Current Blue, with a time of 2:08.466. And our bronze medalist, Team Lifescan, 2:09.016. In fourth place, Peakton High School Premier, 2:10.084. Fifth place, Pemberton Bald Eagle, 2:10.101. Wow, that was close. In sixth place, the UCLA Dragon Boat at 2:10.418. My gosh. Seventh place, Peakton High School, 2:10.852. And in eighth place, VIP Gorging Dragons Black at 2:12.370. So fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh were all within hundredths of a second. That is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so they should all be very proud. That was a very exciting race. Every team gave everything they had. So, hey, you've given your all there. It's great. Just you're all equal in the eyes of the Dragon Boat world. But a few of you might have some medals. That's awesome too. So, well done, well raced. And this one is going to be even more spectacular. I'm still thinking we're going to break the 2-minute mark. It is later in the day and the tide's high, so that does make a little bit of difference. But let's wait and see what happens here. We got a full slate of 8 lanes, and it is our final. Not our final race of the day, but it is race 76. It's the final race of the 500 meters. After that, there's going to be a bit of a break, and we'll go to the 2K Guts and Glory, which will be spectacular. Gives these guys a few minutes just to shake it off and get ready for that, because we're going to see probably 16 boats in that race easily.
Fantastic.
Maybe even 18.
Guts and Glory. I've never had the opportunity to paddle in that one. Okay. I imagine it's something else.
It's a treat. It's exhausting, but it's a treat, right? But just watching it just, yeah, if I'm going to lose my voice, that's the race I usually do it in, so I'll try to contain myself. But yeah, it's interesting how they, one of the top competitive teams took a moment to wave at the drone.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah.
Everybody likes to be on TV.
That's true. Absolutely.
And there's a beautiful view down False Creek looking west. I guess that's the Canby Street Bridge. There's a beautiful park there, that little island that is tidal. Fantastic, wonderful seawall on either side. People in Vancouver and visitors alike love our seawall.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic place to go for a walk, go for a stroll, go for a roll. Lots to do in Vancouver. You know, I was going to say in the sun, but it's lots to do in Vancouver no matter what the weather is.
Liquid sunshine's fine. It's part of being on the green coast here, right?
That's right.
The West Coast.
Yeah, for those folks who say maybe, I don't know if I'd like Vancouver, it rains too much. You know, you have to remember we live in a rainforest.
Correct.
And if without the rain, we wouldn't have the green forest, the green trees, all the flowers, and it's gorgeous here.
Absolutely. Yeah, just letting a few water taxis come in as those competitive teams. A few of them out there already, 3 of them already out, and they'll take advantage of this time, either let it run, have a quick chat perhaps, Most of the time, it's usually pretty silent at this level. From my experience being out in some of these competitive team boats, especially in the A final. But you never know. As I said, we saw the one team waving, but they do know how to dial it in, and they can also do the opposite when necessary. So.
If you like music, on the 102.7 The Peak main stage at Creekside Park North, just finishing up his best night ever, and at 4 o'clock, Coco Jaffro will be on the stage performing for your pleasure.
Hey, these guys really like the camera. The Water Vipers, lane 1, they're going to be lane 1 of the finals, and they were waving there. And I wonder if the drummer instigated that or just one of the team members. But
oh, they're big smiling
there. They're happy campers.
Oh,
yeah,
and now they're posing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's amazing.
Yeah, do a little bit of stretching there. Yeah, I'm sure they have a ritual that they go through. And again, look at that steers person there. He's just kind of hanging out, right?
Just hanging out.
Yep.
I was mentioning this morning the difference between practice and racing here is the head and tail of the boat being put on. And, you know, I can remember the first time that I raced in the Concord Pacific, or the Dragon Boat Festival, and the first time I got in a boat that had the head and the tail, and I was never so proud.
Yeah, you should be, right? It is really cool. It is really cool, and you can understand why we only use them for the competition. I mean, it's showy in a nice way, and you know, it's part of the culture. I mean, there's a lot of history with dragon boat racing for sure. You know, ancient history really. So it's a really cool way. And again, you know, like I think we talked about this earlier. It's a mix. You know, all colors, races, creeds, everybody of any ability. It's just a super sport. And it's really a pleasure to see not just juniors, but here to see these competitive, high-end competitive teams. So it's a lot of fun in many ways. Oh,
and speaking of culture, in the market area, you can see some Chinese culture in the cultural pavilion there. Visit the booths from Dr. Sun Yat-sen, Classical Chinese Garden, Chinatown Storytelling Center, the Chinese Canadian Museum, and Han Sing Athletic Club. Plus see calligraphers, tea ceremonies, seal carving, gongbi, and youth arts and crafts.
And you had mentioned a little earlier, we saw it twice actually. We saw the lion dance.
That's right, coming through.
Yeah,
fantastic.
That's a first appearance for them for a couple of years for obvious reasons. So it's great and exciting to see them back.
Also over in the cultural displays areas, the Indigenous Cultural Pavilion. You can visit the pavilion to learn about the stories and cultures behind the lands and waters that the festival is now held on. The festival is hosted on traditional, ancestral, and unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. While you're over there, why not check out the Expo 86 teak boat, the original teak boat brought to Vancouver at Expo 86, along with displays of extracts from our archives, courtesy of the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office.
My fear when I go over there is there might be something that has a picture of somebody I might know, like myself. So I'm staying away, but I am going to check it out for sure after the Guts and Glory.
Coming up is Race 76, the Concord Pacific Premier Mixed Competitive Grand Final.
Oh,
in Lane 1 will be the Water Vipers. In Lane 2, from Edmonton, Tsunami. In Lane 3, Limit Breaker. In Lane 4, the Dragon Zone Fire Truck. In Lane 5, Juice. In Lane 6 from Edmonton, the EDBRC Premier. Lane 7, the VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. And in Lane 8, Starbucks Wave Runners.
Oh boy. And this is going to be, without a doubt, the most spectacular race up until the Guts and Glory. But this, you've got to get out there and watch this race. I mean, technically speaking, just, you know, off the top of my head, I would say, you know, Juice, just based on their lane and the fact that they're in lane number 5, their timing has probably been the top. But I would not count one single team here that cannot win this race. This is going to be spectacular. It's going to be everybody giving not just 110%, but everyone knows there's bragging rights on the line here, just like Guts and Glory. But this one comes with a little bit of hardware too, so it's going to be great.
And if I remember correctly from the last time I saw some of these teams, the Dragon Zone fire truck came up from behind and just finished spectacularly.
Yes, came from behind, and that's not unusual if they can pick up their race pace. And again, it's all about the strategy, the conditions on the water. These teams are very aware of what they're about to attempt to accomplish, and any of them is very able to come across the finish line first. So it's going to be spectacular.
And they are off.
Wow. Here they go. And again, another different view here looking towards the science world. So again, we're looking at the first 16, 20 strokes, and let's watch when they get up closer to the BC Pavilion, the old BC Pavilion on the left-hand side. But right now, it does look like 1, 2, 3, 4, lane number 5, and guess what? Juice. So it is juice right now, but that doesn't mean anything. As they come out of their opening strokes, and they're going to lengthen out their strokes as they move past the pavilion there, and we're going to see if there's any effect, on those first couple of lanes, the Water Vipers or Edmonton Tsunami or the Limit Breakers. So I just got to make sure we're looking at it. And yeah, it is still lane 5 juice. In lane 4, the Dragon's Own fire truck. Again, hey, they can run like a fire truck. They put on the sirens, they can go. So let's see what happens there. And right beside them too, the Limit Breaker. Not surprising at all. We are basically dragon boat to dragon boat, dragon nose for all the other positions right now. So it's anybody's race. Great view of juice there. The drummer leaning in.
That's the view I love to see. You get to see the face of the paddlers as they're putting everything they
absolutely
have into it.
Absolutely. There's a great view of the Dragon's Own fire truck. Look at their rate. Look at those top hands. Perfect form. Lane number 5, of course, juice. Hey, we've said it before. That's textbook form. And here we go. Another beautiful on the water view and a great, powerful mixed teams. Lanes 4 and 5. Dragon's Own fire truck and juice. Don't forget Edmonton Premier in lane 6. The VIP Gorgon Dragons for Victoria Gold in 7. And lane 8, the Starbucks Wave Runners, the Water Vipers in lane 1 and 2 from Tsunami, Edmonton Tsunami also in the thick of it here. We are going to have one heck of a race. Oh my gosh. If you need a training video, look at this. They are already in their finishing strokes. Look at 5, look at 4 pulling up. They're moving up. It's going to be tight. It's going to be super tight here. Who's it going to be? Unofficially, it's lane 5, 4, 3. That's 5, 4, 3, 7. 5, 4, 3, 7. So 5 juice. 4, Dragon's Own fire truck, and I said 3, I believe, Limit Breaker, and lane 7, VIP Gorgon Dragons from Gold from Victoria. But wow, that was look at these guys, look at them.
That was an amazing race. I'm looking forward to seeing the official numbers when they come in. That was fast. That was furious. And you know what? That was fun.
Oh, yeah, absolutely fun. And you can see the Water Vipers there. You saw them in the bottom part of your screen there. When they cross that finish line, they're not worried where they finish that race. They are just patting their partners on the back, giving them a smack, right? You gave it your all just like I did. Yes, that's what it's all about. And, wow. Yeah, I'm really going to be interested in the time. As I said, the tide's, up a bit. And just to see what's going on there. It's going to be very interesting. And then, of course, we will have a bit of a pause. So let's wait for those results, and then we'll see what we move forward from there.
What a great afternoon I've had. I want to thank you so much for letting me help out today.
You're most welcome, and I really enjoy your voice, and your commentary is awesome. So thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. My name is Stuart McKinnon. I'm the chair of the Vancouver Board of Park and Recreation, one of the public partners, along with the City of Vancouver, British Columbia Arts Council, Factor, and the Hong Kong Economic Development. Here we go. Look at these paddlers. They have given everything. They are exhausted, but they're so happy.
Absolutely happy, and you're not going to find likely a composite paddle in these teams. They're probably all using, a burn water or something, a Hornet paddle, something that's fiberglass and lightweight and cut exactly to their arm length, and that's just the way it goes. Sometimes, it's still looking good though. They're trying to look good. Everyone looks good when you're going by your friends. Look at the spectators up there cheering them on.
Absolutely.
They saw a fantastic race, and again, don't go away. There's going to be a bit of a pause on the water, but we're talking about something very spectacular, the 2K Guts and Glory race, and many of these teams will be back for that, and it's going to take them a few minutes to get set up. So get out there, enjoy some of the entertainment, grab a red truck ale or a glass of wine.
I think right now would be a good time to thank our sponsors once again. First of all and foremost, I want to say thank you to our title and festival founding partner, Concord Pacific. Without Concord Pacific, there wouldn't be a Dragon Festival here. Thank you so much to Concord. We're waiting for the results of that last race. Also want to thank our major public partners, the Government of Canada and the Government of British Columbia. Peak Technologies, 102.7 FM The Peak, and Global BC.
Yeah, and as they're showing those sponsors on the board, I also shout out to all those volunteers, because some of the jobs they're doing, you know, keeping the park clean and the site clean, I mean, those aren't exactly the most glamorous jobs, but their volunteers are doing it with smiles on their face. So thanks, volunteers, also.
Our supporting partners: Big Box Steel, Mark Anthony Wine and Spirits, DeLowry, Canada's largest automotive group, Legacy Liquor Stores, Oddball, The Park Vancouver, Red Truck Beer, Sun Given Foods. Our public partners: City of Vancouver, Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, British Columbia Arts Council, Factor, the Hong Kong Economic and Trades Office, Toronto. We work across Canada. Our media partners: 93.7 JR Country, 980 CKNW, AM 1320 CHMB, The Daily Hive, The Georgia Strait, and Sing Tao Daily. And here we go. Race 76, the Concord Pacific Premier Mixed Competitive Grand Final. First place, the gold medal in under 2 minutes, Juice at 156.719. Right behind in second place, the silver medalist Dragon's Own Fire Truck, 157.687. Our bronze medalist Limit Breaker in third place at 159.055. In fourth place, VIP Gorging Dragon Gold at 201.757. Fifth place go to the Water Vipers at 203.109. Sixth place, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Premier at 203.209. In seventh place, Starbucks Wave Runners, and in eighth, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Tsunami at 204.806. Those are phenomenal times.
Phenomenal times. The top three teams below 2 minutes. So I knew we were going to see that today. I was expecting that out of this race. I thought maybe one or two. I'm super impressed with all these times. Just great race, great event. You know, and most of these teams will be back momentarily. You know, don't worry, they're coming back. They're going to be in the guts and glory. So a little bit of a break, but
between
unbelievable.
First and eighth place, 7 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Every
that?
team can be so proud,
yes.
so proud of what they've accomplished.
Absolutely.
My goodness. And you know, every team that has participated today can be proud.
Absolutely, rightly so. Yeah, it's been a spectacular festival. I can hardly wait for the guts and glory. As I said, don't go away. Go check out some of the pavilions that are available to you there. Get something to eat, something to drink, buy something. Just shop around, hang out, because you're going to see something that is really unique and absolutely spectacular. Is that 2K Guts and Glory race. So what are you going to expect there? You're going to see 16 to 18 boats, all on the race course at one time. They have to circle the race course basically 3 times. 500 meters, turn, come back. 500 meters, turn and come back. So it's really spectacular. Turning is always a challenge. It's really interesting. Some decided to do wide, some decided to go short. It's not necessarily bumper boats, I won't say that, but there's a lot of activity on the water, and it is so much fun to watch and to participate in. Well, that's another story, but you've got to stay and stick around for that Guts and Glory race. Absolutely, you have to.
Well, this has been the opportunity of a lifetime. I can't tell you how much fun I have had with you today, Lauren. Thank you so much for your hospitality, your kindness, and your professionalism. It's really amazing. I have been listening to you year after year at the Dragon Boat Festival going, wow, who is that guy? He's amazing. It's been spectacular to spend time with you today.
Thank you very much, Stuart, and I really appreciate all your help. It's great to have you as a color commentator with me. I appreciate it. Going to shake your hand now.
All right. Thank
Cheers.
you very much.
Awesome.
I'm Stuart McKinnon, Chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, signing off from the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival from concordlive.ca.
You betcha. And I'm going to hang out here. I'm going to see the Guts and Glory 2K race. So it's going to be too much fun. Thanks again, Stuart. Pleasure. We'll see you again. And for the time being, I'm going to hang out here. I'll be off air, but I will be back.
what makes Criterium Racing really special is that there's always a fun family festival attached to it. So there's going to be food trucks, and you get to really see some of the best racers in North America light up. And I'm super excited to race in front of a home crowd.
We're serving authentic Japanese food, sushi rolls, sushi bowls, and Irish sushi and fried chickens.
Hi, my name is Michael Billy, and my ancestral name is Stawalkin. And at Canoe Cultures, we renovate and build canoes, and we are excited to share and display our culture with you.
light a candle every night. Over you come home and make things right. Over you not sacrifice. You give my body, you can make it feel nice. Give me the bad when it feels just good. Give me the bad when it feels it's good. It's good. Oh yeah. Come on. Come on. To play some sleazy funk beats, so I hope you're into that today. Because if not, you're in the wrong party. Now we want to welcome everybody to our party. Everybody's welcome. This song is called Marhaba. It means welcome. Come into our party in peace, in love. Sending out our hospitality. Be who you want to be at our party. Welcome home, thank you for joining us. Won't you leave your troubles at the door? Have a seat and smoke some key. I fix you something good to eat. Gather around, sit by the fire. Warm your hands and feet. 'Cause we extend our hospitality. 'Cause we're all family. What like you see, won't you beat your hand on the drum? Keto, Miles, come as you are, our walks of life, from near, from far. You're always welcome here. Oh, no need to fear. Oh, no, no, we spend our hospitality. So we're all family. Oh, Mahaba. One night city. One big family. One night CD. You're always welcome here. One night CD. Come on. Your mama. One night CD. like CD, mahaba. One like CD, mahaba. One like CD, mahaba. One like CD, mahaba.
Shukran.
Shukran. Mahaba. Welcome to the party. You can just be yourself. Let go. You guys, if you want to dance, get up and dance. Because you know what? Who cares what people think? Right? It's the first day of summer in Vancouver. Let's celebrate. Dragon boats. Let's celebrate. Woo, woo. I know a lot of you are tired, but get here on the dance floor. It's this little piece of grass right here. Do what you want. If you want to shake those hands, babies. Do what you want, yeah. We're gonna do what you want, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It all started when she was just a little girl in school. Teachers told her to be quiet and quit acting like such a fool. What they never realized, the right color she kept inside. She used to run and hide herself and cry. Didn't know where else to turn. Music of the mind was her only friend. You can be all you wanted to be. On that you knew you could always depend. Used to lose herself in her imagination. Help me out. Travel to the furthest destination. Trying to stand up and be proud. Didn't wanna follow the crowd. He's always a live like a sacred vow. I don't care what you think about me, 'cause I'm gonna do what I want. Do what I want. I do what I want. I do what I want. When she floated down to earth, she counted measures of her self-worth. Decided to let all that shit go. Express her closet, freak her inner window. Now she feels the warmth of the sun when she walks with her heart open. Sings her song wherever she goes. Music pumps in her heart like a radio. Time to stand up and be proud. Didn't wanna follow the crowd. He's a whistle like a secret vow. I don't care what people think of me. I'm gonna do what I want. Do what I want. Go ahead and say what you want about me. Yeah. We're gonna do what we want. We're gonna do what we want. We're gonna do what I want.
Come on, man. Yeah. Do what you want.
We always do what we want. You're gonna do what you want, yeah. All these fallacies that we've been told, we were created in a cookie cutter mold. Turn off the noise, the TV commercial. They treat us like commodities, bought and sold. Hollywood movies or distorted reality. Make the dream a dream of our own possibility. Creating my own pictures inside my own head. 'Cause I no longer want to be spoon-fed. Say goodbye to all the plastic people. Save them, take it real. We only lie, one life to live. He's the only one that's keeping us strong. She's the only one. He's the only one keeping score. She's the only one. He's the only one. I don't care what you think about me. Gonna do what we do. Do what I want. Do what I want. Oh, we need more of that in the world right now. Right now. Woo! I tell ya. All right, if you weren't already woken up, we're gonna inject a little caffeine into this set. This song is called Coffee. It's a cafe. Samba.
We need some help. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
Carl, you count it off.
Daniel,
Yeah.
he's gonna teach you right there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, come on. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, you got it. Keep it though. Don't listen to the guitar player. 1, 2, 3, yeah, here we are. Yeah, come here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Grows like the woods, all beneath the trees. Raindrops on a run, like waves to the sea. Your love is a falling clover, mist in a blink of an eye. It's the setting of the sun in an orange colored sky. Like the stairway to your heart. Gold and silver stardust would never set you apart. Your smile shines like the pearl over the sand. Nothing compares to how it feels, how it feels, how it feels when I'm holding your hand. When I wake, here's what I take with me. My sunshine, my springtime, my morning coffee. Every day, we never go our own way. Smile with every step I take, and my heart should stay. When I wake, here's what I take with me. My sunshine. Every day, we never go our own way. I smile with every step I take, and my heart should thank you so much. You're too kind. We love you guys. We're so thrilled to be back here again. Thank you so much to All Zestra for having us back. This wonderful festival celebrating athleticism and music and food and culture and love and let's play a song. But I'm celebrating my female rights and freedoms in Canada today. Thank you. This song is called Song for Freedom. We have autonomy over this body. We gotta stay strong. Lift the voices, lift our hands. This song is called Song for Freedom. Everyone who's been repressed, everyone who's been suppressed, let us sing. Today you're not forgotten. No, oh no. Oh no. Kalea, Kalea. Give it up for the percussion! How's everyone doing out there? Vancouver, how's everyone doing out there? Better. Thank you. put your hands together like that. Come on. Yeah. Come on. What do we want? Freedom. Woo! Thank you guys so much for sticking around. What an amazing day today. Best night ever was here. They were awesome. Tony Aganaba was here. They were awesome. Give them a hand. Give the hand to all the volunteers, the sound crew, everybody who made this festival happen, and of course all the athletes out there in the water. Thank you guys, the paddlers. We're here because of you. Do you guys want to hear one more before we say goodnight?
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
That guy didn't say
Are
anything.
you really, really sure?
That guy didn't say anything. Come on, sit. That guy right there. Everybody get.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember how we all went out. I wish I knew what I know now. Trouble is that I never saw it coming. One look in your eyes, I was blinded. You were the hunter, I was your prey. Like a caged bird, you know I can fly away. Caught in your ever fascination. Fashion but satiate your salvation. I can run, I can hide. It's too tough to fight. Can't hold back the sunrise. Cause this cat has no light. See nothing right when two hearts collide. If you seek, you shall find where the power resides. We can inside the forces of nature. Can't fight the forces of nature. All you is on when no umbrella. Struck down by the lightning of your love. And in the earth they began to shelter. In the world, though nothing else matters. I can't run, can't hide. It's futile to fight. Can't hold back the sunrise. Cause this cat has 9 lives. Love is blind to hearts collide. If you seek, you shall find where the power it resides. It's the getting of time. You can't fight the forces. Can't fight the forces. Can't fight the forces of nature.
for touching my own food.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are set up and setting up for race 77, the final race of the 2022 Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. It is the Concord Pacific Premier Mixed Guts and Glory Grand Final. So what we're going to see here is at least 16 boats, starting with number 1, which is called Wham Power. Lane 2 is going to be the VIP Gorging Dragons, black. Peakton High School is going to be in lane 3. Lane 4, Pemberton Bald Eagle. Lane 5 is going to be Peaked in High School Premier. Team Lifescan in lane, or actually boat number 6. I won't use lanes, I'll explain that in a minute. Lane 7 is UBC Current Blue. San Diego Dragon Boat Team in lane 8. And lane 9 from Edmonton is going to be the Tsunami. So what we're going to see on the water, I'll carry on here for a second. Lane, or again, just get my tongue twisted here. In boat number 10 is the Starbucks Wave Runners, followed by boat 11, the Water Vipers. So let me just change that one. Boat 11 is Water Vipers. And then we had the VIP Gorging Dragons in 12. And we have in 13 the limit breaker. In boat 14, we're going to have the D-Zone fire truck, and Juice in 15. So we had one boat drop out. That's okay. We can make our adjustment accordingly. So what you're going to see is each boat will have a number, and I believe it's a blue number. It's going to be numbered lanes 1 through 15. And the important thing to remember is this is going to be a staggered start. So if you know your team number, you just keep watching for that boat number. It's really simple, but it's going to be super exciting. Again, we have to race 500 meters, not times 1, not times 2, not times 3, but 4 times. And guess what? Our course is 500 meters long. That means they have to race to the finish, turn, come back, turn, go back, turn, and come back to the start line. So it's a super cool race. This is all about the bragging rights. That's why we call it the guts and glory. It takes a lot of guts here to go out and race, 2 kilometers at the end of the day after 2 days of racing and paddling in this beautiful False Creek. So keep your eye. It's going to take a few minutes to get everything set up. We'll be under Kim's orders as starters, as you've seen for the rest of the days, past 2 days. So professional starts, it's going to be a blast. It's a very exciting event. So, start making your way over or start glancing over to the water, and you'll see when they start lining up, and then come on over and watch, because it is absolutely spectacular. And again, in the boat number 1 is the Wham Power. In boat number 2 is the VIP Gorging Dragons Black. Lane 3 is Peakton High School. Lane 4, the Pemberton Bald Eagle. Lane 5 is the Peakton High School Premier. And in lane 6, we have the Team LifeScan. Lane 7 is UBC Current Blue. Lane 8, San Diego Dragon Boat Team. And lane 9 is Edmonton Tsunami. Lane 10 is the Starbucks Wave Runners. The Water Vipers in 11. The VIP Gorging, the VIP Gorging Dragons Gold in lane 12. And 13 is going to be the Limit Breaker. And 14 is going to be the D-Zone Fire Truck. And lane 15 is going to be Juice. So it's going to be pretty cool watching all these boats. They will be turning. Some boats may, in fact, will overtake others. So that's going to be super cool to watch. And it's all about the turns. These races, because they're a staggered start, they are timed. So you just watch. If some boats pass the other, obviously they're going to move up in the rankings. But again, it also depends on the time. So it's a very spectacular race. It's very unique to us here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. So do keep your eye, as I say, on the water. Things will happen pretty quickly when it's all the actually 15 boats are going to be out there, and they'll line up for the start and go under Kim's orders. So it's going to be pretty impressive. So keep your eyes peeled.
From the University of British Columbia, Team Blue. Boat number 1 from Washington, Seattle. Or Seattle, Washington, Wham Power. Boat number 6 from Dragon Zone, Vancouver. Team LifeScan. Boat number 2 from VIP on the island, Gorging Dragon Black. Lane number 8 from San Diego, the San Diego Dragon Boat Team. When all teams, please come to the start line now. I would like boats 1 through 6 first. 6 close to me, 1 on the far side. Followed by 7 through 12. And then 3 kids in the back, 13, 14, 15. With both 1 and 6 come up now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Vancouver Police Department in the middle of the race course to assist us today. Please do not hit them. We thank you very much in advance. Boat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, please come up now in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Please come up now. Boat 3, come up, please. Boat 2, come up. Boat 3, come up. Boat 4, please come up now. Boat 5, please come up now. Boat 6, when 4 cuts across, come on up. Boat 3, draw right. Boat 2, draw right. 2 and 3, draw right. 4, come in. 5, come in. 6, 4, draw right. 4, draw right. 4, draw right. Boat 6, come on in. Boat 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Please come up now. With all teams, do not approach the start line. Do not approach the start line yet. 7, come up. 8, come up. 9, come up. 9, come up. 10, come up. 11, come up. And 12.
All right, we're getting some movement on the water. The boats are starting to line up in position. It looks like we're going to have staggered starts. Possibly, it looks like she's going to work with 4 boats at a time. It's going to be pretty spectacular regardless. There you can see our boat number 1 and 2. As I said, they'll see right through to 15. And it usually starts, if I'm not mistaken, it usually starts with the slower finishes and then it goes to the fastest. So lane or boat number 15 is one of the faster ones. It will be one of the last ones usually to go. I might have it backwards, but we'll find out shortly. It looks to me like it usually does run from slowest finisher to fastest finisher. And it'll take a few minutes to get them lined up. The party boats have left. I think we have the VPD out there helping to make sure the waterway is safe and clear. A few party boats have left. We've had a few Falls Creek ferries come in and out, which is part of their job. Absolutely. They're always very respectful with the dragon boats and vice versa, which is always good to hear. And you can see already, if you're not close, you should be getting down to get your position to watch these boats. See how some of them paddle up. They're getting moved into their starting positions. And it will be the staggered start. So it's going to be very interesting. And again, it's going to be super cool. Have you ever seen 15 boats racing and turning on a race course that's only 500 meters? It's spectacular racing. This is all about, that's what we call it, the guts and the glory. Hey, what's the glory? You get to bragging rights, man. If you finish first, second, or third in this race, that's something to talk about for, hey, when you're as old as me, you can still remember it. It's awesome. So get out there, get in close, and let's watch this race. Once she gets underway, it's going to move pretty fast. And, yeah, so.
Incoming, boat 2. Boat 2, hold hard. Hold there. Boat 2, you've got the line. Phantom starter, you have the race.
Great. You can see them lining up, again being brought into their positions. And technically, let's see what we're going to see. I suspect we're going to see lane number 1 go first. And again, it's all timed. Just waiting. There they go. Boat number 1. Again, that is the Wham Power, our first boat out of the gate here at the Concord Pacific 2-kilometer Guts and Glory. It's going to be exciting. Look at them go, building up their speed just with a start like they normally do. There comes boat number 2, VIP Gorging Dragons Black. Cheer them on. Right behind them is going to be Peakton High School, lane or boat number 3. There is no lane. Hey, it is boat number 3. Look at them go. Great start. Pemberton Bald Eagles are going to be in boat number 4. We're going to see them take off now. There they go. Look at that rate. Getting that boat up and moving. Peakton High School Premier in boat number 5. They're going to come up next. There they go. You can hear the buzzer, the horns going each time they're letting the boat go. So here you go. This is going to be hard for us. We have to see the numbers. But there's boat number 6, and that is Team Lifescan. And you can see already they're closing distance between boats number 1, the Wham, and the boat number 2, VIP Gorging Dragons Black. Great view of boat number 1. And there goes boat number 7, the UBC Current Blue. They were pretty fast during some of their heats, so we're looking for big things out of these teams. Lane number 8, San Diego Dragon Boat team. And look, you can see already the distance is being closed by some of the boats. Number 9, the Edmonton Tsunami. And there goes number 10. Those are the folks that are on a little bit of caffeine. It is the Starbucks Wave Runners. There's boat number 11, the Water Vipers. And I just heard the horn for boat number 12, and that is the VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. And lane 13 is the next one to go. That's the Limit Breaker. Again, those are some of the faster times in other heats. That's why they're almost the last to go. And the D-Zone Fire Truck, lane 14, is next up. You're right, and they've made it already to the first turnaround point. I can't see from my venue, but it's quite possible. There's boat number 14. Again, a great shot of them. That's the D-Zone Fire Truck. And here comes the first turn. Look how close to the buoy they're making their turn. Watch the technique, how they're doing the front and half and back half, and the steersman is cranking that oar to make as tight a turn as possible. You can lose or win the guts and glory in the turns. Here comes our second boat, the VIP Gorging Dragons Black, making their turn. And again, there's 2 buoys there. You can see them. You have to turn on the outside there. So far, so good. Nothing exciting or scary happening out there. They're just paddling their hearts out. And Juice, look at Juice. They did win that actually the competitive division, so we're expecting big things out of them too. Boat number 15, Juice. So all 15 boats are out there. We did have one team drop out. No worries about them. We're focused on these 15 boats that are out here right now. Super exciting. And here again is this boat number 3. It looks like boat number 3, Peakton High School, making the turn. But guess who's right hot on their side is the Pemberton Bald Eagle. They're making an opportunity to pass. Holy smokes. And here lane 5, the Peakton High School and the Team Lifescan, another passing. See the opportunity to pass. Oh, are they going to make it? Yes, they did make it on the outside of the boys. Hey, this is cool stuff. Don't worry. These guys are professionals. They know what they're doing. Look at those turns. You got to turn on a dime. They got to turn on the inside. They don't want to cut off their competition. And there's a great view of the Wham Power. Past their first turn, almost halfway down the course already. So they've done 500, 600, 700, maybe 750 meters already. Looking good. Keep it up. Get out there, cheer these teams on. They can hear you. They want to hear you. And again, it's all about timing in this race too, and that's how they're going to finish. There's a great view of boats 5 and 6. That's the Peak High School Premier and the Team Lifescan. Very close, very tight. And here we are, we're taking a look here again, and of course we did have some passing, so it's going to be hard for us to keep track of those, but it's absolutely spectacular. Here on the outside, that would be boats 5 and 6 again. That would be the Peak and the Team Lifescan you're seeing in the bottom of our screen. And wow, look at that. It's almost like they're going to duke it out side by each. So whoever gets to the turn, hey, somebody who's going to get that inside turn on them, that's what's going to happen. Again, great shot of Wham Power here as they're coming up to the second turn. And you can see right now, is it about endurance? It's about, hey, we've done this before. We practice this. We can do this. So very exciting here is a great shot of our boat number 10. That's the Starbucks Wave Runners. A little bit of splash in there. It looks like they've been through their turn. You can see the steersman turning on the oar, leaning on there. So we've already had 2 passes, so that's pretty exciting. We're very near passes, and we're coming up to the second turn. Wham Power has some distance. Let's see how they're going to get a close-up. Maybe we'll be able to see them do their turn. The drummer's thinking about it. She's making the call here. What's going to happen? Let's see if we can see that steersperson, see how she's cranking. She's just going to give them enough, and they're going to paddle right through the turn. So that was all done by the steersperson. It can lose a little bit of power in some cases, but they're doing fine. They've obviously been practicing. Again, they're turning as tight as they can between those 2 boys. And there's the VIP Gorging Dragons Black right behind them. Hot on their tail, dragon tail, so to speak. Awesome. And again, we have all these boats at once. You got to keep your eye on your favorite boat number and cheer them on. Now, okay, here we got some activity. Boat 13 and 14. Who's passing whom? The Limit Breaker and the D-Zone Fire Truck. Right now, it looks like the 14 D-Zone Fire Truck ahead by maybe, what, 1 bench, if that? Oh, that's awesome racing. Awesome racing. All right, which boat does that? Boat number 4, the Pemberton Bald Eagle, making their second turn. Great view here. This, she's telling them paddle hard. Left side draw. There she goes. Awesome turn. Awesome turn by Pemberton Bald Eagle. And again, here we have a bit of a mashup here. It looks like the lane 3, 4, and 5. They're going to content right now to follow each other. But look at the turn here. Look at that, right on the dime. Is that 5? It looked like 5. That looked like, again, the peaked high school premiere. Here's a great view of them. They did a great job on that turn. They're much younger. They can do those kind of sharp turns, right? And here they go. So that drummer's got to encourage them. They got to really think hard. Oh, again, 11 and 12. Look at 11 and 12. We got a great view of 11, which is the Water Vipers, and the Gorging Dragons Gold from Victoria. Now 3 boats making the turn. Yeah, here we go. 11 and 12. Look at them go. Look at them tight turns. So he's giving them a little bit of berth. That's okay. Safety first, right? And we're all respectful of each other out there on the water. But who's going to blast out of there first? Sometimes going wide. In this case, they might be able to ride that wake. So there is a lot of skill and a lot of technicality involved here. 14s might have a little bit of a bumper issue coming up there. We just lost them temporarily. That was a D-zone fire truck. They're trying to be as quick and as safe as they can. It was lane 7 we saw a second ago. UBC Current Blue and San Diego Dragon Boat team also in the turn. This is exciting stuff. Look, again, they all started equal, and already you can see them bunching up and passing each other. So it's looking really good. Very fine paddling, very fine form. 11 and 14. So 11, again, is the Water Vipers. 14 is the Limit Breaker. So Limit Breaker appears to be moving up several positions on their fellow boaters here in this exciting Guts and Glory race. Hey, great view of lane 15 again, the D-Zone fire truck, and Juice in 15. Wow, it is actually exciting, very exciting. Look at them go, digging in deep. I love the color of that boat. I love the actual artwork there. And that, again, is the Limit Breakers. They're looking really strong. It looks like they want to win this Guts and Glory. Again, they want those bragging rights, but it's anybody's race at this point. And we are entering our 3rd turn, I'm told. So this is awesome. 3rd turn, so 1,500 meters when they hit that 3rd turn. Don't forget, it's a 2K race. We got one more. After that, it's a sprint. Are they going to do a finish rate for 500 meters? They'll make it all work. Don't worry. So yes, here they come around. Assuming that is boat 1, Wham. Here comes 15, which is D-Zone Fire. Pardon me, Juice in 15. That got mixed up there for a second. That's Juice, looking strong. And beautiful turns here. It looks like Wham was still in boat 1, or lane 1. Boat 2, VIP Gorging Dragon, still looks like they made a really good turn. 3 and 4, of course, the Peakton High School and the Pemberton Bald Eagles out there. I think the Pemberton Bald Eagles may have moved up a position. I can't quite tell from this angle, but it looks to me like that. Look at that tight turn. That's got to be the Bald Eagles, I'm guessing. But again, we'll figure this all out as we get moving along here. It's just exciting all-around races. There's a big shot of Wham, and they're on their finish. So they're going to try to make up some time here because, again, it's all timed. When you finish the race, that's when they click the button, and that's your time to determine where your final standing is in the Guts and Glory race. So looking really good. Is that boat number 4 just made the 3rd turn, the Pemberton Bald Eagle? Is that them, number 4, it looks like? And followed by boat number, what number is that one? 6, it looks like 6 to me also. Team LifeScan. And look at a bunch here. We have 5 boats. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats. Very cool. A little bit of a bump and grind there, but notice the tails and heads have been removed. Our park commissioner will be happy with that. He loves the tails and the heads on those boats. So yeah, they're trying to sneak around, and it kind of pushed off one of the boats off to the right just for safety. They're taking a wider berth. And yes, this is, a little bit of bumper boats. It's okay. No one's going to get hurt. It's all done in the spirit of dragon boat racing. So they will yield if necessary. So again, we've seen a few more boats. It's that boat number 10 about to come into their 3rd turn, the Starbucks Wave Runners. Oh yeah, here comes boat number 5, the Peak High School Premier. And look at how bunched up they are. Oh, this is exciting. This is where it's really going to come down to it. This is that final turn, I believe. So they're just racing to the finish. They want to get across the line quickly because they want that clock to stop, and that will determine how they finish in the actual Guts and Glory for the final time determination. So this has been exciting. We've had a few bumper activities out there, but just premier exciting racing. I mean, the starter, everybody, thanks for everything. It's been awesome here. Wham, they're just trying to get across that line. They want to stop the clock. Here they come. Wham in boat number 1. Cheer each team as they cross the line. We won't know until it's all over and done who's actually going to win this race because it is time. So that was Wham Power. And who's coming up next? As we're watching one, hey, I love the split screen. It's lane 2. That's the boat 2. The VIP Gorging Dragons have finished the race. Started and finished in the same position, but not necessarily the same time. So who's coming up next there? What's on the board here? Wow, here they come. Boat number 8. Is that 8? 8. Boat number 8 it is, the San Diego Dragon Boat team. So they moved up at least 3 positions. So their time's going to be very formidable. And let's see who's coming up next. Oh, here's a great view. Boat 10. It looks like Boat 10, Starbucks Wave Runners, and Boat 5, the Peak High School Premier. And there's a good shot of the Pemberton Bald Eagles in 4. They're coming up. Here it is. Is that boat number 4? It is the Premier, the Bald Eagles up from Pemberton. Awesome. So they moved up a few spots too. So this is going to be really interesting when we get to see the final results. And here we see a few more racing to the finish line. What boat number is that? Number 6. Is that 6? Team LifeScan. Also crossing the line in roughly the same position they started from, but again, it's all about the time. Great shot of 10, 9, and 12. 12, of course, is the VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. Boat 5 is the Peak High School Premier. And look at these guys. The old guys got it in still, right? Boat number 7, the UBC Current Blue. And who is it? 10, 12, 14, 9, 5. Wow, they're all together. Here comes boat number 7, UBC Current Blue. Boat number 15, wow. And that was, of course, our friends from Juice. So, whoa, we still have a few more boats to go here. But that was spectacular, all together like that. Absolutely spectacular. And here we come with our last few boats. And it looks like lane number 3, the Peakton High School. And who's next? Who's next? There we go. Great view. What number are we looking at there? Oh, yeah. There's 11 and 13 again. So 11 is the Water Vipers. 13 is the Gorging Dragons Gold. We've crossed the line now. Look at no energy left. Come on. We're talking about racing 4 500-meter races at the same time. That's guts and that's glory. So congratulations to all of these teams for getting out there, showing us this premier race, the guts and glory, the 2K race. You guys should be so proud of yourselves. 2K in one race, awesome paddling. There's a little bit of bump and grinding. Yes, absolutely spectacular. Congratulations to all the teams out there. Very, very spectacular racing. Some are ready to head home, get out there to the Red Truck Ale and have a beer and enjoy the sights and sounds off the water. And of course, they will post the results once they're available. So congratulations, everybody. Well raced. My name is Lauren Schmidt. I've been your host, kind of, and color commentator for most of the races the past 2 days. Very happy to be there. Thank you, Concord Pacific, for the spectacular 2022 Dragon Boat Festival. You looking for me? I'll be over at the stage. Take care, everybody. Congratulations. Happy trails. See you next year. Paddles up.
So I think what makes Criterium Racing really special is that there's always a fun family festival attached to it. So there's going to be food trucks, and you get to really see some of the best racers in North America light up. And I'm super excited to race in front of a home crowd.
We're serving authentic Japanese food, sushi rolls, sushi bowls, and Irish sushi and fried chickens.
Hi, my name is Michael Billy, and my ancestral name is Stawalkin. And at Canoe Cultures, we renovate and build canoes, and we are excited to share and display our culture with you.
All right, let's start the race, guys. When I'm starter, you have the race.